If you're not muted, you need to be.
All right, we're live.
Good afternoon. This is the House Judiciary Committee. It is a little after 1:30 on the 9th of February 2021. Today, we're going to be having our hearings on a number of different bills related to police accountability. There are going to be two bills that we're going to hear first that for the House is introduced, House Bill 670 and 671. Then there are a number of other bills that we will also be hearing today. We will be taking a break at 5 o'clock to give the committee the opportunity to take a break because there are quite a few witnesses. We want to hear from everyone. We want to be able to ask questions of people, and we need to be able to do that and able to do it and keep up here as we go along. So that's how this is going to go. At 5 o'clock, we will have a brief intermission. With that, we have House Bill 670 introduced by the Speaker. And the first panel will include the Speaker, the Vice Chair of the Committee, Delegate Atterbury, DeRay McKesson, Sam Sinyangwe, Aisha Braveboy, the State's Attorney for Prince George's County, Mark Lomax, and Matt Jackson to answer questions. With that, I'll pass it over to Speaker Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger and members of the House Judiciary Committee. It's good to see all of you, even if virtually. I am here today in favor of House Bill 670, the Police Reform and Accountability Act of 2021. This legislation is a result of months of work by the House Work Group, which many of you participated in. I am proud that the work group took the charge so seriously to put forward this balanced set of recommendations to provide greater transparency and more accountability of policing in Maryland. With me here today, as was mentioned, is Vice Chair Vanessa Atterbury, who chairs the work group, DeRay McKesson and Sam Sinyangwe from Campaign Zero, a national police reform advocacy organization, Mark Lomax, a retired officer and former chair of the National Tactical Officers Association, as well as Prince George's own State's Attorney, Aisha Braveboy. It is horrifying that it took the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Rayshard Brooks to bring attention to these issues across the country. I am not someone who hates the police, but over the years, I've had my own experiences with law enforcement, as have my brothers and my two sons. And this has called into question the way that we are as a state and as a society have empowered law enforcement officers to execute their duties. We need to make structural reforms to the way we police in Maryland, not because we want to punish every individual police officer, but because we want to empower the public and community to take better control over this public investment and make their own decisions about the ways we keep neighborhoods safe. Police departments are public assets. They are paid for by all of us, and they should be accountable to all of us. Today, I present the recommendations of the House Work Group, who took testimony from over 100 witnesses over dozens of hours to put forward this bill. Specifically, this legislation accomplishes the goals that many of us set out to achieve this summer, including repealing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, establishing a statewide accountability framework for the disciplinary process for all police departments in Maryland, including requiring an early warning system for every department, a charging committee that includes civilians and appointees from public defender and state's attorneys to review investigatory findings and police misconduct proceedings and recommend discipline. Open meetings of all boards, which include civilian voting members, independent civilian review boards in each county. Establishing independent investigation for all police-involved shootings and deaths, banning the use of chokeholds and neck restraints, banning no-knock warrants and prohibiting search warrants from being executed without clear and convincing evidence, and establishing a statewide use of force statute and penalties for violations of it. I see that many advocacy organization and policing organization has signed up unfavorable on this legislation today. The work group endeavored to balance a myriad of concerns from mothers who lost their sons, officers on the street, and neighbors who are worried about the safety of their children. The bill before you today reflects all of their voices and takes significant steps forward to reform the way we police in Maryland. Mr. Chairman, I also want to note that it is unfortunate that these issues have divided the House. Democrats from Democrats and Democrats from Republicans, when our ultimate goal is the same: equal treatment for every Marylander, safe communities, public confidence in law enforcement to respect each of us and our neighbors in the same way, regardless of skin color, wealth, or gender. I hope this committee will take this legislation seriously, and I encourage you to work on the bill to understand why we need this reform, and to put this legislation before the full House quickly so we can give every Marylander greater confidence in the safety of their communities. With that, I will now turn it over to Vice Chair Atterbury. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll now go back to the 3 and 2 rule, 3 minutes for the for what we're going to consider in this case, the delegate speaking on behalf of the speaker, and then 2 minutes for each of the witnesses afterwards. The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Madam Speaker and the Chair for creating this work group, and thank Madam Speaker for trusting me with serving as Chair of the work group. It was truly an honor. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Delegate Vanessa Atterbury, and I am here to ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 670, the Police Reform and Accountability Act of 2021. As a mother of 3 young children, 2 of whom are boys, the issues of police trust and accountability remain in the forefront of my mind each day. The deaths of Black and brown people at the hands of police like Eric Garner, Michael Brown, and Sandra Bland have been occurring for decades. The murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor ignited our nation into a national movement for police reform, and Maryland is no different. Several of you served on the work group, as the speaker mentioned, Delegates Anderson, Davis, Fisher, Moon, McComas, and Malone, and I'd like to thank you for all the work you did in helping to craft this legislation. For all of you who did not serve on the work group, and for all of those who are listening, you should know that House Bill 670 is a direct result of the input of each legislator that served on the work group. The legislation truly reflects the concerns of a group of 14 bipartisan legislators who worked in a collaborative way to create bold structural reform. Let me also state that House Bill 670 checks all the priorities of the ACLU and the Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability that were in the purview of the work group. As a result, there is no reason for those groups to be not support of this legislation. House Bill 670 repeals the LEOBR, period. House Bill 670 restores control of the Baltimore City Police Department to Baltimore City residents, period, which, by the way, the House has previously passed. House Bill 670 limits the use of force by creating a groundbreaking and comprehensive use of force statute for the state of Maryland, Included in that statute, criminal penalties of up to 10 years if an officer knowingly and willfully violates the statute, and 5 years for reckless violation. The legislation encapsulates mandatory de-escalation, a mandatory duty to intervene, mandatory training, ban on shooting at moving vehicles unless it uses deadly weapon, a ban on chokeholds and neck restraints, and a ban on the purchase of military surplus vehicles. The legislation also creates minority recruitment efforts by establishing a tuition exemption for an individual attending a 4-year in-state institution studying criminal law or criminology and who commits to 5 years at a Maryland police department. The legislation also creates for the first time an agency to hold police departments and individual police officers accountable. The Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission, if I can just have a couple more seconds, Mr. Chair. The Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission will have the authority under the legislation to revoke certification of officers who violate the use of force statute, been convicted of a felony, convicted of perjury, or a misdemeanor. They will be required to create a statewide database to track these decertifications. And importantly, they will be required to develop a test and train for implicit bias to be used in the hiring process and training of its current officers. There's a lot I could say about this legislation because, as I mentioned, it's comprehensive and the chair is, I know, on the verge of cutting me off. I'm happy to answer any questions, but what I will say and how I will conclude is that now is the time for this police reform. Now is the time for all of us with common goals to come together and pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We'll go now to DeRay McKesson for 2 minutes. But before we do that, I will remind members that you do need to click raise hand so that we can keep track if people have questions for the panel. We'll go now to DeRay McKesson for 2 minutes, please.
Committee members and speaker, it is an honor to be here today. I'm DeRay McKesson, one of the co-founders of Campaign Zero and a Baltimore resident. We work on policing issues across the country, and one of them that we lead on is Officer Bill of Rights. There are currently 21 states that have an Officer Bill of Rights. You already know that Maryland was the first state to have one, and there's not been any of these bills ever repealed in American history. So we are hoping that this bill moving forward will be the first time that some state, that a set of legislators has actually been bold enough to make sure that we put the safety of communities not in the hands of police, but that we restore it to community itself. Now, when we look at the data, we have data from 2013 to today. There have been 134 people killed by Maryland law enforcement agencies, and only 2 of those cases have charges been brought forth. And in no case in those years has any officer ever been convicted in any of those killings. This is just a reminder that in the state of Maryland, we have an opportunity for real structural change. People also often talk about Baltimore City as the place, this idea that the city is the only place that this matters. When we look at the data, remember that the Baltimore County Police killed more people last year than any jurisdiction in the state of Maryland. And when we look at the no-knock raid data, or the only SWAT team data that's available, Baltimore City in the latest year of data was the 4th highest number of raids. It was not the first. So I just say that to remind people that this is a statewide issue. Now, this bill is important because as a sort of package bill, what it does is not only repeal the Officer Bill of Rights, but it makes sure that when cities start to negotiate, or counties, that they can't pop up the same bad clauses. That is a great thing. The no-knock provisions here are the strongest introduced in any bill that we've seen in the state of Maryland right now, that also have a restriction on the time of day. So no nighttime raids, which is really powerful. There's a straight up ban on neck restraints. There's a requirement around de-escalation that will allow us to both hold officers accountable, but also enforce these at the local level. And there are a host of other things around civilian oversight, being really clear that civilians should be a part of what it means to have a safe community, that this is not only something that the police should be able to decide. And for those reasons, we are favorable. You know, there are always things that we love to be in bills, so we look forward to work with the committee as we move forward. But this bill is a strong bill that could be a national model across the country, with Maryland leading as the first state to repeal an Officer Bill of Rights, and importantly, to replace it with a set of rules and policies to make sure that the local jurisdictions don't just work against the intent of the bill.
Thank you very much. Sam Sinyangwe for 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. So my name is Samuel Sinyangwe. I'm one of the co-founders of Campaign Zero. and I'm here to testify favorably in support of HB 670. Now, this bill, as has been said, creates a framework, a statewide foundation that can be built on over time to ensure accountability in policing. What we see in the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, the current standard in place in Maryland, is one that makes it harder for community members to get accountability and justice when people are harmed by police officers. It is the first state that has put in place one of these measures at the state level, Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights. And since then, as DeRay said, we've seen another 20 states add on. And so you have the opportunity now to repeal provisions that the research tells us make it harder to hold officers accountable. This isn't theoretical. This isn't guessing. We know there has been extensive research that has been conducted into provisions that, for example, establish waiting periods before you can interrogate an officer, into provisions that are often in local police union contracts and statewide police Bill of Rights laws that disqualify particular civilian complaints or make it harder to investigate them, to provisions that make it easier for officers to get their jobs back after they've been found to have committed misconduct. We've seen in the research from Abdul Rad that the cities that have these types of provisions at the local level in place are more likely to kill people, particularly unarmed people, by the police. We know from the research from John Rappaport that places that establish these types of standards that make it harder to hold police accountable, that, like the ones that are currently in place in the Maryland Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, are places that are more likely to report misconduct by the police. They have 40% higher rate of misconduct occurring in those jurisdictions, according to his research in Florida. So again, we have research after research study that has come out and shown that the types of provisions that are in place in the statewide Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights laws make it harder to hold police accountable. And you can look to the data to see that's indeed the case, the current reality in Maryland. New research from the ACLU just came out showing that only 12% of civilian complaints that are reported by white people against the police in Baltimore City are sustained. Only 7% of complaints reported by Black people against Baltimore City police are sustained. So functionally, for about 90% of the time that a civilian comes forward to report misconduct in Baltimore City, which, by the way, is the only place in the state that we actually have the data because so much of it is hidden currently under current law, that in 90% of the cases, civilians are not seeing any type of consequence or accountability happen for those officers involved. So we need a new standard. What HB 670 does is create statewide standards that are not only repealing what is wrong, but establishing new and accountable standards that borrow from the research that we know works, borrow from the research on more effective use of force standards that can limit the use of force, borrows from the research on building an accountable system where we have independent investigations of police misconduct rather than just allowing the police to investigate themselves. So again, borrowing standards around civilian complaint review processes and having civilians, community members involved in the process. All of this is research-based. All of this we know can make a difference. And so that's why we need to pass HB 670.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to go now to the State's Attorney for Prince George's County. State's Attorney Braveboy, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. It's also great to be in the presence of the Speaker, and it's also an honor to stand with the Speaker, Speaker Jones, and testify in support of House Bill 670, the Police Reform and Accountability Act of 2021. Criminal justice and police reform are long overdue in our state and our country. And I want to thank the committee and obviously the vice chair of this committee who chaired the work group for your leadership and making recommendations to the Speaker, and the Speaker for her courage and her foresight in providing this legislation for consideration by this body. I think it's important to know that my office stands ready to work with you as you consider this legislation. We know that during the legislative process, often there are amendments proposed and issues that are discussed. And I have a public integrity unit that focuses on use of force cases that can work along with the committee and the Speaker's office as you all deliberate over this very important legislation. But let me tell you, there are certain provisions in here that are so critically important that we must do something about. Number one are no-knock search warrants. That process really does need to be uniform throughout the state. Currently in Prince George's County, police cannot obtain a no-knock search warrant without the review of that warrant and the approval of my office, but that is not uniform throughout the state. So it's really critically important that there be some type of uniformity and consistency when it comes to executing search warrants. I also believe it's really important that the provisions of this bill also apply to special police officers that also have the ability to use force, including deadly force, against our residents. And so it's really important that all of the use of force standards and the accountability measures that apply in this bill to police officers also apply to special police, which are found in section 3-301 of the public safety article. I think that it is really wonderful that the speaker is asking for body-worn cameras be uniformed throughout the state. I can tell you that it's going to put some additional pressure on the state's attorney offices throughout the state. And all we ask is that a funding mechanism be provided in the legislation so that we can do our jobs, because we're going to have to review all of that film and make the appropriate redactions and the appropriate disclosures to defense. But I can tell you that this bill is revolutionary. It's what we need, and it's what we must pass this session. And so I would like to say that I appreciate the speaker. We've worked together for many, many years, but I've been proud of her, but I can tell you that this is a proud moment when I can say that we have a speaker who is actually committed and has the courage to put forth revolutionary legislation before the General Assembly. And thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you as this bill is debated. And again, I'm just proud to be here today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, State's Attorney. We're now going to go to Mark Lomax, final speaker on this panel, for 2 minutes. Mr. Lomax, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you relative to House Bill 670. A little bit about myself. Retired major for the Pennsylvania State Police. I retired as a Director of Training and Education for the department. I also was the former Executive Director and CEO of the National Tactical Officer Association. Based upon my experience there and based upon me growing up in Philadelphia during the 1960s and 70s under Chief Frank Rizzo, I understand the equation from both sides. My son is also a Maryland law enforcement officer, and I just spoke to him this morning about this. So he gave me his insight. I am very supportive of House Bill 670. I embrace the tenets of Campaign Zero's initiatives. I look at the equation from both sides, from officer safety to also the intrusionary act of serving no-knock warrants. Under House Bill 670, what you have here, I embrace that it's not too restrictive, but it does provide extenuating circumstances for police officers to perform their duties. One of the things that I look at is not totally banning no-knock warrants, because there are situations where no-knock warrants are needed in cases of murder suspects, domestic violence, and so forth. But this is a great start. I look forward to answering any of your questions you may have later on. And again, thank you for what you're doing for the residents of Maryland. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Matt Jackson will be here on behalf of the speaker to answer any questions about the language of the legislation. There are so far, I think I see three questions so far. We're going to begin with Delegate Shetty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your commitment to this incredibly important issue during this incredibly important time. We really appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for your work on the Police Accountability Work Group. I watched many of the proceedings and have a lot of interest in this issue, both personally as well as from my constituent base. So I'm really excited about this bill. I think it's an amazing start, and I'm really grateful that we have this before us today. Vice Chair Atterbury, I know that you all covered at length in many of the work group meetings the importance of repealing LEOBR, and I stand with you on that. I know that there have been a number of questions also raised about what it would be replaced with if repealed, and I'm just wondering if you might be able to speak briefly as to how this bill replaces LEOBR.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Shetty, for the question. So this bill, House Bill 670, puts into place various statewide accountability standards, if you will, so that it includes things like each department in creating their disciplinary process has to create an open and transparent process and post that process on the website. They have to have an early warning system to identify officers that have been in violation of the use of force statute or in trouble to see if they can be retrained or in fact decertified. The legislation creates a charging committee that will have civilians participate on the charging committee, which after the internal investigation takes place, the charging committee decides if those disciplinary measures should go forward or not. So the fact that civilians will be on that and the fact that civilians on that charging committee will be able to review records related to that police officer is significant. And I know a lot of members of this body, meaning the General Assembly, have been calling for that. It would also require that if that department uses the trial board going forward, that 1/3 of the trial board would have to be citizens with voting rights, which is something else that has been called for. And each county would have to create, each jurisdiction, each county and city, an independent agency to review misconduct complaints. And the last thing I'll add, and I know Matt Jackson is on here, if I miss something, please jump in. If you don't know Matt, he's awesome and he was staff for the work group. But the law enforcement agency, they can't alter any statutory provisions through the disciplinary process, through a collective bargaining. So once the current collective bargaining contracts expire, they cannot renegotiate for disciplinary outcomes.
It's incredibly helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. McKesson had a comment he wanted to make, but there we go. Mr. McKesson.
Delegate Shetty, this is the issue that we track across the country when we're looking at these bills. So there are a couple of things that we'd say. So what this does really well is that it gets rid of LEOBR. That is a plus. So there are parts of the bill, there are parts of the current law that are pretty nuanced, that there is an opportunity to potentially just fine tune and make sure they don't pop up in local contracts. So things like right now, under current law, you cannot file an anonymous complaint for an issue of brutality. You can't do it. There's a Supreme Court precedent in the state of Maryland that gives the police chief the discretion to investigate anonymous complaints if they want to, but they are not required to. And we think that doesn't make sense, right? That like, if we told the police that they couldn't use anonymous tips, they would tell us they couldn't do policing. We think anonymity is actually really important. We talk to public defenders, and public defenders are like, they have had clients go in and then immediately, somebody targets them for an arrest or for a citation. There is an opportunity to just put really clear language that says anonymous complaints must be accepted by all police departments, things like that, that are things that are, they will technically be allowed once we repeal LEOBR, but just to make sure that they don't like reemerge in some sort of interesting way, it's those sort of little pieces that the bill gets us much closer to making sure that they are pulled back, if that makes sense. But we could just fine tune things like that. Even the waiting period, as you know, it used to be 10 days. It's 5 days now. Maryland's one of 2 or 3 states that even has this left. To make sure that that doesn't like reemerge in a local contract, we could just put very simple language that says like there can be no delay, no contractual delay or statutory delay in interrogations.
Super helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go now to Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to kind of echo the sentiments of my colleagues and just thanking the speaker for her leadership in pushing this issue, and also thanking the vice chair for her leadership in leading the work group. I feel like this is somewhat of a moment in history here in our state in tackling these issues and really truly dealing with this matter. I've received a number of emails and phone calls from constituents throughout my district on this. One of the things that I just wanted to ask with regards to, we're putting forth these reforms, and I don't know if it was discussed earlier, kind of what are the penalty measures in place in this bill if a law enforcement agency fails to adhere to any of these? I know there's been a lot of conversations amongst law enforcement about their position and feelings with regards to this bill and other bills that are before us this session regarding this matter. And so I don't know if the vice chair or anyone else wishes to discuss that. Not only are we repealing things, but also that the teeth with regards to this legislation.
Okay, so thank you, Delegate Williams, for that question. And I didn't get to this part in my serious effort to try to stick to 3 minutes. But the Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission is, under this legislation, should this pass, be the agency that holds all of the departments accountable and really gives this teeth. And that is really what the speaker was pushing for in terms of accountability. And so I'm looking for the acronym, and Matt, if you can help me. But essentially what used to be GOCAP, which is called something else now, would be permitted to withhold funding, state funding from any department who violates the statute. So that's essentially the teeth for the departments in terms of needing to comply.
Exactly. It's the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services now.
Thank you.
Okay. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Vice Chair. I'm reading through the bill here, and it is a very big bill. And this, I think the speaker was very accurate in saying we all want a lot of the same things. And I have some of my own ideas. But this bill it takes a really big bite of the apple. It was mentioned that this would be the first time that this is done in the country, and repealing some of these protections. And countrywide right now, and in many places in our state, we have problems hiring officers. And in Baltimore County, where I represent, a lot of officers that I know who don't have any infractions, they feel a little bit under duress. And in a lot of cases, people are saying, I'm looking for retirement. And I have a concern that this may exacerbate our problem. Not to belittle the problems that are before us. And I think a lot of those are legitimate. But I think if the only result here is that we exacerbate our problems hiring law enforcement, that is a problem across the country and has been for some time. If that's the only result, I think we're in trouble. So the question I wanted to ask you was, considering that this is instead of putting forward a handful of bills and advancing reforms gradually with this one big bill, how do we measure success here?
Well, thank you, Delegate Grammer, for the question. And first, I am going to take issue with if the only result is exacerbating the problem. I mean, the problem is exacerbated. I mean, if we just name all the individuals who have died at the hands of police, if we talk about the mistrust that occurs with Black and brown people and the police, and like the speaker said, this is not an police piece of legislation by any stretch. And I am not, nor did the speaker, paint police officers with a broad brush, but we've seen nationally what has happened. And I mean, just the fact of the matter is, if you are raising brown and black children in today's society, I mean, my kids are 9, 7, and 6, and these are the things I think about. You have to teach them how to interact with police because of their size, because of how they look, and because of how they might be judged. So I think the problems, if this is a word, it's exacerbated. I mean, it's done. We're there. I think Delegate Anderson did an excellent job. It was his recommendation in terms of to try to deal with recruitment, but not just deal with recruitment, but take a look at, how minority recruitment and getting more folks who look like brown and black people, quite frankly, to serve on the police force. And that was done with the tuition exemption piece of it. Throughout this process, I have heard some police say, they feel like they're under attack. But my question is, those great officers out there, those good officers shouldn't feel like they're under attack because they are good officers and they know they're good officers. The only officers that should feel like they're finally getting pushback are the officers who aren't good officers, who do have their feet, quite frankly, on the backs of brown and black people. So that's how I would answer that question.
And I respect that, but I just want to have for posterity for myself, how do I measure this personally? Like, do we have, is it reductions in the amount of reports per jurisdiction? And I feel that some of the cases, especially the ones we've talked about in judiciary over the past several years, are very legitimate. But I just want to know how I measure this. And when I go back to my district and my community and I talk to my law enforcement, like, going forward, what is my metric of measure here?
Well, what is it that you're trying to measure? Are you trying to measure a reduction in implicit bias in your police department? You could take that aspect of it. I don't know exactly what you're trying to measure. Are you trying to measure more trust in your communities of color in your district with the police department? What exactly is it you're trying to measure? Hiring more officers?
Generally, success of the bill.
I think passage of this bill will be success of the bill, and like anything over time, we'll have to see. The cultures of police departments aren't going to change overnight. And once these things are implemented, and once we see how police departments across the state of Maryland change under this bill, once we see the decrease in complaints filed against officers by Black and brown people, once we see a decrease in, the statistic was mentioned, I'm not looking at it, of the use of force incidents against Black and brown people. Once we see a decrease in that, that's how we can start measuring success. When we start to see more community involvement and more community interaction with the police and people of color in community policing, that's when we can start measuring success.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Delegate Juanita Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before my question, I wanted to thank Madam Speaker for her leadership and giving me the honor to serve on this work group with my vice chairwoman. It was probably one of the highlights of my time in my first session here in Annapolis. So I wanted to direct this to Madam Vice Chair. And one question I have from Mr. McKesson. For Mr. McKesson, I wanted you to highlight how Maryland's law enforcement, LEOBR, Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights, has served as a model for other states, and how Maryland has maybe unintentionally sort of influenced a national precedent around policing. And then for Madam Vice Chair, my question had to do with, there are some great provisions in this bill that give teeth and defunding and decertification of officers. And I think it would be great for the committee. I know there's been some conversation in the community on how are we going to enforce this? How are we going to put that accountability in there? So if you could just highlight a little bit on the teeth to the commission, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
So with regard to how Maryland sort of ranks up, there are, like we said, 21 states that have Officer Bill of Rights. There are technically 22. We don't really count Wisconsin because the Wisconsin bill is not really, there's not a lot there, but it is technically called an Officer Bill of Rights. Of the 21 that we track, Maryland is in a small handful that has 5 of the 6 of the things that we track. So we track 6 things in every police union contract and an Officer Bill of Rights. So what the Maryland Bill of Rights did is sort of open it up as like a legitimate thing for states to do, especially because Maryland is traditionally seen as a sort of a blue place, or like a place that doesn't do some of these measures. So that's how we worry about it. That's why we're excited that Maryland could be a leader on this. And in terms of what could come out of this, like Sam said before, is that literally the only thing that we find, and we think about an Officer Bill of Rights essentially as a statewide police union contract. Every study that's been done about what is the effect of these, the only effect is that violent use of force increases. That's it. So when we allow either these laws or police union contracts to negotiate around things like discipline, the only before and after is that violent use of force increases.
And so to answer your question, Delegate Fisher, I'll just circle back to what I already mentioned, is that and I do have it in front of me this time, the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services, and there's a shall withhold money from each department who has been found to violate sections of the statute if it's enacted. And to circle back, Delegate Grammer, one other thing is that kind of a metrics that was your question, was if there's a reduction in lawsuits against the police and fewer deaths, I already said, and other incidents of bodily injury against people of color. I would add that.
Delegate Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. Lomax, who previously spoke to the issue of there being times when no-knock warrants were appropriate. I think you mentioned domestic violence situations. I also would like to hear your comments regarding, are there times when it's appropriate for warrants to be served, let's say overnight? Currently, the bill provides that from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. warrants wouldn't be served. Can you think of circumstances where that could be problematic as far as the timing of serving of warrants?
Yes, and thank you for the question. Absolutely, and I believe in the bill it states, except for extenuating circumstances. Yeah, there will be situations, whether it's a hostage situation, kidnapping, terrorists, someone making explosive, insinuating bombs or whatever. There are situations that may arise where a search warrant can be executed or applied for and executed during outside of those hours stated in the bill. So again, I tend to err on the side of not all-inclusive things, because there may be situations where things change, things under emergency situations may occur. But one of the most important aspects of this is that when it is done by the trained, highly equipped units. So that's always been a caveat, even when I was with the NTOA, that these situations need to be taken care of with highly trained, whether it's a SWAT team, a state team, or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, this is for Mr. Lomax. I think you indicated that, situations change regarding the no-knock warrants. I know that you can't choreograph a fight, and you can't choreograph who you're going to fight with. That you have somebody that's only weighs 100 pounds, and there may be 5'4", or no, not less than 5'4". Let's say 5 feet or 4'5". So do you think that to just completely ban chokeholds is like what you say, you can't plan for that? So that if you're in a horrible situation where someone's life, other person's life is in danger, or your own life is in danger, the only thing that in other words, you maybe would need to be able to use the as a last resort. So what would so do you feel that there's a better way that we could say that without an ultimate ban, so that if it's necessary, you can use it?
Thank you very much for the question. And like I said, my past life, I was the director of training and education for the Pennsylvania State Police. We have 6,500, over 4,000 sworn. And so I was in charge of the academy. I would think the intent of this language is that chokeholds are banned, therefore they should not be taught in training. They should not be part of your policy. I would assume that in cases where an officer may use chokehold, will be in the same situation that they can articulate the use of deadly force. So I would think that a ban of the language banning the use of chokehold parlays itself into training, parlays itself into how you write policies. So it will, again, not be part of your policy, not be part of your training, but in a situation where your life is at risk and you have to use that technique, then yeah, you're going to use that technique, whether, you take a rock and you hit somebody in the head because they're, strangling you out. That's something that's not taught per se in the academy, taking a rock and smash somebody's head in. But when you're in a life or death situation, you will use, and you're authorized to use whatever means necessary in order to stop the action. So that's kind of how I interpret the language.
Mr. McKesson has an answer as well.
Yeah, and Delia McComas, just to remember that the ban on chokeholds, which has been implemented in a host of states and cities in the past since June, in a way that's actually really powerful. New Jersey was the most recent state to do this in a comprehensive package, is that the police are already protected under a range of laws if there is a life-threatening situation where something is coming up. Remember that the circumstances where we see chokeholds are often at the moment of arrest. So that's where we see these things pop up. That's where we see the carotid restraint. Remember, the difference between a chokehold and the bill defines it, but a chokehold is a restraint to your airway. Carotid restraint is a restraint to the muscles. Is that these policies don't limit the police's ability to engage. And when we look at the data, is that what we find is that the vast majority of these instances are not actually the result of a violent encounter. They are the result of something else. So it is a nonviolent encounter that the police were called to. It might be a traffic stop, things that actually weren't violent in their nature at the beginning, which is how these policies and laws have been put into place all across the country in ways that don't either limit the police's ability to do what they say they need to do or make them less safe. What's interesting is that there is research that suggests that police are actually more safe in places where there's more restrictive use of force, precisely because what you said. You're more likely to get hurt in a fight. Everybody's more likely to get hurt in a fight. So in moments where you actually limit that from happening in the first place, you set everybody up for success.
All right, we'd like to thank the first panel. Thank you all very much for being with us this afternoon. And we're going to move on now to our second panel, which will include Danielle Veith, Nick Sundberg, Chase Young, Dontrell Inman, Peter Benjamin, and Stephen Corbin. Let's see if Danielle Veith is here. Ms. Veith?
Yep, I'm here, sorry. Yep, sorry.
Right, that's fine. We're going to begin with you. All of the people to testify here will get 2 minutes. And we're going to begin with you. Ms. Veith, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Danielle Veith. I'm the Maryland State Chapter Leader for Moms Demand Action. And on behalf of thousands of supporters in every state legislative district, I'd like to express our support for the Police Reform and Accountability Act. When nearly all of the people killed by police in Maryland are killed with guns, it's clear that police violence is gun violence. We can't end gun violence without real police reform. That's why our volunteers are committed to standing with the coalition of civil rights and community groups advocating for comprehensive legislation to address abuse of power by law enforcement. We believe any use of physical force by police should be limited to situations in which it's necessary to make an arrest, and deadly force should only be used to prevent an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Officers should never use more force than is absolutely necessary and only after nonviolent methods have been exhausted. And civilians should be included in oversight of law enforcement and investigations into allegations of misconduct in a meaningful way. After a series of high-profile killings has forced a national moral reckoning with the pattern of police abuse, this legislation is a step in the right direction of enshrining those values shared by so many Marylanders into our state law. When George Floyd called out for his mother, every mother heard him. We must fight the toxic combination of systemic racism, America's gun culture, and the militarization of law enforcement that has for too long accepted a system under which some of our children are safer than others. That's why Maryland Moms Demand Action supporters are calling for a law enforcement and justice system that's fair for all our children. Right now, my 9-year-old son is safer than Delegate Atterbury's 9-year-old son, and I'm not okay with that. So thank you so much to the committee for working on this difficult and critical issue and for the opportunity to share my views.
Thank you very much. We're going to go now to Nick Sundberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nick Sundberg, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 670. I think to piggyback off of so many of the things said here, one of the biggest aspects of this bill that I think is so important is the transparency and accountability for police officers. As a member of the community, it's so important for all of us to trust our law enforcement officers. We want to know that they have our best interests in mind and that they are actually there to protect and serve. When it comes down to it, this bill is a giant step in the right direction when it comes to removing the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, requiring body cams by 2025 for every department. So on. There's so much good stuff in this bill that I think the only way for our communities to restore their trust in the police department, in the police that serve us, is to say yes and pass this bill. In my opinion, I just had a son 5 days ago, and I can't imagine feeling some of the things that have been expressed so far on this call. So that's what I got to say. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Chase Young. Mr. Young?
Yes, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing, everyone? So being from Maryland, and passing this bill would be great. Just being from here and just seeing everything that's going on up until now. It's for me. Obviously, it's different. When you go into a 7-Eleven and you might see a police and you get nervous. I can say that myself. Just me. Every time I see a police, just growing up, it's like if I'm driving past police, then I already have like a tactics to where I'm looking straight forward, making sure my seatbelt is on. I'm doing everything I have to do not to get pulled over, because at this stage I don't know what can happen, and my mom is scared for me, my dad, just everybody, and I feel like people are just tired of just everything that's been going on, and that's really why I feel like we have to pass this bill or should pass this bill. Just not even obviously safety, but mental health, because it definitely makes parents worry, just people worry, just in general. Thank you.
All right, we thank you very much as well. Dontrell Inman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dontrell Inman. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Washington football team to testify in extreme support of House Bill 670. First, I would like to thank Madam Speaker and Madam Vice Chair for the time, hard work, and dedication that you put forth for House Bill 670. Me, my teammates, we've been working extremely hard in the community to get the change that everyone has been dying for. I'm going to start off by saying this morning I woke up, I had a flight to Charlotte, drove down to Columbia, South Carolina, and not by coincidence, I passed a police officer who's having a routine stop. About 2-3 miles later, I passed a funeral, and it dawned on me, I'm having a conversation today to speak about police reform. I'm wearing this all black is because this is the road that me, my brothers, my sisters, if we don't change, right? If we don't change what's going on in the world, this is what we're going to be wearing for centuries and centuries to come, all black. And I'm asking that you please just vote on this bill to change the narrative because, you know, change doesn't come unless the feeling of pain outweighs the feeling of change. And it's going to take all of us to change what we're living in right now. What we're living in right now is a disease. The same as the COVID-19. What do we do when, you know, the disease attacked America? We put in implications to outrule it and try to get rid of it. I feel like this bill right here will do the same. Thank you for your time.
All right, we thank you very much. We're going to go now to Peter Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin?
Yes.
Go ahead for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Peter Benjamin, and I live in Garrett Park in District 18, Gulligan Shetty. I'm a volunteer with the Montgomery County local group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. A single incident of police violence can plant the seed for fear and community distrust of police, making it harder to prevent or solve violent crime, and in turn, making that community even more at risk for violence. Comprehensive reform is needed now, and I believe that HB 670 is an excellent step in that direction. I strongly support HB 670. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll go to Stephen Corbin now. Mr. Corbin? Mr. Corbin? All right, it doesn't appear that we have Steve Corbin here. If he pops in a moment, we'll let him speak. However, until then, are there questions from the committee for this panel? It appears, yes, there are questions now. Delegate Williams.
Yes. First, I'd just like to thank especially Mr. Young for coming this afternoon as a graduate of DeMatha High School, which is located in the 22nd legislative district, which is my district I represent. Thank you so much for coming and expressing your views. My understanding just from your bio, I think you majored in criminology, if I'm correct, at Ohio State University. And so I just wonder whether or not your prior experience with your previous major, as well as your family's history as law enforcement officers themselves, is what's also influencing your support of this bill today.
Yeah, definitely. Just coming up, my dad being in law enforcement and really all my uncles. So every man in my house that I look to is in law enforcement. So me growing up and actually me being wanting to be, you know, involved in law enforcement was something that I wanted to do and plan to do later in my life. And I felt like it was still so funny, even me growing up, me, you know, aspiring to be in law enforcement. I was still worried about the own police that was in my community, about how I moved around and, you know, how they might look at me if I do drive up to 7-Eleven in my nice Mercedes. why do you look at me like why are you giving me this look? Like it's certain stuff that that's hard to explain, but it's very true. Very true. And it's something that it becomes numb, I feel like. And it's like everyday life. And everyday life for me is just being real cautious all the time and just really just trying to stay out of the way. But I feel like my family, just being in that law enforcement has really drove me to, drove me to support this bill and just to light up the darkness and I feel like that should be what we're all trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corbin has arrived, so we're going to go ahead and give him his 2 minutes and then we'll go back to questions. Stephen Corbin, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead for 2 minutes.
All right. I'll have to talk softly because now it's so loud, it's booming. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Stephen Corbin. I live in Rockville, Maryland in District 16. I'm a volunteer with the Montgomery County chapter of Maryland's Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm a public health professional, a veteran, a gun owner, and the father of a victim of gun violence. I strongly support House Bill 670. This badly needed legislation takes a focused and truly comprehensive approach to police reform that can move us to a more just place in terms of policing, protecting individual rights, reducing injuries, deaths, and liability payments related to police actions, and increasing trust between law enforcement and citizens. Where trust does not exist between police and citizens, everyone is at greater risk of crimes and violence. It's especially critical that the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, passed into law a half-century ago, be repealed. It's a grossly defective law that has outlived its utility. Something new is needed. I note that the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights is 17 pages long, and the entire Bill of Rights in the United States Constitution is only 2 pages long. Certainly, there's something that needs to be looked at there. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to questions if there are any for this panel. I think we've gotten all of them. I think that's right. Going once. One from Delegate Dan Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker and Vice Chair. It's an honor to hear such a great work together, I think, as a team to bring forth this legislation. And I think it's good to hear that there are so many in law enforcement that are supporting, albeit with some amendments. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Corbin about one of the provisions in the low bar. There's a whistleblower protection, and I'm wondering, is that something that you're believing should be repealed as well, or are you okay with protecting whistleblower protections as well as protections for law enforcement families from their information going public?
I'm not an expert in this area, but I do support whistleblower protection. However, my view is that the current law is defective in so many ways that it would be easier just to put it out, start over with the critical things that we need in a new piece of legislation.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions for this panel, thank you all very, very much for being here today. We appreciate hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next panel is going to consist of 2 people. They are favorable with amendments. They're going to each get 2 minutes to testify, and then we'll take questions from the committee. It's Commissioner Michael Harrison from the Baltimore City Police Department and John Neske from the Bowie Police Department. Thank you very much. Here, Commissioner is going to consist of 2 people. They are favorable with amendments. Commissioner Harrison.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair.
All right, 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today about House Bill 670. I appreciate that this comprehensive bill is the result of a lot of hard work and a sincere attempt to address the community's concerns regarding how law enforcement officers exercise their powers and how agencies process complaints of misconduct. There are many concepts within this bill that I fully support and some that I believe could be improved. I'll give you a quick overview of my position on this bill and ask that you review our bill report for our suggestions. I strongly support a universal system of discipline that is fair, provides for due process, but also empowers the head of the law enforcement agency with the ability to take swift disciplinary action that is consistent with the community standards. To that end, I would ask that you allow the chief to suspend an officer without pay and suspend his police powers if charged with a crime. Number two, immediately terminate an officer once he's been charged, and immediately terminate an officer prior to charging if there is clear, irrefutable evidence that the officer has committed a crime, that the crime is so egregious as to shock the conscience, and termination would be in the best interest of the agency and the public. Moving to the issue of warrants, I support limiting no-knock warrants to those instances when the life or safety of the officer or another may be in danger. However, this bill would limit the execution of all warrants to the hours of 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. This provision would remove the tactical advantage we often need to safely and successfully execute a warrant on a high-risk offender while also safeguarding our officers, the public, the suspect, and children within the vicinity. So I respectfully request that you remove that provision. As to the creation of an independent investigative agency, we have concerns that this section may create conflicts with our responsibilities under the consent decree. So I'll refer you to our bill report for more details. Finally, we suggest you repurpose the proposed administrative charging committee. So rather than make a determination as to whether an officer is to be administratively charged, they would be empowered to require to conduct audits on all complete disciplinary actions and then report out any deficiencies or anomalies such that the chief could be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go now to John Neske, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for having us. My name is John Neske. I'm Chief of Police for the City of Bowie, but I am representing the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs. And we would support this bill with amendments. I would just like to say that one of the things, the overarching things that we're looking at, we are on board for police reform. But while we support the principles, we do need to make sure that it's operationally sound and as fair as could possibly be to the men and women who are doing the job every day. So I'm going to skip to the areas where we just have a few amendments. I'm going to let Dr. Lee touch on some other things, but one of the things that we're looking at is the early intervention system. We do support that concept. A lot of our departments already have that in place, but we would encourage that it remains confidential in nature as to be able to fully engage the officers and to sometimes making the tweaks and adjustments and check-ins that we need to do to make sure that they're okay mentally, emotionally, and physically at times. We support the idea of civilians on trial boards, but we do have concerns about some of the smaller agencies being able to field enough applicants to be on that board and to conduct the training. What we don't want to see is this civilian on the trial board recommendation or requirement delay trial boards. Sometimes it's hard enough to put them together in a timely manner, and for discipline to be fair and accountable, it has to be swift as well. And we just want to make sure that we don't slow that process down by trying to find enough qualified and willing citizens to be on these boards. One of the things that we also have concerns are the lack of the statewide uniform complaint process. We understand that the repeal of LEOBR, we can see that there are some issues with that, but we need to make sure that the uniform process is the same across the entire state. When we talk about accountability, we talk about transparency. One of the mainstays of that is uniformity. So while there are some methods and some benchmarks, we would really press that we need to have uniform standards across the state, because we can't have the officer in one jurisdiction being disciplined or investigated in a different manner than another jurisdiction that does not breed accountability or transparency. The same with a charging committee. Again, I'm with Commissioner.
We'll need you to wrap up here. Feel confident there will be questions for you.
Yes, sir. I will just, again, reiterate that we do support the concept and principles behind this bill, and we do hope that you consider our amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I have a question for you for starters. Could you talk a little bit more about how you believe this bill would conflict with the city's police department's responsibilities under the consent decree?
When it comes to the independent investigative agency, under our consent decree, we are required to have a unit within our Public Integrity Bureau that's been trained only to handle uses of force, especially those where it comes to police-involved shootings. It's called the CERT team, Special Investigations Response Team, and that's a requirement of our consent decree. When it comes to an outside agency, there are concerns of is there a response time that's suitable for us to be able to wait for someone to come into the jurisdiction? The collection of evidence, how evidence is stored, who's in control of that evidence in those situations where someone else is coming in to do an outside investigation, and what's the reasonable amount of time, especially like in a police-involved shooting or some critical incident, to wait for someone to come from somewhere else to process that scene, and all those other issues. And that's why it was created, the Special Investigation Response Team was created, made a part of the consent decree. Those members were trained. There's consent decree oversight for it. There's civilian oversight with DOJ oversight as well. We're mandated to actually have that. So there could be some conflict there when you talk about the other issues and logistics that I just mentioned, those are still some unanswered questions that could be some conflicts.
So if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is that having it outside the department is an issue for speed and for the ability to handle the evidence. But at the same time, it didn't sound to me, at least, that the consent decree itself, it sounds like the consent decree wants to have that investigation happen and wants there to be that investigation within IID. It's just, the question is really about how you're processing evidence and how you're able to truly investigate the crime. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think the first part of the conflict is about the requirement to have a special investigations response team within the internal affairs of the Public Integrity Bureau.
I got it.
I think that's part A. Part B are just concerns that we would all have about logistics, timing, response time, collection of evidence, storage of evidence, processing of it. Who does that? Will we collect it? Will it be stored in our crime lab? And all of that put together with the first part. It just brings about more questions that we don't yet have the answers to.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Next to Delegate Ron Watson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Chief Neske. A quick question. You were iterating through some of the things that you thought needed to be shored up in this bill for your support. Did you have enough time to adequately go through each of those? If you missed any, I'd like to hear them. And then I'd like to know, have amendments already been drafted for submission to address those pieces for both you and the commission?
Thank you, sir. Always good to see you as well. A couple things that I did not get a chance to touch on is the training commission makeup. We noticed that we're adding civilians on there, and that's perfectly fine, but we would rather see that as an expansion of the commission versus a replacement of law enforcement personnel on that board. The commission does some fairly intricate work that requires some expertise. And at the same time, what we find is, I currently sit on the commission now, and what you find is that there's varying views and things that affect different parts of the state differently. So we want to make sure that we have a complete picture of law enforcement from across the state on there. So if civilians are going to be added, we would ask that it be an expansion versus a one-for-one swap. I agree with the no-knock warrants with that there needs to be better oversight, the review of the state's attorney, and it must rise to a larger or higher level. We do have a problem with the time between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. for serving, because basically we're telling the suspects when we're going to be there. So between the hours of 8 a.m. and 7, I need to pack all my stuff up and make sure nothing's in the house. And then I'll just bring it all back and we'll continue whatever we might be doing during those off hours. So one of the things, body cameras, we're all for body cameras. We totally agree with that. What we would do is hope that there be other outside funding sources for that cost, because it's not just equipment. Equipment is actually the very least of those costs. I've just we're looking into enter our second 5-year agreement for our body camera system, and it's $500,000. So that would really be a dangerous unfunded mandate for some of the much smaller departments. And as far as our amendments go, we did submit testimony. We would be looking forward to sitting down and talking about how we can word this and best make this happen so that it is operational and fair. We are completely behind the principle of the police reform, and we are completely behind working towards more accountability, more transparency. But we just need to make sure that we're considering the operational angles and some unintended consequences. Again, the only thing I forgot to touch on was we would like to see our use of force as a state policy handled through the Training Commission rather than legislating it. The issue with the legislating use of force is that tactics change, case law changes, and things change on the fly. So worst case scenario, the bill takes place or takes account October, all of a sudden November, there's case law that changes or there's something that changes. We now have to wait for the next session to try to correct that and make sure that our officers are doing best practices and that they are within the constitutionality of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chief. We'll go now to Delegate Anderson. Delegate Anderson, who is muted and his camera is off. Delegate Kurt Anderson, there you are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
You're fine. Go ahead.
My question is to the chief with regard to the warrant situation. He says that the time limit from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. is not good for the police. I mean, he didn't say it that way, but can you give me a specific problem that you think your officers would encounter or that your county would encounter if this bill were to pass with that time limit in there?
Sure, and I know that the legislation applies for exigent circumstances, so that covers the emergency items. But say I'm running a counterfeit money out of my home or out of my place of business. I just need to make sure that none of my evidence is around between those hours. So no matter how, if I manage to sneak it out or if I need to do something else, it gives them an advantage of that. I know that I can't have anything of evidentiary value between these hours, because pending those exigent circumstances, that's when the search warrant's going to be served.
Okay. My second question and my last question, Mr. Chairman, is to the chief as well. Have you compared this bill with existing law as it pertains to the law enforcement officers' Bill of Rights? And in terms of where you come from as chiefs and sheriffs, what are the specific differences that exist?
Well, one of the things that when we talk due process, LEOBR, like it, love it, hate it, or indifferent about it, it provides clear-cut guidelines. You must complete this by this date. You have 9 days to give to give notice to a hearing. You have all these different benchmarks that are clearly delineated. And one of the things that I want to stress was that each law enforcement agency operates through those timelines. So while there's guiding principles about a trial board and things of that nature, it may operate differently if we don't have those delineated benchmarks and guidelines in that process.
So you looked through this bill and you've noticed a lack of some of these guidelines?
they don't go into as great of detail as we may like. And when you look at, again, speaking of the uniformity, so if say this bill passes, there's no amendments under this current condition, my disciplinary process may look different than Commissioner Harrison's. And when you're looking at accountability, one of the things that LEOBR got into the situation that it is now is there were too many different rules for different people through unions and everything else that might have happened. And when we want to get back to the true purpose of it, and that's creating a uniform standard. So each officer in each community knows what to expect during the process. Each officer is treated the same way during that process. And it ensures transparency, equity, and fairness to both the person who's complaining and to the person that's being investigated.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe there's another question. Delegate Arakan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Commissioner Harrison. I was just looking over the list of the swap outs, the training commission. I was wondering if you had any input on that topic specifically and how you thought removing some of the people that have knowledge about police work and replacing them with civilians might impact the training standards.
Well, I think we have to have people who have knowledge about police work, and though we welcome civilians, and so I'm certainly, we're the first in the state to have civilians on our trial boards. We certainly welcome civilians to the process. I think we have to have people who have knowledge and expertise about policing in general, policing specifically perhaps to Maryland, but I think it can't be an overwhelming number of civilians that outnumber the people who have the actual expertise in the field and on the subject.
Yeah, would you say it's kind of like similar to the sort of board of nursing or the board of physicians? That was what I was sort of comparing it to in my mind. They're mostly, I think they're mostly staffed with physicians or nurses or whatever the sort of best practices body is. Is that comparable group to compare it to?
I don't know if this is compared to it like that is, like you just explained it. If I had to do it and create it, it would be with people who have that level of experience, expertise, certainly sworn members or retired members who were sworn who have the expertise. Like I said, we welcome civilian input and participation. Just that that they're not the majority and can take a decision away from where best practices would suggest it be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate McComas, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for both the commissioner and the chief and whoever has knowledge about this. They have included more civilians on some of these trial boards. And I think maybe in Baltimore City, but at some other jurisdictions. And the last I heard was not that many civilians showed up because they required maybe 30 hours of training or something. So you did not get the civilian input that you really needed. And I just wondered if we keep adding civilians to a lot of these boards, if we're going to have the same problem, we're just not going to be able to fill it because of the time commitments that they will have to learn about policies and procedures with policing.
Well, we've had good experience with our civilians on trial boards. When we announced it that we were doing it, we have had over 100 applicants. We made 60 selections. And so we have 60 people in the reserve at any time to be able to participate. And for a few months now, they have been going well. And so we have great interest and very good participation with little to no absenteeism. And so it's working for us.
Delegate, I can't speak directly. I can only talk a little bit of secondhand anecdotal. We are looking at creating a civilian oversight or review panel for our investigations. And when we start to reach out to other jurisdictions, what we were finding was it sometimes did delay processes because they could not find enough people to actively participate. But again, that's all fairness, that's secondhand information.
All All right, I think that concludes the testimony for this panel. We thank you both very much for being with us this afternoon. And we're going to move on now to a panel unfavorable on the bill. David Roca, Kaylin Young, Joanna Silver, Jana Parker, and Amity Pope. I'm going to hear from each of them for 2 minutes. We'll let them load in here. I'm going to hear from each of them for 2 minutes. Committee, as I mentioned before, and I'm kind of saying, I'm going to start repeating this as we go on this afternoon. At 5 o'clock, we will be taking a break, and I'll determine how long for the break at 5 o'clock. And then we'll come back and we'll continue bill hearings then. All right, we're going to start. I think I saw Mr. Roca. There is Mr. Roca. David Roca, you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. For 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. While we support the general intent and direction of HB 670 and applaud the Speaker for opening the door to reimagining what police accountability might look like by repealing the LEOBR, the ACLU of Maryland and the coalition of more than 90 organizations we are working with, united to push for meaningful police reform in Maryland this session, regrettably cannot support this bill as written. As to 2 of our 5 priorities this session, reforming the law governing police use of force and repealing the LEOBR, and replacing it with a fair disciplinary system for police officers that does not give them special rights. This bill unfortunately has critical flaws in its approach, which is what I must focus on in my 2 minutes, though we have some concerns regarding other provisions. As to use of force, this bill codifies the existing constitutional floor, namely the requirement that use of force be objectively reasonable. But that standard is not sufficiently protective of human life and allows officers too much discretion, and is precisely what needs to be changed, as is the approach in HB 139, which we urge the committee to incorporate here. As to the LEOBR, as some others have already noted, the bill is incomplete and leaves it to local agencies to craft disciplinary policies that could replicate or be even worse than the current LEOBR in terms of providing special rights to police officers that hinder effective discipline. Equally importantly, the bill has 2 key pillars, both of which we strongly oppose. First, the bill mandates the creation of administrative charging committees who would act as a gatekeeper to actually disciplining the tiny minority of officers found to have committed misconduct in an internal affairs investigation. An officer found in such an investigation to have committed the specified types of serious misconduct could not actually be charged or disciplined unless and until this new committee approved of the charges. There is virtually zero public demand that we add more unnecessary, time-consuming obstacles to charging officers for their bad acts. We need less gatekeepers, not more. To the extent the goal of this body is to ensure that officers are not improperly escaping accountability due to shoddy investigations, the work of the charging committee, if they are to be created, should be limited to reviewing charges that are not sustained by the internal investigatory process. And it is the concern about those investigations, which we share, which is precisely why we need full transparency over the records so that the public can know what the departments are or are not doing and hold chiefs and departments accountable. Second, the bill retains one of the central flaws of the current LEOBR, namely the requirement that officers can only be disciplined if they are found guilty in a mini trial judged by fellow officers, regardless of how clear the evidence or how egregious the conduct. While the bill mandates that civilians constitute 1/3 of the membership of trial boards, that is not a reason to retain the trial boards, nor is 1/3 membership a substitute for true civilian control over the disciplinary process, as the proposal that we support allows.
Mr. Roca, if you wrap up, please.
Yep, I'll very quickly. To address these problems and more, we urge the committee to use the LEOBR replacement framework that we are supporting and that the chiefs and sheriffs have also supported in the Senate with amendments contained in SB 671, and that's being offered as a sponsor amendment to HB 120. That bill has a streamlined system for handling police discipline that makes chiefs fully accountable for the process, scrupulously protects officers' legitimate due process rights, and allows local entities to create external oversight bodies that have actual authority to investigate misconduct and impose discipline rather than just review and comment. We look forward to working with the Speaker and the committee to modify the bill to address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kalen Young, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We just want to take a moment to applaud the work that this committee has done, that Vice Chair Atterbury did, that the Speaker has also done, and having us have this conversation. The very fact that we're here replacing LEOBR is a significant step in the right direction. It should be commended. So I just want to take a moment to do that. David spoke about some of the primary pieces with regard to the coalition that we're a part of, and with regard to LEOBR and use of force. I want to speak very briefly on some of the other provisions in the bill that we would like to seek amendments on, working with the sponsor, the Speaker, in that regard. First, with regard to local control, we know that there is another bill that's going to be put forth by the mayoral administration with regard to local control. So we would ask that this committee remove local control from this bill, and we focus that with that effort. Secondly, with regard to the expanded education and tax credits and tuitions, we support that, but we ask that you would consider expanding that to look at and support other professions that help support, that don't have us really focused on policing. We think that the fundamental flaw with that is that we want to make sure that there are alternatives to policing, things that are other violence reduction strategies that we can support in that same effort. We think that there may be some opportunity there. Thirdly, we like to amend it so that way we add civilians to the training commission that are victims of police violence or have that type of experience. We want to expand the decertification database to be beyond just the use of force decertifications, but indeed all decertifications. We have 4 amendments that I'm going to skip and send to you all after the hearing with regard to the SWAT provisions and making that a little bit more clear and transparent. And then 6, and finally, we like to consider a quicker timeline with regard to body-worn cameras. We think body-worn cameras is a major piece towards transparency and justice for both protecting police and protecting police victims of police violence victims. And so we would like to consider you all to consider speeding that timeline up. And finally, the 911 study we think is a good thing that we should do. And with that, I conclude my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go now to Joanna Silver for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Silver and I live in Silver Spring in District 18. I am testifying on behalf of Jews United for Justice, Tacoma Park Mobilization, and the Silver Spring Justice Coalition. These organizations collectively represent thousands of people from Montgomery County and in JUFJ's case from across Maryland. All of these organizations join the Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability in opposing HB 670 as it is currently written. I want to specifically address HB 670's repeal of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights and its enactment of a statewide use of force standard. While we applaud the bill's complete repeal of LEOBOR, the bill contains many flaws. It retains one of LEOBOR's worst features, the requirement of a trial board before officers can be disciplined. It does not allow for genuine civilian participation. It adds a new procedural and substantive hurdle to disciplining an officer found to have committed misconduct in the form of an administrative charging committee. And it does not contain a comprehensive process that will govern disciplinary procedures statewide, instead allowing each jurisdiction to make up their own process, including through collective bargaining by police unions. The proposed statewide use of force standard in HB 670 merely codifies the existing constitutional standard of objectively reasonable. This is a legal standard that we know has done nothing to protect our community from police violence. We need a higher standard, a standard authorizing officers to use force only when it is necessary as a last resort. Did you know that police officers in Montgomery County killed 2 people in the last month? Their names are Kwamina Okran and Kevin Koslow. And I am confident that their killings will be judged to be lawful under the objectively reasonable standard. These extrajudicial state-sponsored killings have to stop. For these reasons, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report on HB 670. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could have Jana Parker, please.
Hi, my name is Jana Parker. I live in District 25 of Maryland, and I'm a proud resident of Prince George's County. I'm here asking for an unfavorable report on House Bill 670 in regards to it being an incomplete bill addressing restorative practices and accountability for police. I applaud the Speaker of the House, Speaker Jones, in regards to the commission and all the work that she has done behind it. I think it's a wonderful start, and I appreciate the intent and I appreciate the direction. Just as a resident who lives in a county and where, God rest his soul, William Green was killed in a cop car, handcuffed behind his back. I just don't think that this bill does enough to protect me as a resident and the subsequent people in my community. And I would ask and urge that if this bill is passed, that you would look at the amendments sent from the Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability in regards to strengthening the legislation to really ensure true police accountability for the protection of the residents of Maryland, particularly the Black and Brown residents, and specifically of those in the cities of like Baltimore City, as well as Prince George's County. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much. Go to Amity Pope, please.
Hello, I'm Amity Pope, an educator and co-founder of PG Changemakers. I share many of the sentiments of the speakers before me, as there are aspects of this bill that are out to make some real change in police reform. And I applaud and I'm thankful to the speaker for that. I would just like to elevate one part of the bill that hinges on one of the demands my coalition seeks to have action taken on. There are a couple of outliers, and maybe it's the educator in me, but it's brought on by verb tense usage that, as I understand the bill to read, can create inaction on part of a certain group that I would like to elevate. So deadly force used by law enforcement or residents in the state of Maryland, it just has to end. And right now, as written, not SB 670, House Bill 670, does not propose a comprehensive process that will govern police disciplinary procedures statewide, therefore allowing all jurisdictions to make up their own process. And as a resident of Prince George's County, I find that very scary. I also want to highlight that the bill as written imposes a new obstacle on actually disciplining an officer found to have committed misconduct in the form of the administrative charging committee. And as it reads to me, in other words, an officer found to have committed serious misconduct could not be charged or disciplined unless that actual committee approved of the charge. And so for those things there, I am asking for members of this committee to render this bill unfavorable unless amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to ask that witnesses please turn their cameras on so that we can see you as you're testifying.
Oh, my bandwidth here is horrible, but I'm going to try to switch it out for the following.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chair, please, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is either for Kaylin or David with the ACLU. First, it's just a comment. Last year, I remember, Mr. Roca, you specifically advocating not to replace the LEOBR, but just to repeal it. So I'm wondering what brought about that change that now you all are advocating to repeal it. And then my other question is, I'm going to leap back to, and I do believe both of you were here, back to when we had the police accountability work group after the heels of Freddie Gray in 2015 or 2016, I think it was. And then the big ask was for civilian participation on trial boards. and it was like a huge thing. So my question now is that if the legislation says if the departments are going to use trial boards, and it's mandated that 1/3 of them have to be civilians who have voting rights, because I recall this was a very big issue. How come that now is not sufficient? And I guess to throw in just one more last question. That also holds true for the charging committee. I mean, back then we weren't talking about charging committees, but here, and this was not the charge of this work group, but in other bills, you all will be talking about transparency of records, which is very important to you. But that charging committee would be composed of civilians who would be able to put eyes on records that you have been demanding access to. So if you could just respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Atterbury. So let me try and do those in order. First, as to LEOBR, we began with repeal of LEOBR because, frankly, unless and until we repeal LEOBR, we can't reimagine what a more reasonable and fair disciplinary system would look like. And so we're pleased that that plea to repeal LEOBR has been heard loud and clear, and that that's a part of this bill. But we also think it's important that once we repeal LEOBR and we allow ourselves to reimagine what a disciplinary system would look like, we want to be sure that we don't replicate the LEOBR in local agencies, either by their own accord or through collective bargaining agreements. And so we need to preempt, let's call them mini LEOBRs, and put in place, as others have said, including the chiefs and sheriffs, a uniform system for discipline of police officers that precludes and prevents the recreation of LEOBR's worst provisions, that provides an effective, fair, and speedy system for adjudicating police misconduct, that puts one person or entity in charge so that they can be held accountable, and that scrupulously protects officers' due process rights. And the proposal that we have, which is embodied in SB 671, and as sponsor amendments to HB 120, does all of those things. And I think it's significant to note that with one area of significant disagreement, the chiefs and sheriffs have endorsed that replacement model. And it's not every day that the ACLU, its allies, and the chiefs and sheriffs are seeing that level of common ground. So I think that's significant. Your second question, Madam Vice Chair, was, I apologize, I've
That's
lost
okay.
track.
My second question was related to.
Oh, civilians on trial boards.
Mhm.
Sorry, yes. Look, we are living in an era where the level of, as you yourself have eloquently said, there are too many bad things happening in Maryland and around the country. And we need to reimagine a system of police accountability that just giving the public a voice isn't enough. We need to at least allow for the possibility that the public could have an actual substantive say in police discipline. And giving the public 1/3 of the seats on trial boards doesn't do that. And more importantly, trial boards are not the right way to do police discipline. We shouldn't have a system where a chief or an external oversight body can't discipline an officer unless and until a jury composed of at least a majority of fellow officers says it's okay. We don't do that for any other public employee. It's not the right way to handle, it's not the right way to manage an agency. And the proposal that we are supporting gets rid of trial boards altogether. It allows for officers to confront the witnesses against them by holding an administrative hearing, a fact-finding hearing, but limits those hearings only to those circumstances where there is an actual dispute of fact, which is not the majority of cases. And where there isn't a dispute of fact, there shouldn't be a hearing. There should be the right for the officer to be heard by the decision maker. The default should be the chief, and that person should be empowered to make a decision, and the officer should be empowered to appeal that decision to the courts if they think it's legally improper or against the weight of the evidence, which is what the standard is for every other public employee. And then your third question, Madam Vice Chair, I apologize.
Was related, you may have addressed it, was related to the charging committees, which would have civilians on them and actually, I think, work towards another one of your goals, which was outside of the work group's charge related to transparency of records. And though the charging committee would be able to put eyes, you know, with pretty quick speed on certain records that you,
right,
that you all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I think that the charging committee would be able to put eyes on documents that you all have been trying to see and go a long way towards transparency.
And as I said in my quick testimony, if the charging committee proposal is changed so that its role is only to review charges that are not sustained, then we withdraw our objection to it. But as proposed, the charging committee stands as yet a new obstacle to actually administratively charging and disciplining an officer who has already been found in an IA investigation to commit misconduct. And we don't need more obstacles, we need less. And as to transparency, while yes, there is one civilian representative on the proposed charging committee, but what we are talking, the demand for transparency is not so that one civilian sees the records. The demand for transparency is so that the public sees the records. Why should the public be able to see the records? Because that's the only way we, the public, as you yourself have said, Madam Vice Chair, can hold chiefs and departments accountable. As long as these records are secret, they escape responsibility and accountability. And the only response that they can ever give is trust us, we're doing the right thing. But that's not how you get trust.
I don't want to, because I'm sure you're going to have this debate in the next bill related to transparency. So I didn't mean to sort of go off topic, Mr. Chair, but it's kind of hard. But so the bill says that the charging committee has 4 civilians on the charging committee. And I think to kind of just circle back to, and it's not just one, so I wanted to point that out, to circle back when we're talking about accountability. I mean, there are a lot of things that you would be throwing out, you know, by saying that you don't support passage of this legislation, like creating a whole body, the MPTSE, responsible for withholding money from departments. Okay, we're talking about having them create a database to track officers so that this cloak and dagger movement of officers doesn't happen. And so that if an officer tries to apply to a certain agency and they have certain infractions, MPTSE will say, no, you can't be hired. Actually, you should be decertified. We also are talking about legislating that you cannot collectively bargain for disciplinary outcomes and action. So once these, you can't negotiate for LEOBR, which is what you said you wanted to avoid. That's what this legislation does. It says you cannot negotiate for these disciplinary outcomes. Once the current contracts expire, that cannot happen. So, I mean, I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Roca, for answering my questions. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of conversations related to this piece of legislation.
Delegate Cham.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and to Madam Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the bill. Lost my place here. And to also Speaker Jones, thank you to you and your work group for bringing this discussion to the table. My question is regarding the commission and the members that comprise the commission. It states that on page 8, line 7, one individual with expertise in mental health, but this person is without relationships to law enforcement. Can someone expound on what do we mean by relationships? Is that like family related, or maybe you've had some previous encounters with law enforcement? What does that mean?
Anyone from the panel?
This is Amity. As I understand the question being asked, I understand it to be being asked from the panel. Are you talking about the actual bill 670? I mean, not the panel, the speaker?
Yes, the actual bill. It states in Bill 670 on page 7, I believe it's page 8, line 8. One individual with expertise in mental health without relationships to law enforcement. I'd like to know, what does relationships mean? Like family relationships, or they've had an encounter, be it positive or negative, with the law enforcement?
Delegate, you're asking a question specific to the bill
The bill.
Okay, I'll allow, if this panel wants, this is a panel in opposition to the bill. If this panel would like to address that issue, that's fine. And otherwise, we'll ask the sponsor and we'll ask the vice chair to answer that at another time. But if the panel would like to answer the bill, that's fine. You got it. Anyone on the panel like to address that issue? And if not, that's okay.
Well, I'll just say that as I think my colleague Kaylin testified, we do not oppose the expansion of who's on the Police Training Commission. In fact, we support it, as there are other things in this bill that we also support. But we urge that in the ideas of who is being added to the panel, that the committee consider adding, we think adding someone with expertise in mental health is important and relevant. We're also urging that someone who has themselves been a victim of police misconduct should be added so that their voice is heard on that commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roca. We'll go now to Delegate Crutchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Roca, could you just elaborate a little bit on your earlier comment about having an objection to the standard under use of force, the reasonableness standard? If you could just elaborate a little bit on that for me.
Thank you, Delegate Crutchfield. So the current Fourth Amendment standard governing police use of force, the constitutional floor, so to speak, is objective reasonableness. That standard from Graham v. Connor was an improvement over the then pre-existing standard, which looked at officers' subjective motivations. And so more than 30 years ago, when we moved to the objective reasonableness test, it was no longer a question of whether the officer had a subjective intent to use excessive force but whether the force used was objectively reasonable. But the criticism that has developed over those 30 years and what we have seen with police across the country killing thousands of people, roughly 1,000 people a year, extrajudicially. And what we have seen, the outcry is that this standard is not sufficiently protective of human life. And we need to, if we are going to codify a standard, we need to codify a standard, as other states have done, that more narrowly cabins police discretion to use force, and most particularly deadly force. And so in line with what other states have done, like California recently, what we are advocating for is a standard that would allow for the use of force only when necessary, rather than simply when reasonable. And that is the standard embodied in HB 139, and that is the standard that we urge be incorporated into this bill. That bill is an attempt to comprehensively change the rules regarding police use of force, both to cabinet as to necessity, and as this bill, I think, starts making steps towards doing, also looking not just at the moment that force is used, but at the officer's actions leading up to the use of force, so that we stop officers from unnecessarily putting themselves in a position where force becomes the only resort. We need to change, if we are going to do anything about how police use force, we need to change the standards, and they need to be enforceable. And that's what HB 139 does, and that's where we feel the proposals in this bill do not go far enough. And may I say something quick?
Very quickly, and then we have one more question, and then we need to move on.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, say it, and then it's fine.
Well, just that Vice Chair Atterbury pointed out that there are other aspects in this bill that we're not opposing, and that's absolutely true. And there are other aspects in this bill that we support, but the reason we are here in opposition is because the two things that I focused my testimony on, LEOBR and use of force, these are, we have defined with our coalition 5 key priorities for reform this session. And as to those priorities, we think, unfortunately, that there are significant flaws in the bill that need to be changed before we can support it. Precisely because those things are our key priorities, and the other things, however good ideas they may be, are not what we identified as the most important things that have to happen this session for us to begin making meaningful progress on police reform, a goal that I think we all share.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, Mr. Roca, do you know, you said that there were over 1,000 people that were killed, I guess, last year in police killings, and there's suicide by cop seems to be a major problem, and I wondered if there was, if that would include the folks that there was a shooting and it was suicide by cop versus it was, just shooting the person without, provocation or whatever. In other words, was that divided out? That's the question.
Not divided out, but I think it's important to say, Delegate McComas, that if someone wants an officer to shoot them, we should envision a world where the officer doesn't oblige.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions for the panel, we thank you all very much. And we will move on now to our next panel, each of whom will get 2 minutes. That will be Michael Davey, Rebecca Smith, Clyde Boatwright. We'll be beginning with Mr. Davey. Mr. Davey?
Thank you. Just 1 second, I'm just getting on here. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President and Chairman Clippinger and members of the committee. My name is Mike Davey. I'm General Counsel to the Maryland State FOP. I'm going to restrict my comments basically to the Section 3-525 of the disciplinary process of this bill. The recommendations or what's in this bill is that the process should be open and transparent, which we are not opposed. The FOP is not. Includes the Administrative Charging Committee as specified. We are not opposed. Includes the use of a trial board that includes at least 1/3 membership by civilian voting power. We are not opposed. We've done that in 2 cases already. It seems to work. Before the disciplinary action is taken against the police officer, provide the right to a trial board for the police officer. We are not opposed at all to that. Please understand that the right to a trial board is not a mandatory issue. I would say in all of my experience, yearly, there's roughly 30 trial boards in the entire state in the entire year. 97% of every case that an officer is administratively charged with police discipline, the police officer takes that or accepts that discipline without the need for a hearing board. It is not a mandatory blockage of a chief having the ability to discipline a police officer. Number 5 prohibits the use of a trial board for disciplining a police officer who's received a conviction or probation before judgment of a crime. We would ask simply for an amendment that would include no trial board. The chief can do what he wants if the officer is convicted and gets a PBJ for a felony and or a crime committed in the performance of their duties, as opposed to any crime. We are worried about neighbors getting charges against neighbors. We're worried about speeding tickets. We're worried about minor offenses that occur while off duty. The only thing we would be asking for is a new section added to this bill in the definitions section, which actually defines what a trial board is. And that would be a procedural breakdown as to what that hearing is about, what is required, meaning something to the fact that the officer has the right to be represented. They have the right to call witnesses. They have the right to cross-examine witnesses, issue subpoenas. There's a statute of limitations on charges. They get a copy of the investigative file to defend themselves. And finally, that if a hearing board determines that the officer is not guilty, that not guilty finding cannot be overturned by the chief. Those are some of the issues that I think can be simply put in a definition section and would avoid 148 different policies and procedures in the police discipline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davey. We'll go now to Rebecca Smith, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am counsel for the Maryland Troopers Association. The bill's proposed replacement of the LEOBR that allows each individual police agency to create its own system of discipline is a significant problem for the Maryland Troopers Association. This will cause there to be over 100 separate processes for discipline across the state. The current LEOBR should be reviewed instead of thrown away. If it's thrown away and repealed, decades of case law that has established how the process should work is thrown away along with it. In addition, this does not, the bill as proposed does not get into what happens when law enforcement officers are going to be questioned. Law enforcement officers, as well as all citizens, are entitled to protections under Garrity, which state that they cannot be compelled to give statements without immunity and protections that prevent them from being disciplined as a result. Likewise, the MTA cannot support any provision that causes issues with officer safety. The use of force statute, for example, it's examined under a totality of the circumstances and under an objectively reasonable standard. The facts of each situation are carefully considered, and officers cannot be expected to ponder multiple factors in life and death situations where citizen safety and officer safety is at issue when split-second actions are required. Finally, the MTA, with respect to the Maryland State Police, there's provisions in this bill that talk about each county creating their own system and independent review. That just won't work for a state law enforcement agency. You're going to have many different opinions and systems within one department if that were to become applicable to the Maryland State Police. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boatwright.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Clyde Boatwright. I'm the president of the Maryland State Fraternal Order of Police. As our general counsel stated, there are many components of this piece of legislation that we are okay with. I've started my administration in September as the president of this organization. And as president, I've always said that we're not against reform. We are simply, we simply want sensible reform. Unfortunately, you've heard testimony from other groups that creates a system where we will not have sensible reform. I think in my 2 minutes, I need to give you a history of why we got here. 1974, the LEOBR was created because there were sections of protected classes that were being unfairly treated by police chiefs. The last I checked, the majority of the police officers in the state, they are members of a certain protected class. Why is that important? Because in 2009, the Department of Justice found that the Baltimore Police Department's police commissioner on down was unfairly inflicted discipline on minority police officers. In fact, in 2020, the ACLU filed a lawsuit against the Prince George's County Police Department for unfairly targeting minority police officers. So that is the unintended consequence that we will have if we go back to a pre-1974 LEOBR situation where our police chiefs are given they'll be given unchecked ability to discipline our police officers. I think what we have is a system that's in place that gives them checks and balances. And I think that, you know, we need to evaluate and just start from here. Madam Speaker, your bill is great with its tenets, and I think we can start here as a framework to build up to what we all would want to see. But as I say, we represent over 20,000 active law enforcement officers, and we were urged that we can just continue to have these discussions and move forward to what we all want, and that's to see meaningful police reform and not something now that sets up a system where police officers will be unfairly targeted.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions for this panel. Delegate Arakan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for explaining the history, Mr. Boatwright. I had never heard that before, and I did not have any working history of how LEOBR was even implemented. I wanted to get your read on one part of the bill under the testing and training aspect, and I just wanted to see what you thought about the mental health screening happening annually. We had learned we had an overview of this commission a few weeks before session started, and we had an expert witness that came, I believe, from the panel, from the commission, that said that there would be a American with Disabilities Act problem with doing an annual mental health screening because it would be discriminatory. Is that you and the FOP's read of that? And is there any feedback you can give us on that particular portion of the bill?
Is that question specifically for me or Mr. Davey? I can answer.
Yeah, if you or Mr. Davey, whoever wants to jump in on that.
I can take that. Obviously, we would have concerns about a yearly mental health testing. What our concerns obviously would be is that information privileged? Right now, there's a process in place that obviously before you become a police officer, you have to be mentally evaluated before. And if at any time during the course of your employment, if your chief or a supervisor determines that there might be an issue that you're facing, they have a right to suspend your police powers for medical reasons and send you for what's called a fitness for duty evaluation, where you go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and that independent person will make the determination as to, one, whether you're fit for duty or not. And if you're not, what counseling or other additional counseling you may need in order to get you back on the street. And if it is determined that you're never going to be able to go back on the street due to these issues, there's a provision in place for a disability pension or something of that nature.
Okay, and the wording of this, you think, is it possible that this health screening would be sort of like a fit for duty screening, and therefore any of the findings could leave the person without the job, but maybe without the protection of a pension? Is that
That's correct, because not every police department has what they call a disability pension. Some just have short-term or long-term disability insurance.
Okay.
Every department is different. It makes it very difficult on a yearly basis.
Okay, I think I'm understanding better where the violation against the disability. So if somebody had a mental health disability, they could simply be fired for their disability and have and lose their job and lose their money. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Boatwright or Mr. Davey. Mr. Boatwright, in your testimony, you mentioned the background, the history of LOBR and the 1974, the reason why we needed it. And I can understand in 1974 why we would need it. I can also understand, now why we would need it in theory. But my concern is the fact that you said that, so two questions. With respect to racial discrimination, I would imagine right after 1974, probably, we made some strides with respect to racial discrimination in hiring and the treatment of Black officers. Have you seen a decrease since 1974 in the treatment or the racial discrimination with respect to Black officers?
To answer your question, unfortunately, I was not born in 1974, but in my 20 years in law enforcement, I have seen statewide that there are still issues with disparity in treatment as it relates to police discipline. The police chiefs are asking to have the ability to suspend police officers. They have asking for the ability to fire police officers. And we're not confident that that type of discipline that will be handed or that type of power that will be given to our chiefs will be in the best interest for all police officers, especially our police officers that are in protected classes, because that will give the chief the ability to just have free reign and you'll be an at-will employee. When right now, if a police chief has some sort of implicit bias, that checks and balance that is the trial board process and the investigative process, they would have to go through that process. And right now, they want to sit before you and talk about how bad the LEOBR is, but they're not giving you examples of the fact that the LEOBR trial, the investigation is handled by the chief. The makeup of the trial board is handled by the chief. And the final discipline is handled by the chief. And right now, the standard is the preponderance of the evidence. And right now, they're telling you, or sitting before you, telling you that they can't fire cops. And that is completely false. I think that, it's unfair that they sit before you and don't tell you the tenets of what is currently in LEOBR. What we don't need is radical reform that swings the pendulum too far. What we need is police chiefs to be chiefs and get rid of bad cops.
But what I'm hearing is when I listen to the some of the questions that the opposition, some of the questions that were introduced, that were made to the proponents of the bill, is that one, that LEOBR is not necessarily helping with respect to the citizens. And it has, in fact, given too much power with respect to the protection of the officers. And while I can understand with respect to the racial disparities with respect to hiring and firing, it seems to me that what this bill, HB 670, is doing is repealing, but putting in some mechanisms in place to deal with some of these unintended consequences that you are mentioning. And so it would seem to me that, you mentioned that there's also a 2020 case, and I'm assuming that's a racial discrimination case or in something of that regard.
Yes, out of Prince George's County.
Right. And so it just seems to me that it's not working quite well as intended, given the fact that there's a case just as recently as 2020. And so this is an attempt to get rid of something that's not working and to provide something that's a little bit better. So that was just a little bit of, I wasn't quite sure on your
Delegate,
where you were going with that.
I sensed an "isn't that so" coming up, and I will ask the committee, perhaps plead with the committee to avoid the "isn't that so" question. If you have a pointed question, we'll do that, but then we've got to keep moving here so that we can start.
Well, that was my pointed question. My question was, is it in fact helpful? Has LEOBR been in fact helpful when we have a 2020 case, which is just that recent, that is still problematic with those things that were, in the testimony as being a fix?
So what we're seeing across the board is that police chiefs have found a way to hide behind the LEOBR system. But then when you see comparative cases of people that are in the same class as far as rank, of equal rank, and then there's a disparity of treatment, you'll have federal lawsuits, you'll have the federal government overturning these cases and sending these officers back to work. So we are seeing that, and there is case law to show that there is still a disparity of treatment across the 148 police departments in the state of Maryland, and that's an unfortunate thing that we're still dealing with that in 2020. However, we're starting to see these cases overturned and sent back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Delegate Davis, and then I think we're going to move on. Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Boatwright. You weren't born in 1974, but I was. My question to you is how you've centered this whole LEOBR foundation on the guise that perhaps it was to help Black officers, but how many Black officers were actually on the state force in 1974?
Now that I don't know. As far as the demographics that occurred before my time, but again, I've been in law enforcement for 20 years, and when I look across the makeup of our departments, we have become more diverse. In fact, it's evident with me sitting here testifying before you that a kid that was born in the 21217 zip code of West Baltimore, Sandtown, Winchester, is sitting before you as the president of the Maryland State FOP. It's a struggle to see that there are still issues of racial disparity in our system. But however, the LEOBR gives those police chiefs a framework that they have to follow before they can rid their ranks. But I can tell you now, if we didn't have this system in place, I wouldn't be sitting here having a conversation with you because someone would have found a way to get rid of me. So I'm happy that this bill is written the way it is, that we can start the conversations and we have framework to work from. And we're eager to be a part of this. It's unfair that our police chiefs and some groups are hijacking this movement at the moment to try to give police chiefs more power. That is a problem. And I think that, I'm glad that the members of this committee saw that and addressed that in your questioning. So I thank you, and we look forward to working with you moving forward.
All right, thank you all very much. That concludes the questions for this panel. We're going to move on to our sixth panel. Marilyn Mosby, the State's Attorney of Baltimore City, State's Attorney for Baltimore County, Scott Schellenberger, and Jan Bledsoe, also from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. Are they here? I see State's Attorney Mosby on the call. And we'll start with her for 2 minutes if she is there.
Okay, can you see me?
Yes, there we go. 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. I'm here before you today to testify in support of the Speaker's House Bill 670, the Police Reform Accountability Act. As someone who for the past 6 years has advocated for police accountability reform among my colleagues in the state and throughout this country, I wholly appreciate Madam Speaker Adrienne Jones' introduction of such a sweeping and meaningful piece of legislation that will not only ensure statewide policing reform, but this legislation is a model legislation for the entirety of our country. Today, I come before you and I just wanted to say, In 2015, shortly after charging 6 Baltimore police officers with the death of Freddie Carlos Gray Jr., I learned the hard way of the direct challenges and systems in place that have been intentionally constructed to prevent police accountability. When I dropped the charges in Freddie Gray matter, I explicitly said that I could try this case 100 times, and without changing the systems that prevent police accountability, we'll continue to arrive at the same result. Today, by way of legislation, our state is no longer looking to arrive at the same result. In fact, through this legislation, the state of Maryland has proposed to reform the very same systems that for far too long have prevented police accountability. Those systems of needed reform that are encompassed within this bill include, among others, the repeal of the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights, which has for years tied the hands of the police department from being able to rid themselves of problematic officers, restricting the grounds for no-knock warrants that have disproportionately led to the deaths of Black people throughout our country, providing mandated training and educational incentives for police officers to acquire higher education, requiring that police officers submit to a mental health assessment as a condition to their certification, mandating a standardized format and compiling reporting use of force incidents, requiring the use of body-worn cameras on all officers in every law enforcement agency, requiring statewide use of force and de-escalation policies that emphasize the sanctity of life, requiring an affirmative obligation for officers to intervene if and when their fellow officers cross a line, ensuring civilian oversight on trial boards and the administrative discipline process. And most importantly, this bill mandates the creation of an independent investigatory agency that will work with local prosecutors at the outset of every police-involved shooting or use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury, thereby resolving the #1 systemic problem in all prosecutions of police investigating themselves. Overall, in this moment in our country's history, through this bill, the state of Maryland has a unique opportunity to provide police reform that will ensure greater collaboration, inclusion of the community stakeholders, improve training and education officers, encourage stronger mechanisms of transparency, and ultimately accountability. For those reasons, as the state's attorney for Baltimore City, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 670. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State's Attorney Mosby. State's Attorney Schellenberger, please.
Speaker Jones, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I support House Bill 670 with some amendments. Please take a look at my lengthy written testimony. One of the places that I think we have to start talking is the section dealing with no-knock warrants. Please all, let's remember, just recently we lost 2 FBI agents who were serving a warrant. They were both shot and killed, in addition to a federal marshal who was shot. The problem with some of this is under this section with the no-knock warrants, it does not allow no-knock warrants when searching for evidence. Let's not forget the problem we're having right now in this state with fentanyl and how small amounts of fentanyl can easily be destroyed if officers are out there knocking and announcing. The other thing that's important to remember is the Supreme Court does not require clear and convincing evidence for search warrants. I don't think we should have and change that standard. I think it should stay the same. I agree with Ms. Braveboy, who testified a little while ago. If you want to put some safeguards in on no-knock warrants, police supervisor must sign off and oversee, and the state's attorney has to sign off. This is the custom in many counties. We can clearly do that by way of the law. So it's important to remember that you have to be able to search anytime. You could have a murder happen in a house. The police could go in, find the victim. The defendant's nowhere to be found. The house is safe. The police will have to exit, go get a search warrant. And if it's in the middle of the night, they can't do it because it's no exigency. The person's dead and the defendant is gone. So we do need to make some stylistic changes to this particular matter. And with that, 155, thank you very much. Please take a look at my written.
All right, let's go. I think Deputy State's Attorney Jan Bledsoe. Jan Bledsoe, there she is. Jan Bledsoe, you're on mute. There we go.
We're good now?
We're good now. Let's go.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Since I've already lost a couple minutes, I'm going to get right to the point. This specifically in House Bill 670, I think it's very important that we support allowing a police chief to determine discipline for a police officer who has received a conviction or probation before judgment for a crime. Currently under Leobor, it's very important to know that an officer who is convicted of a felony is not entitled to a trial board. An officer who is convicted of a misdemeanor then would have a trial board. And it's critical to police accountability to understand that crimes such as false statement, perjury, fabricating evidence, or any other misdemeanor, a police chief cannot fire the officer immediately. And my experience has been that trial boards can sometimes take a year or more. Specifically, we had 2 incidences in Baltimore City where we had an officer that was convicted of perjury in October 2019. He remained on the payroll. He remained as a police officer for a year and a couple months. He resigned in December 2020, and he resigned instead of termination, even though he was convicted of perjury, and he was making about $90,000 a year. The second incident, we convicted an officer in Baltimore City of fabricating evidence. He was entitled to a trial board. We convicted him in November of 2018. He remained on his job and was being paid by BPD through 2019 and most of 2020. And he was earning about $76,000. Aside from the fiscal issue that this presents, if the community sees this as A, not being transparent, but 2, not keeping an officer accountable. So it's very difficult to regain the trust of the community with law enforcement when we have officers who have been convicted of integrity issues in perjury and fabricating evidence, and yet they still remain for BPD. I also will say that the use of body-worn camera is particularly important for transparency. Body-worn camera in the city, almost every single officer has body-worn camera. It helps police accountability, but it also helps protect officers. We have both used body-worn camera to convict officers, but we have also used body-worn camera to assist us in evaluating multiple police officer-involved shootings where there may have been allegations of excessive and improper use of force. Yes.
If you could wrap up, please.
Oh, actually, I was done. I just finished my end of my sentence. So thank you very much. And we do support the House Bill 670. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On what was going to be the next panel, we also had Joe Riley and Steve Kroll. I think that State's Attorney Schellenberger already mentioned some of the things that they were going to mention. And so to help move things along, we're going to ask them to join this panel, and we'll give them 2 minutes here in a moment. Are there questions? Well, I see Mr. Kroll. Mr. Kroll, if you're ready to go, we'll go ahead and give you your 2 minutes right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator and Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, and we are asking for a favorable report with amendments as to House Bill 670. I just want to mention 2 quick things. That's the Civilian Oversight Board that's listed there. It lists State's Attorney Designee and a Public Defender. I ask that both be stricken. In our opinion, we do not, nor should the Public Defender be involved in any of this. And second, on that civilian oversight, there should be a non-disclosure agreement, and we'd ask for that non-disclosure agreement. For those reasons, we ask for a favorable report and the amendments that I just mentioned, as well as Mr. Schellenberger's and Mr. Riley's. Thank you so much.
Mr. Riley. Joe Riley. Mr. Riley?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Speaker of the House, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Riley. I'm the State's Attorney for Caroline County and the Legislative Chair of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association. We support this bill with amendments we have submitted written directly to you. I would like to talk about, in particular, the independent investigation portion that is from page 15, line 18 through page 16, line 20. I think the committee needs to really distinguish between civilians being involved in disciplinary actions, which is in another part of this bill, civilians being involved in charging decisions, which the Maryland States Attorneys Association does not think is a very good idea. On page 15, line 22, we recommend that if such an agency is created, it should be staffed with law enforcement officers with experience in outside investigations or internal investigations. And we want this body to be looking into incidents of death or serious physical injury. Right now, currently, the bill is kind of ambiguous that this body could be created and investigate all use of force incidents. In one specific section, it says they shall be investigating death or serious physical injury, but the way it's worded in this particular section, it leaves it ambiguous that they could investigate any use of force. That would mean from Oakland all the way down to Crisfield, any use of force could be investigated by this body. So it would make it a statewide agency without a local headquarters tasked with responding to every use of force, and it wouldn't be practical. On page 15, line 27, we propose that you add special police officer into the other law enforcement officers, so you include all people who are defined as police officers. MSAA proposes on page 15, line 28, and really throughout this section of the bill, there's quotes of serious injury and referring to criminal law 3201. Serious injury is not the defined term. The defined term is serious physical injury. That's the term that should be used and should be defined in all sections where serious injury is used throughout this bill. Page 16, line 13, we propose adding the term factual to the types of findings that the agency would submit in their report.
Mr. Riley, I need you to wrap up, please.
All right, thank you. I will wait for any questions. I assume there will be questions on this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wrote down my question. And this question is for one of the states, any of the state's attorneys. Does the bill do anything, does 670 do anything to weaken the ability of state's attorneys to criminally charge law enforcement officers?
No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not weaken our ability to charge police officers. I think what it does do, and that I can appreciate, is that it gives you an independent police agency that works with local prosecutors that in the end will arrive at the decision as to whether or not to charge. I think that, as I've testified before on a vast array of bills, is the crux of the issue when it comes to police accountability. Police investigating themselves, their colleagues. No profession is deemed to have to do that. We should not rely on the police to do that same thing. And I think that is what, for me, is the crux of the issue when it comes to these types of reforms.
Delegate Malone.
This question's for Mr. Riley. In particular, do you have any concerns about the state's attorneys being able to charge? And furthermore, did you have any other suggested amendments to the bill?
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. One provision that I found troubling was that this independent investigative agency releases its report immediately after it's made its factual findings. If a state's attorney has elected to prosecute, we don't think as though this is the proper time to be releasing the entirety of the report. Only after the case has been disposed of and the time for appeal is run, if the state's attorney elects to prosecute, should this report be released. It's not good policy. It infringes on rights of discovery, and we think that that's a bad idea. As for other amendments, that was the last section of amendment that I was going to. So as far as IIA, I'll leave it to my colleagues to discuss the other sections of the bill that we have problems with.
Thank you.
I believe you put your comments in writing as well, though. And that
we did. We could not, because of the breadth of this bill and the size of the bill, we could not get it in within the time constraints. So we sent that to you individually. So I hope you receive that.
I believe it was received. All right. Seeing no further questions for this panel, thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your time this afternoon. Committee, it is 4:08. We have one panel of 5 remaining and one panel of just 1. So the hope here is that we will get through these final two panels on this bill and start House Bill 671 before taking a break. So if, thank you, you're not, make sure you're muted when you join the call, thank you. So we're going to go to the next panel. Davon Love, Crystal Oriata, Don Dalton, Laura Atwood, Melody Cooper. I understand Don Dalton will not be these final two panels. Don is here, so never mind, we have that. Mr. Love.
All right, good afternoon, Speaker Jones, Chair, Vice Chair. This is Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. I want to start with saying that the repeal of the LEOBR is particularly important because much of the ways in which law enforcement has been able to render itself insulated from public pressure and accountability has been the use of the fact that the LEOBR is essentially a set of labor agreements in statute. And so what this has done is that it has obscured the ability for the community to exercise not just participation and having a voice, but actually being able to exert power to be able to address those that do harm to the community. A lot of what I have to say has actually already been said, so I want to be really narrow about the particular aspects of the bill that I find problematic. First, the discussion about the trial boards, which is particularly important, even in spite of the fact that the bill allows 1/3 civilian participation. It still maintains a structure where law enforcement as an industry is controlling the process of discipline, and that having 2/3 of it be law enforcement still leaves power ultimately in the hands of law enforcement. Secondly, the creation of an independent agency. The bill doesn't specify how it's constituted, and it doesn't outline its power, it doesn't provide powers for discipline and for oversight of the community. Those questions as to how the independent agency is constituted is particularly important. One of the problems we see in Baltimore City is that a civilian review board that doesn't have the power to effectively exercise its charge creates a dynamic where it doesn't actually address the needs the community has. So when we talk about the importance of community oversight, we would hope that an agency that would be the mechanism for community participation be given the power to exercise discipline and the power to be able to exercise oversight. And that the way that this bill is structured does not provide that. And that is essentially important. And I'll conclude by saying this, is that there are lots of things that have been brought up as it relates to police accountability that are important issues. We've talked about body cameras, training, and the like. I would argue that the ultimate deterrent to police abuse is the community's ability to discipline, to levy consequences against those that do harm. That is the bottom line deterrent to police abuse and police misconduct. So if the community does not have that, then we would argue that it is not meaningful police accountability and reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Crystal Oriadha.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Crystal Oriadha, the co-founder of PG Changemakers. And like many have said today, that we applaud the speaker for putting forth this bill. And we think that this conversation is important and it moves us in a right direction when we're talking about accountability and transforming how we look at the interaction between police and the communities. But we know that the devil is always in the details when it comes to policy. And that's one of the reasons why we cannot support this legislation without amendments. We stand with the Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability and the recommendations around amendments that they've submitted. We know that it's important when we look at use of force standards that we know what we see right now is not working, and that police are not really held accountable for the way in which they treat the communities. When we look at the purpose of having additional procedures like the Administrative Charging Committee, the idea and the principle and the intent behind it might be good, but it actually creates a hurdle, another way in which a wall to justice is created. And so when we look at bills and we are writing pieces of legislation, we understand the intent, is good, and we stand in line with the intent, but we understand that we have to look at the nuances of the piece of legislation, and that is why we're standing in opposition. And before it was asked, what does success look like in pieces of legislation like this? Success is justice for people that look like me, and I know that might not be important to every single person on the call, but that is why we as advocates have been fighting for and stand in solidarity against repealing the Officer Bill of Rights, but we know it has to be done thoughtfully to ensure that justice really looks the same for people that of color in our communities. And it's hard to fix a bad bill after it's passed. That is why we're fighting diligently to make sure our amendments are put forth today. So again, we're asking that you please stand with us and look at the amendments that have been put forth by the coalition, because we understand the heart of this bill. It moves us in the right direction. But as I said earlier, the devil's in the details, and there are details of this piece of legislation that don't align with seeking justice for communities like mine.
Thank you very much. Dawn Dalton, please, for 2 minutes, and your camera must be on.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Dalton, and I am the mother of Lupe Hawkins. I'm a directly impacted mom. I'm here to basically speak about, of course, Leobor. I believe it needs to be repealed, period, point blank. I'm from Prince George's County. Again, like I said, my son was brutally assaulted, falsely charged by Prince George's County officers. And it just, at a certain point, things have to change. This is a known culture within Prince George's County, Maryland. It's a known culture throughout the United States. And at the end of the day, I just don't understand what the problem is, what's taking so long to get this done. I appreciate being able to be present today to speak, but if we're really being honest, there is not a venue in gorgeous Prince George's that can accommodate all of the directly impacted individuals who have been brutally assaulted or falsely charged at the hands of PGPD. So with that being said, it's time. I mean, I don't understand what we're waiting for. We need to get this done. History will not be kind to us if we don't. So I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Laura Atwood, please, for 2 minutes. Laura Atwood.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and committee members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Laura Atwood, and I live in Montgomery County near downtown Silver Spring. I'm speaking as an individual, an appreciative resident of a diverse community, and a parent of a senior at Montgomery Blair High School, which has no single racial majority. I care about my friends, my neighbors, my son's friends, and my son's classmates. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 670 unless substantially amended because I believe it stops short of the real reform our state needs. I instead encourage passage of HB 139, 151, and 120, all very sensible bills that I believe would provide the significant changes needed to increase transparency, oversight, and real accountability. I hear the deep personal concern and commitment many people today have also expressed and have appreciated so clearly identifying the problem. And we need to look at the solutions. Too many people who look like me, honestly, have stood in the way of needed full change and continue to, whether blatantly or very subtly. So I'm speaking in that context, that when there's strong, real harm being done to human beings, as there is with policing, I cannot in good conscience believe I have the right to say that inadequate compromise is okay. The people who have been hurt and killed are somebody's family, friend, neighbor, classmate. And in their honor, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report on HB 670 unless substantially amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Melody Cooper.
Good afternoon. My name is Melody Cooper, and I am the parent of Kwamina Akron, which was brutally murdered by Montgomery County officers January 8th. Police officers have a duty to protect, and serve. The numbers reflect that undercover officers are effective in discovering money laundering, drug trafficking, and many other severe crimes that may not be discovered without such measurements. However, in many of those cases, these officers are wired and monitored and the above, and they conduct themselves above the law. That is used by they use their positions by under monitoring and above the law officers that use their positions, to trust of department, to murder, and to hide behind their badges as protectors of the city. We need accountability, especially if all procedures to pursuit was ignored. There was no suited officer on the site. There was no contact to the police department before engagement. There was no yell to halt and assure that they were the police. There were shots and my son screams and more shots. When do we stop labeling murderers as police work, because there was no other option? There were other ways that the police could have used their protocol that were not followed. And that's why I am opposing Bill 670. Hashtag justice for Kwame Akron.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel?
Do you
Delegate
plan
Cardin?
on?
Delegate Cardin?
Do you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to thank the panel and express my condolences on the losses and on the things that you guys have had to deal with. I'm just wondering, I guess I don't know if this is for Miss Atwood or Miss Cooper or Miss Dalton, but you're opposing this, and you're opposing it because it doesn't go far enough. And you suggested, Miss Atwood, some other legislation that you thought went further. And I'm just wondering if, when you say serious amendments, there were many amendments that were suggested by other people testifying. If we pass some of those amendments, are we going to get to a place where you feel comfortable as a parent or as somebody who's been affected by police in the last few years?
Yeah, so as a parent, so yes, I definitely stand with the organizations that are calling for these amendments, and people who have been more directly affected. If they're satisfied, if the coalition that's been represented, and other people who have proposed amendments, if they're satisfied, then yes, of course, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Is it all right if I address that question?
Yep.
So as I mentioned in my testimony, there are lots of things about this bill that the coalition would agree with. I think what we're identifying is that there are things that we feel are fundamental to police accountability. And one of those things that is fundamental is being able to establish structures that actually have power, that give the community power to effectively engage in oversight and in discipline. And it is our belief that given the keeping trial boards in this discipline statute that the bill recommends, and by the fact that the independent agency that is characterized in the legislation, it doesn't describe how it's constituted, and it doesn't describe the powers that it has. And so not being able to establish the powers that it has in the bill beyond just additional investigation, it's something that doesn't actually provide the community the power that it needs to be able to, for law enforcement to feel like the community actually has a window in to the process.
Okay. Are there further questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much for speaking with us this afternoon. I believe there is one more witness, and that is Dr. Jack Lieb. We're going to hear from him for 2 minutes, and then that is going to be the conclusion for House Bill 670. So Dr. Lieb, are you with us?
I believe I am. Hold on one second.
Need you to turn on your camera. Great.
There we go.
So for if you would like to begin your testimony for 2 minutes, please. Speaking with us this afternoon, there's one more witness, and then it's Dr. Jack. Mr. Lieb, go ahead. Him for 2 minutes, and then that is going to be the conclusion for House Bill 670.
Okay.
Mr. Lieb, you're going to need to turn off listening, I guess, on the YouTube. You would turn on your camera. Great. So if you would like to begin your testimony for 2 minutes.
For some reason, I'm hearing things about 30 seconds delayed. I'm not.
Because you're listening to the live stream. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for permitting me to share my thoughts about this bill. I know my time is brief, so I'll get right to it. I'm Dr. Jack Lieb. I'm.
To turn off
Oh, here we go. How's that? Okay. I'm Dr. Jack Lieb, police. Can you hear me? Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. I'm a police psychologist whose main focus has been the selection of police and public safety applicants and other high-risk personnel for the past 25 years. I can certainly appreciate the legislature's great effort to address a variety of issues relating to policing and its improvement in Maryland. I have just a few practical suggestions regarding the bill. Although my understanding is that test instruments are in development, there are currently no valid and reliable tests to assess implicit bias, a topic of regular discussion, weekly discussion within the police psychological community around the country. I can assure you that as soon as an appropriate instrument becomes available, I will be one of the first to incorporate it into the battery of tests that I use to assess police officer applicants every day. The law requiring the assessment of police and other public safety applicants has been around since 1999. We were able to require that police applicants undergo assessments, psychological assessments. Prior to being hired, because we had 40 years of data, a 40-year database of test results. I suggest that you reconsider the section of the bill that requires annual psychological assessments for active duty officers. Since we currently have no reliable database for active duty officers, no qualified psychologist who does police work will perform such assessments unless and until appropriate baseline data is established for working officers. The database we use for applicant comparisons cannot be used for active duty officers. While the correct database is coming, it likely will not be available for several years. Please keep in mind also that if an officer exhibits problematic behavior, we always have the option to perform a fitness for duty assessment, which is not the same as an annual evaluation without cause. Without a specific reason to assess, issues related to the Americans with Disabilities Act, financial responsibility, and others arise. Instead of annual assessments, I would recommend that you consider instead annual resiliency meetings, whereby each officer would be required to attend once per year a confidential 1-hour meeting with a qualified psychologist, during which time the officer would be free to discuss any topic of concern. If necessary, a referral can be made to assist the officer before any significant issues arise. Thus far, this type of annual session has been shown to be helpful around the country. Finally, I urge you to reconsider the provision of the bill referring to the use of marijuana, which is on page 10, line 29. As you probably know, regulations regarding the use of marijuana were changed several years ago to eliminate a cap on the number of uses while still retaining a limit on its use within the 3 years prior to applying for a job in law enforcement. With the proposed change to unlimited...
Lieb, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes. Well, essentially, with the proposed change to unlimited use, we are inviting significant problems related to personal judgment, impulsivity that contravene what I believe is the intent of this piece of legislation. I applaud you for doing this. I think it's great. If there's any other way I can help, please, if anyone has any questions or would like to contact me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Delegate McComas for Dr. Lieb. Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Lieb, just a real quick question. Could you give us some idea of what a fitness for duty exam looks like for now?
Sure. Okay, so it would require a referral for problematic behavior. So for example, if someone is, if a police officer is, has a significant number of excessive force complaints or has been acting out in some way, my contact at the agency would call me and say, we need to set up a psychological fitness for duty. I have a particular battery of tests that's for that purpose to determine whether the person has any psychopathology, if anything unusual is happening. I do an extensive battery of tests as well as an intensive personal interview taking the history, as well as the specific information regarding the referral. That's different than the applicant screening to some degree. Different tests are used in general, and the objective, of course, is different. Instead of trying to decide whether or not this person has what it takes to be an effective and safe and appropriate officer as an applicant getting in or starting, instead, I'm looking for something that is wrong with the officer who was referred. And then, of course, I would make recommendations for treatment, and then possibly see them after treatment as a follow-up to make certain that they're ready to go back on the street.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lieb. Seeing no further questions for the doctor, we thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 670, our first bill of the day. Committee, our first bill of the day, of which there are several more. Our second bill that the Speaker has been waiting to present is House Bill 671. And we're going to now hear from the Speaker. I'm going to speak. Delegate Barron should be in the wings, I think. DeRay McKesson and Sam Sinyangwe. Matt Jackson will also be available to answer questions related to the bill. Madam Speaker.
Okay. Good afternoon again, committee. I hope someone is able to get up and stretch a little bit. As the chairman had mentioned, with this bill, you'll have the chairman, your chairman who had the bill last year, and Delegate Eric Barron, a longtime champion of reforming the PIA law to allow access to police personnel records. Also, again with us is DeRay McKesson, again, founder of the Campaign Zero, National Police Reform Organization. San Sinyangwe, data scientist, co-founder of Campaign Zero. We have one sponsor amendment that Delegates Barron and Chairman Clippinger will discuss. Since the Court of Appeals decision in DeShield versus state, we have had legislation to require greater access to police personnel records. I believe that this is an instance where greater sunlight provides greater confidence in the way law enforcement polices our state. This legislation is not intended to be punitive to officers or set precedent for state personnel law, but police officers have a higher burden and a higher responsibility to the public. And with that higher responsibility should come higher accountability. Specifically, this legislation requires the disclosure of complaints against a police officer involving the discharge of a firearm or use of force that resulted in death or serious bodily injury. It requires the disclosure of other serious incidents of misconduct, including sexual assault, discrimination, dishonesty, and improper use of force where police officers are administratively charged. It requires police agencies to file an annual report regarding the number of use of force complaints filed against its officers. If an agency does not file that report, the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth, and Victim Services must withhold the agency's state grant funds. It gives the United States State Attorney General, state prosecutor, and state's attorneys the right to inspect all police officers' personnel records. Again, I urge the committee to work thoughtfully on this bill. I will now turn it over to Chairman Clippinger. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go for less than 3 minutes, and then I'm going to pass it to Delegate Barron, who'll go for 3, then Mr. McKesson and Mr. Sinyangwe for 2 minutes. Again, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, committee, for your consideration of House Bill 671. And I do want to thank the speaker and her staff for carrying forward this important bill. I also want to thank Delegate Barron for his hard work in connection with this bill and hard work that you'll see in the amendment that he has drafted. This committee has worked on legislation related to the public's access of police disciplinary records for each of the last 2 sessions. And at the end of the last abbreviated session, this committee passed legislation that for the first time would create access to some police investigatory files that were connected to unsustained complaints. This legislation at its core does several things that I'm going to talk about. And I think Delegate Barron's amendment will build on what we did last year, and I think creates a stronger product that will provide that sunlight that we need in this area of the law. First, as introduced, the bill seeks to clearly define the different actions that are taken by police agencies. We've talked a lot in this committee about sustained and unsustained complaints, exonerated and unfounded. It leads to some confusion where people believe that a sustained complaint is the end of the story or is seen as almost a guilty finding in a criminal setting. That's not, in fact, the case. We more clearly define this as a person who has been administratively charged. That would be the equivalent to a sustained charge because that's a better indication of where things are in the process. Second, records of police misconduct are made available, as the speaker mentioned, to prosecutors who prosecute criminal charges as part of their daily jobs. They get access if you're the US attorney, an attorney general, the state prosecutor, or the state's attorney. That is an important part of this bill that will help those agencies better be able to look into issues related to police misconduct. Third, as introduced, the bill makes all complaints available in areas related to death or serious bodily injury or discharge of a firearm. And as introduced, the bill allows for the release of personnel records where the officer was administratively charged in egregious cases. Now, I'm saying the words egregious cases because you're going to hear that a little bit more with Delegate Barron's amendment. But these are cases related to perjury or veracity, sexual assault, discrimination, and improper use of force. Fourth, if a person requests inspection, as the bill was introduced, of records and the request for records is denied, the custodian of the records will provide a statement regarding the outcome of the complaint. And I can't even meet my own 3-minute warning, so I will admonish myself, briefly mention that the number of use of force complaints will be reported as the bill was introduced. But what's more important here is the amendment that is being proposed by Delegate Barron. And again, I appreciate his work on this, and I appreciate what he will be talking about now. And for that, I will give him his 3 minutes. Delegate Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Madam Speaker, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm here in support with amendments of House Bill 671. As many of you know and you've heard, I've been working on this issue since I think it was the 2015 decision in Maryland State Department of Police versus the Shield. And since that case, the government has been permitted to shield disciplinary and investigatory records generated in response to a complaint. This legislation with amendments would help fix this problem and provide transparency and accountability to help repair public confidence in law enforcement. It's enormously encouraging that the speaker recognizes that we cannot have police reform without changes to the Public Information Act. In enacting the PIA, the legislature declared that all persons are entitled to have access to information about the affairs of government and the official acts of public officials and employees. This absolutely has to include records of police misconduct and complaints about law enforcement. As it stands,
I have paused the clock because Delegate Barron Delegate Barron, you froze for a moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, rewind yourself 5 seconds and start again.
All right. bill is stronger than the ACLU supported bill in California a couple years ago, in at least two respects. It provides oversight to the internal investigations and charging process. It requires access to disciplinary records to prosecutors so that they can prosecute police misconduct. And it expands access to complaints about improper use of force. But the Speaker recognizes that this legislation has to be even stronger. So with the Speaker's assistance and support and the further direction, and further to the direction of the Chair's bill last year, I'm offering an amendment that does the following. It mandates a review of an officer's disciplinary history after a request of a previously unsustained complaint involving egregious behavior, which you'll hear about a little bit later. It expands access to possible records of police misconduct, even where the previous complaint was unsustained. It outlaws the expungement or destruction of records by an agency. It mandates reporting of complaints and results of investigation, and it applies the legislation retroactively. Egregious behavior, as you heard from the Chair, is defined to include sexual assault, dishonesty, or discrimination regarding the enforcement of a crime or the use of force. People who have experienced misconduct by state officials and have taken the courageous steps of filing a complaint deserve access to their complaint and have it taken seriously and resolved appropriately by the government. For far too long, police misconduct have been left in, records of police misconduct have been left in the dark. Once they file a complaint, complainants don't know what happened. This bill will ensure that law enforcement agencies are no longer able to conceal evidence and processes for determining the outcome of a complaint, including the reasoning behind unsustained complaints. We all have a vested interest in addressing patterns of law enforcement misconduct and holding these officials accountable. It is essential to maintaining the public's trust. Importantly, a department's custodian of records will maintain the discretion to deny inspection under appropriate circumstances. I'm urging a favorable report to House Bill 671 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go now to, I know that Mr. McKesson just joined the call, so we're going to now go to, so we're going to give him a second and go to Sam Sinyangwe first, and then we'll hear from Mr. McKesson. So Mr. Sinyangwe, for 2 minutes, please.
Absolutely. So good afternoon. So today I want to talk about HB 671 and just put it in the context of what is already commonplace in so many other states across the country. So first of all, there are now 13 states in which any amount of information in an officer's personnel file is considered a public record. It includes states as wildly progressive as Florida or Georgia. It includes a range of different states, New York being the latest that repealed 50A, making these records available. That's to say that across the political spectrum, whether you are in a conservative state or a progressive state, there are states across this country in which there is no amount of information in an officer's personnel file is considered prohibited to the public, is hidden from the public. That includes allegations, regardless whether they're sustained or unsustained. That includes an approach that is transparent with regard to police conduct. Maryland has the opportunity to join a group of states that have always led on this issue, and frankly, in which we can learn so much about police behavior because that information is available. Because that information is available in states like Illinois, for example. Researchers with the University of Chicago and the Invisible Institute were able to show that by getting access to the full array of an officer's personnel information, their misconduct, all allegations against them, all use of force incidents, all misconduct lawsuits, etc., they were able to actually track patterns in use of force over time within Chicago. They could identify a network of officers within the 30,000 officers they had data on, a network of only 1,300 officers that were substantially more likely to use force, substantially more likely to commit misconduct. And not only that, they could track the spread of that misconduct throughout the department, so much so that by having access to that data, they could design predictive systems that could flag officers right now who down the road will be 4 times more likely to use force than the average officer, 5 times more likely to shoot somebody, 9 times more likely to be named in a misconduct complaint. The way that they are able to design these systems, these early warning systems, is because they are able to get access to this data. It is critical. It is critical not only for analyses and understanding patterns of how police are interacting with communities, but it is also critical for family members who themselves or who know people and who are related to people who are harmed by the police, to get access to the records of those investigations, to get access to the names of those officers. We've also heard arguments from some that have suggested that releasing information on officer misconduct will somehow endanger officers or target officers. We've seen no evidence of that. Even
Yang-Wei?
Yes.
If you would wrap up, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. So even in Maryland, right in Baltimore City, where the ACLU just published an analysis naming the officers with the most complaints and use of force incidents in the department publicly, that analysis was just produced. That gives us unprecedented insight. They had to reverse engineer that information because the law prohibited and restricted them from actually getting access to that through public records requests. And now we actually know who these officers are in Baltimore City, but in no other place in Maryland do we have this kind of information because the law has prohibited it. That's why HB 671 is so important. It is why it's incredible for Maryland to join the rest of the country in transparency.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Mr. McKesson, please.
I'm Duray McKesson from Campaign Zero. So, one of the complaints that we hear from the police officers is that they're like, if these complaints, especially the unsustained complaints, if they get put out in the public, then this will sully their name. People, it'll stay with them forever. And it's so interesting because when we make the argument that arrest records should be private, because what is an arrest but a police officer's decision on a given day? An arrest is not a conviction. When we talk about the damage that arrest records do to people in public, the police are like, everybody should know everybody's arrest, that this should be public knowledge. When we make the same sort of complaint that complaints that allegations of misconduct should be public, then the police say that somehow that is going to sully their name. And we're always confused by the dissonance between those two. When we look nationally, about 1 in 12 complaints against officers are sustained. So the importance of making them public is that if you only make sustained public, then we are, there's a very small slice that we're even using in the first place. And you think about some of the Maryland jurisdictions, if you only look at sustained, you won't really have much of anything. The unsustained complaints are actually really interesting. What's important about the amendment that was just introduced is that it does get in front of something that we saw happen in other states that tried to do work like this. They made public records available with regard to police personnel, and then the police just destroyed all the records that were compiled before the law went into effect. And it is a good step that the amendment actually gets in front of that, because we haven't seen many states actually try to get in front of that. So that's a positive thing. And making these records public will not do anything to endanger the police. What it will do is give us all better information so that we can hold police departments and individual officers accountable. And again, we have not been convinced by the arguments that the police have offered that this will somehow endanger them. When we think about the threshold to file a complaint against a police officer, people aren't going down to the police department filing erroneous complaints. There's no data to support that. We would also encourage making it really clear that anonymous complaints are legitimate, that they are valid. The police use anonymous tips to do their work all the time. They have helped make the best case for anonymity. And we think that that is also important so that there's not any threat of retaliation by any police officers. And a lot of the smaller jurisdictions for sure, you put the person's name out there and they will easily be able to be identified. So we support this, excited to see it continue to grow and expand and allowing more of these records to be public.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there questions for the first panel for House Bill 671? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question for the gentleman who spoke just before, Mr. Mackeson, and I'm forgetting his name and I can't see him on the screen, so I apologize. Sam, yes, sir. Thanks for your testimony. You mentioned that this proposal is similar to states like Florida, and I'm a little confused on the nature of that, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate, because in just a review of Florida's status, it appears that they have a pretty strong due process law enforcement Bill of Rights protection that then allows for no disclosure during an investigation. I'm not sure about afterwards, but during an investigation, those records aren't allowed to be disclosed to the public. And then during the investigation, the officers actually have a right to see all the evidence as well, which that may be not necessarily the case in Maryland. would you support something of a compromise like Florida? Is that something that you'd be open to?
Great question. So first of all, you know, in Florida, given their sunshine laws, you're able to get access once the investigation is completed to the full range of an officer's personnel file. That includes all allegations against them, whether or not they are sustained. You can see all of the discipline that was issued to those officers. And that's what's the case in Florida. It's the case in at least 13 states right now. So in terms of during the active investigation, different states draw the line in different places around that. So I'd be happy to share some information around how different states have managed to handle that issue in particular. But the big picture is that, you know, the officer's personnel file is public record in Florida. Now, you mentioned that Florida does have a statewide police Bill of Rights law. That is a separate issue that also needs to be addressed in the context of Florida. It is problematic in Florida. It's one of the worst statewide law enforcement officer Bill of Rights laws. But what it doesn't have is this restriction on transparency around officer personnel files that's currently in place in Maryland. So again, you know, it varies by state. Maryland is one of the most restrictive with regard to public access and transparency around personnel files in the entire country. Other states that have been similarly restrictive, like California, have actually recently, through SB 1421, made these same types of records around use of force, serious injury, et cetera, public very recently. So again, there's a lot of movement happening this even in states that have been traditionally more restrictive. Florida is not one of those states.
A real quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So in the context of access to these public records, I think a lot of people would like to have the protections there for the police when they're not proven guilty of anything. But then at the same time, you know, I think reasonable access is not something I've heard the police chiefs or anyone necessarily object to. But I heard you say something about, or someone testified about any, you know, ongoing investigation would have to be never expunged and never destroyed. And my question is that the way it is in all these other states that you're referencing? Are all the not unfounded allegations, for instance, held and then released to the public, or are the unfounded findings expunged first and only those that have unsubstantiated or findings of indicated abuse or whatever are then released?
So it is all records, including those that are unsustained, that are considered public record in states like Florida, as well as at least 12 other states in addition to Florida.
All right. Delegate Juanita Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this bill and staying with us. And Mr. Chair and Delegate Barron. This question is more for Delegate Barron on the proposed amendment. Is Delegate Barron still here?
He is.
Okay, sorry. Delegate Barron, if you could just help me understand a little bit on the language in Part E about when a custodian can deny a complainant's request. I just have a few questions about sort of who decides when it's interfering with a valid or proper law enforcement proceeding, and then the other one on whether it's invasion of personal privacy. Like, how is that denial process kind of determined? That would be helpful. Thank you.
So thank you for the question, Delegate Fisher. So these 7 provisions are the same as outlined in current law in the PIA, and the process such that it is that the agency's public information officer or custodian of records, whoever that designated person is, and probably in consultation internally, however the leadership of the agency may decide, they review the record and decide whether or not it fits into one of these 7 exceptions. And you know, the best practices generally is to, when you're denying it, the custodian would outline under which provision or multiple provisions in some case, why they're denying it. And under this bill and under current law, a person could appeal and challenge that denial in circuit court. And there is case law as to what specifically may constitute unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, for example.
Thank you for that, Delegate.
All right, that appears to be the only question for this first panel for House Bill 671. And seeing no other questions, we'd like to thank this panel. Thank Mr. McKesson and Mr. Sinangwe. And we'd like to thank the speaker for staying with us today and getting a little taste of the House Judiciary Committee and putting up with us for the last several hours. Committee, we are going to put up with each other for a little bit longer today, but so that people have the opportunity to get a chance to step away and get dinner and come back. We will take a break now and we will come back at 6 p.m. We will start promptly at 6 p.m. Just to give a heads up, we have many more bills to go. What we will be doing, and just as a matter of announcing to the world how we're going to do this, we will finish 671. Then there are a number of pieces of legislation that have but a few less than 10 witnesses, including the sponsors. And those are House Bills 152, 187, 188, 366, 195, and 197. And that one, yes, those are the ones that have relatively few sponsors, or a sponsor plus witnesses. So we will be taking them and hopefully moving through them quickly after we finish 671, and then we will go to Delegate Davis's bill and Delegate Acevero's bill once we clear out those bills. So with that, we will take a break now. Please turn off your sound and your video during this break. Turn off, mute yourself, and make sure the video is off during the break, and we will see you at 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
just on you guys. So they have the shiny lipstick. I really enjoy this one. It's called Dreamy. So if you see it, please pick it up.
Okay. I'm going to try and get on the road here. We are still live. I believe we are still live. Yes, we are still live. All right. It is 6 o'clock on the 9th of February, 2021. And we are going to start again. We stopped at the end of the first panel for House Bill 671. And we're now going to go, I believe, to the second panel. There are a number of members of committee who are still coming back. If staff can confirm that we have the next panel, who would be Commissioner Harrison, Sheriff, I think Sheriff Popkin is not coming. I don't know why I think that though. And Russell Hamill from the Chiefs and Sheriffs. I think that people are just getting to their computers. We have a couple people signing in. So again, welcome back from the break. And we will begin now with 2 minutes on House Bill 671 with Commissioner Harrison. Commissioner, if you want to, there you are, you're fine. And great, we'll let you start.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and the members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you about House Bill 671. Now, while I could have talked for hours on my ideas on how to strengthen the previous bill, my thoughts on this bill are very succinct. I support House Bill 671. This is a smart, responsible way to provide the public with the necessary insight into the way law enforcement agencies discipline their officers. It establishes transparency by requiring agencies to permit the review of files in all cases, regardless of finding where the alleged misconduct involves the discharge of a firearm, the alleged misconduct involves the use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury. These are situations that rightfully so grab the public's attention. The public demands to know what happened and why. This is why one of the first policies I created when I started 2 years ago was a policy on when and how to release body-worn camera footage in critical incidents, because we know that sometimes withholding that footage can do more harm than good. Through those video releases, we walk residents through what led up to the encounter, how the officer conducted themselves, and how the incident ended. This bill would allow us to share the ultimate findings in the case so there can be closure for everyone. I also support sharing information when an officer has been administratively charged with committing a sexual assault, engaging in dishonesty, committing perjury, making false statements, filing false reports, or destroying or falsifying or concealing evidence, engaging in prohibited discrimination, improperly using force against a member of the public. These offenses truly represent the most egregious abuses of power. They erode the public trust and reduce the legitimacy of all hardworking, committed police officers. I don't want to employ anyone who is found to have committed any of these offenses, and I have no problem allowing the public to know about their wrongdoings. Overall, this bill will serve as a necessary checks and balance system that will allow us to regain the trust of our communities by shining a light on how we address these incidents. Thank you for giving me a few moments.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Russell Hamill for 2 minutes.
Good evening. Just making sure you can hear me, sir.
We can. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chair, and Madam Vice Chair. I'm Russ Hamill, and I'm here this evening representing the Maryland Chiefs of Police Association and the Maryland Sheriff's Association in support of House Bill 671. This bill seeks to enhance law enforcement transparency and accountability by providing access to personnel and investigative records relating to complaints involving the discharge of a firearm, use of force resulting in a serious bodily injury, and sustained investigatory findings of complaints involving an officer's integrity. The General Assembly has been grappling with this issue for the past several years. We appreciate our continued conversation and believe 671 will give law enforcement the tools it needs to appropriately respond to incidents and complaints while being more transparent and meeting the interests of the communities we swear to protect and serve. Excuse me. Under current law, all public employees' personnel files and investigative records are not open for public view. House Bill 671 is creating an exception to this rule for law enforcement under very specific circumstances. This bill will allow the release of an investigative file in situations involving the following complaints. The alleged misconduct involves the discharge of a firearm at a person by a law enforcement officer or involves the use of force by a law enforcement officer resulting in death or serious bodily injury, or a sustained investigatory finding was made by a law enforcement agency that a law enforcement officer committed a sexual act, assault, engaged in other acts of dishonesty as outlined by the commissioner, engaged in prohibited discriminatory acts. It is important to emphasize that in both complaints involving the discharge of a firearm and use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury, information pertaining to both sustained and not sustained complaints will be released. Other complaints relating to an officer's integrity as specified will only be released if they are sustained. We believe this distinction to be extremely important as chiefs and sheriffs strive to protect the reputations and honor of the men and women who protect our communities every day. The process outlined 671 provides for the release of information at the completion of an internal investigation. At that point in time, it will be determined if an allegation is sustained or not. Releasing information with any other finding except sustained could unfairly damage the officer's career and reputation and standing in the community. We believe 671 represents a reasonable and common sense approach, providing access to information regarding law enforcement complaints, as well as improving transparency and accountability. For these reasons, we support House Bill 671 for the chiefs and the sheriffs and urge a favorable committee report. Thank you, sir, for your time. Thank you to your committee.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the commissioner or Mr. Hamel? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Hamel. Real quick, two quick questions. One for the first one for Mr. Hamel, and then the second one for the Commissioner. With the disclosure of non-substantiated or non-confirmed complaints, is it ever a policy, and I'm just curious here, where a chief or a leadership would file a complaint against an officer?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can initiate complaints ourselves. Yes, sir.
And are those sometimes not sustained?
Yes, sir. They are at times not sustained.
So what would be your opinion on the fact that this could potentially be used by inappropriately by chiefs? And I'm not impugning the chiefs. I think they've got some great amendments, which I support. I'm just concerned about the fact that this could be potentially abused. Are there any safeguards that you're proposing to make sure that this is not, and particularly think about this in the public, all you have to do then to retaliate against somebody that investigates a crime, all the criminal would seem to have to do is simply file a bogus complaint of some kind of salacious nature, and then it's published on the internet, and that officer's career is done. Is there any safeguard that you're aware of in a possibility of an amendment?
Well, sir, people do file false allegations against law enforcement for a myriad of reasons, regardless of earlier testimony by a prior witness. That does occur. I've been doing this. A friend reminded me the other day, it was our 37th anniversary. I didn't really appreciate him reminding me of that, but so I have seen that occur.
Congratulations.
Thank you, I think. But this bill, as we've discussed, would not allow for release of that information unless it was sustained. And we do fair, thorough, timely investigations. I can't speak for every law enforcement agency in the state, of course, but really, you have to rely upon the integrity of the people in charge of these agencies to make sure that it's fair, thorough investigations that are done, and that information that should not be released publicly, especially under the law, would not be released publicly. Which is why I noted, we have an obligation also to safeguard the reputations of our officers in the community.
And thank you. And as a follow-up to that for the commissioner, I thought I heard, Mr. Commissioner, you say that both sustained and unsustained would be released no matter what. Is that, do you think?
Well, I think I listed a criteria of a list of allegations that could be not sustained. I listed those out. They have to do with use of force, and I have to go back to it, but I gave you a list of those.
Sexual allegation, for instance.
Yeah, sexual allegations. So there are a number of ones that, if are not sustained, fall in that category. Not all not sustained, but only a certain few.
And so if someone makes a false complaint, a frivolous complaint, or a salacious or a malicious complaint against an officer because that officer was doing their job and upholding their oath, and some member of the public decided to make a complaint within those categories, that would automatically be made public, correct?
Not necessarily, because that very well could have a disposition of unfounded or exonerated, not necessarily a not sustained. And that's why we want to make sure we have thorough and complete, fair, and impartial investigations. I would agree, Mr. Hamill, those things happen. They've always happened. But we want to make sure that we do a good job in finding the actual evidence out and making sure we give the officer a fair and impartial investigation. If it in fact did not happen, or the officer was exonerated, the disposition would be exonerated, not necessarily not sustained.
So, and that's a concern. So there is a tool within this proposal that would prevent false claims. It would just be something of in the middle, I guess, that would not be found to be substantiated, but would be released anyway.
I would imagine.
Well, for the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs, we have the other than the officer use of deadly force or the officer use of force creating substantial bodily harm, we've offered support for the sustained findings coming out, not the other findings.
Thank you. That's I think where I was kind of leaning to, and I wanted to find out if the commissioner would agree to that.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Delegate Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to expand upon this point that's being made right now. In the service of saying that I think we need to expand this bill and include far more unsustained complaints, how would you respond to the data, the limited data we've seen, albeit it's from Baltimore, but Project Comport and the ACLU have now released this, and it sure looks to be the case that we have officers with sometimes hundreds, dozens of cases, charges filed against them for misconduct in very short periods of time. Some of the charges are very serious, and they might not be sex assault. They might be planting evidence. But as we know, they've had to throw away cases from some of the officers, many cases from the officers from some of this misconduct we've found. And these are going to be unsustained complaints. And so just the tip of the iceberg evidence we have now seems to indicate there is a lot more of these cases out there, and a lot less that's being done about it, unless something's being done that we're just not being told. So with that data, I mean, how do you continue to argue that the unsustained complaints should be kept out of public view?
Well, I think some of the ones you mentioned, I actually talked about those, like destroying, falsifying, or concealing evidence. All of that would have to do with tampering with evidence. Allegations like that are quite serious, and with those, from what I just testified to, would fall into that category.
But I guess many of these officers have laundry lists of complaints, and somehow it didn't lead to accountability. I guess if you're someone who had one of those types of infractions happen to you, or you need to mount a case, it just seems problematic that you wouldn't be able to find out that that officer had 200 other problems leveled against them in the last 4 years.
That is a concern that we deal with in the Baltimore Police Department. That is one of the reasons why this department is in a consent decree right now and making reform efforts right now to overhaul our integrity system, our public integrity, formerly known as internal affairs, and how we investigate complaints, but then how we hold people accountable and then are transparent about that accountability.
Okay, we'll go to Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just for both of you gentlemen. Our previous witnesses talked about the analytics of analyzing, where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing, where there's a lot of incidents. And I think that's what Delegate Moon's kind of saying. Would this be something that not necessarily goes to the public, but would be a red flag for internal affairs to kind of look into it and then do some investigation? If there's a certain number of complaints that are unsubstantiated, but and that kind of would be the compromise between the disclosure of unsubstantiated, but also the checking to make sure that there's not something else going on, that they just didn't have the goods on the person initially, but because that there's something else going on that needs to be more thoroughly looked at by an investigation of internal affairs. Would that be a solution to this kind of either or?
Well, as we would refer to that as an early warning system, and an early warning system that would indicate that somebody is having issues in their career, issues that are coming forward to us, then yes, we can take measures to mitigate that through training or discipline leading up to even dismissal. That's why we have a probationary period. And it is incumbent upon public integrity or internal affairs units, as well as police command, but especially the police chief, to be aware of such things and take action to avoid detrimental effect to the community, the entire community, if that is what's occurring. And I think Commissioner Harrison had something there too. I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
No, I think he said it perfectly. I couldn't have said it any better. Some agencies call it an early intervention system. They're the same thing, basically, where these red flags would signal supervisors to create an intervention for an employee who's perhaps going down the wrong path and is exhibiting behaviors that are showing up in the form of complaints, whether they're sustained or not sustained. Usually, it just shows up in smaller patterns of behavior that escalates into larger things. But an early warning system, as I already mentioned, is the management tool that's at our disposal to rectify that and create those interventions so that we can put employees back on the right path.
Delegate Fisher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. My question really has to do with sort of, a lot of us, everyone on this call is familiar with the case of Anton Black. And in that case, from my understanding, the misconduct record was intentionally withheld and hidden by the police chief. And so what do you say about the chiefs sort of having that sole discretion?
I'm all in favor of chiefs having discretion, and even in some of the other bills.
No, but what I'm saying is there was discretion by the police in that case, and it wasn't disclosed. So what are your comments on the concerns that exist of the chiefs having that discretion?
Well, first of all, every chief is going to be different. We like to think that all of us are progressive enough and are community minded enough to be able to create policies and protocols that build trust. That's what we're trying to do in Baltimore. But certainly I'm in favor of this bill, the way, with some of the amendments and the things that I've outlined. You're not going to find every single agency and every single chief doing it the same way. So there's some uniformity that I believe we need across the entire state.
So then why wouldn't just straight disclosure to the public not get you there?
Sorry?
So why wouldn't just disclosure to the public be prudent rather than having the variation in discretion?
Well, when we talk about discretion, I believe chiefs should have discretion. But when it comes to releasing and being transparent, you've heard me say this before, I believe in accountability, a concept called accountability-driven leadership. But accountability without transparency is not accountability at all. It's not how well we do a thing, but rather how many people know we do it well. And conversely, when we make mistakes, how many people know we make mistakes? And so I believe in that high level of transparency, and perhaps there needs to be some uniformity across all agencies across our state, perhaps across our country. And I think this is a good starting point to get us there.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions for this panel, we thank you both very much for joining us this evening. And we're going
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to go now to our third panel, which will include the state's attorneys for Baltimore City and Prince George's County, Marilyn Mosby and Aisha Braveboy, Janice Bledsoe, the deputy state's attorney in Baltimore City, and Carrie Hansel from the Maryland Association for Justice. Each one will get 2 minutes, and I think I saw State's Attorney Mosby first. So we'll start with her, and whenever you are ready, State's Attorney Mosby.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. I come before you to testify in support of Speaker's House Bill 671. As the State Attorney for Baltimore City for the past 6 years, I can personally attest to the fact that trust between law enforcement agencies and the people they protect and serve is not only essential to the stabilization of communities, but that trust is critical to the integrity, administration, and delivery of justice in our criminal justice system, which is why the mission of my office has always been to uncompromisingly be committed to accountability, professionalism, and transparency. What I've learned, having worked with 5 police commissioners through the course of 6 years and having to play cleanup for one of the largest police corruption scandals in the history of this country, where sworn police officers were planting guns and drugs, stealing drugs and money, selling drugs, making illegal arrests, and bringing false charges against citizens for decades, is that the criminal justice system in Baltimore will not be trusted by the community unless it's perceived as being fair and just. And that perception will only come from unceasing efforts to increase transparency and to hold officers to the same standard of justice as everyone else, which is what my office has attempted to do for the past 6 years. Being one of the first prosecutors in the country to attempt to hold police officers accountable for the untimely death of a Black man, having successfully convicted more than 30 police officers since Freddie Gray, we are the only office in the state that publishes online our rationale for police shootings and use of force cases where we decline to charge. My office is one of the most expansive internal affairs disclosure policies in the country, yet my office remains hamstrung in the current law that inhibits our desire to not only inform the public, but to publicize police officers with integrity issues. Current MPIA law mandates the denial of inspection of personnel records. The Court of Appeals has ruled that the internal affairs records relating to investigations of misconduct by police are personnel records and therefore cannot be disclosed. This point of law was recently reaffirmed on December 4th when a Baltimore City Circuit judge dismissed a complaint brought by the Baltimore Action legal team for access to the internal affairs records that we were legally duty-bound to reject despite our desire to disclose and to publish it. In the interest of transparency and the need for accountability, this law needs to change. And it is for these reasons I urge a favorable report on House Bill 671. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State's Attorney Mosby. We'll go to State's Attorney Braveboy now, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Aisha Braveboy, State's Attorney for Prince George's County, and I'm here to urge the committee to issue a favorable report on House Bill 671. There are a couple of amendments that I would ask just to clarify that the state, and it's to section C7 on page 3 and D4 on page 5, to clarify that the state's attorney in the jurisdiction of the reporting agency should be permitted to inspect the records. Transparency in the law and in the criminal justice system is imperative to maintaining the public trust. House Bill 671 aids in achieving this necessary transparency and allows state's attorneys' offices to ethically and properly do its jobs. The privileged and confidential nature of police personnel files have long been established through various statutes, and both at the state and local levels. But the discovery rules and the case law around discovery puts prosecutors between a rock and a hard place. The discovery rules demand that prosecutors disclose any information that tends to impeach a state witness. With law enforcement, this information is stored within their private and confidential personnel records. Case law has undisputedly put this information in the possession of the state's attorney's office in theory, but we don't have actual possession of these files. And so it is somewhat difficult oftentimes to get this information from policing agencies, and oftentimes the local office of law or county attorney's office will make the decision on whether or not we're going to get information. And we believe that our offices should be in a position of determining what information should be disclosed and what doesn't need to be disclosed. And the only way to do that is if we're able to inspect the records more fully. So we certainly support the intention of this bill, and we ask for a favorable report with those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy State's Attorney Bledsoe, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice President and members of the committee. I support this bill and hope it becomes a favorable report from it. I will specifically just pick up about why it's so important that state's attorney's offices have access to internal affairs records. Luckily in Baltimore City, we've been able to negotiate with the Department of Law to have access. Conversations with other states' attorneys throughout the state have indicated that they do not have that access. Yet we are responsible by the courts to disclose any exculpatory material or impeachment material, not exculpatory, but impeachment material I'm referring to, of any witness, any officer that we intend to call as a witness. This is specifically important for us if we have a conviction of an officer for one of the incidences that you have listed in the bill: dishonesty, committing perjury, making false statements, filing false reports. If that conviction, the officer is given a PBJ and eventually is expunged, we would not be able to share information with another state's attorney's office unless we were able to get that information from the internal affairs records. So we would ask that this report be a favorable report for that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go now to Kerry Hansel from MAJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kerry Hansel. I am a civil rights lawyer here in Maryland of 20 years. I'm the chair of the civil rights section of the Maryland Association for Justice. We are the largest group of civil rights lawyers in the state. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 671 and also later in favor of House Bill 120. Although it is broader and these bills address the same topic, I would urge everyone on the committee that we should not stop moving in the direction of justice to debate how far to go. This bill is a small step in the right direction, but it goes in the right direction. I commend the state's attorneys who are here. I commend also the officers who have supported it. However, I would say that across the state, civil rights violations are more often uncovered and brought to light by civil rights lawyers. That is why public access, and not only to specific officers listed in the bill, is so critical. This is a bill that can make a meaningful difference in allowing the public true information related to police departments and also allowing civil rights lawyers to do our job. I would also encourage those who have concerns about the bill to look at the many reasons that inspection can be denied. Even the materials that can be released under this bill can still be denied for one of 7 reasons, including invasions of privacy, endangering life or safety, and a wide variety of other reasons. So this maintains enormous amount of discretion and does not go nearly as far as the 13 states that have opened the doors much more widely to public access. So for all of those reasons, we certainly support very strongly passage of House Bill 671, and later also we'll touch on our support for House Bill 120. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much for your time and being with us here this evening. Thank you again very, very much.
Thank you.
For our 4th panel. And our 4th panel includes David Roca, Kaylin Young, Joanna Silver, Jana Parker, and Amity Pope. Mr. Roca, I see you. So we'll go ahead and let you begin for 2 minutes, please. Are you ready? Mr. Roca?
Sorry, I was pausing the other stream.
You're okay. That's fine. Mr. Roca for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to focus on Delegate Barron's amendment. Let me just say, we applaud the recognition that the status quo can't stand. But if we're going to have transparency, let's actually have transparency. And even with Delegate Barron's amendments, this is not the transparency that we're looking for and not a bill that we can support. There's two problems with the approach. I will get to Delegate Barron's amendments in a moment. First, it denies transparency over complaints that are not sustained, which is the most important category of records. The problems in police investigations lie in the roughly 90% of complaints by the public that are not sustained rather than the complaints that are sustained. The public wants to know whether the complaints that are not being sustained are being investigated adequately, timely, and fairly. And when something bad happens, the public wants to know what the department previously knew about the officer and what they did about it. Under this bill, even with Delegate Barron's limited amendments, there is not sufficient disclosure. And when a complaint is denied, the complainant wants to know why and wants to see whether an investigation was fair. Under this bill, even with Delegate Barron's amendments, they can't be told. They can simply be told, trust us. But that's not how you get trust. I want to talk about the specific categories that are excluded from the bill and over which there will be zero transparency, regardless of whether the officer was charged or not. So there would be no transparency over cases involving illegal searches, including strip searches, illegal stops and frisks, illegal arrests without probable cause, making racist or other discriminatory comments online or in text messages or emails if they are not directed specifically at a person the officer is seeking to enforce the law against. Misconduct in office, like the Anne Arundel officer who was criminally charged last week for failing to investigate rape cases. Over all of these things, because they're not within the category of egregious conduct, there would be no disclosure whatsoever. And again, I need to say, if we have recognized that the secrecy is a problem, then why are we tying ourselves in knots to try to figure out ways to not disclose the records? Let's disclose the records, and we can have, and our law already has, as the bill that we are supporting does, protections for specific information that should not be disclosed. As Sam and as DeRay testified at the beginning of this hearing, yes.
If you please wrap up, that'll be fine. And I'm sure questions.
Okay,
you go ahead and wrap up, please.
All I was going to say is Sam and DeRay, when they were testifying at the beginning of this hearing, told you eloquently and clearly how there are 13 states that not only allow, many of them mandate disclosure of all of these records, as New York just did last year. They mandate disclosure of the records with a limited exclusion for technical infractions.
Okay.
If you want to mandate disclosure, let's do that. Mandate disclosure of everything with limited categories of exclusions. Let's not tie ourselves up in knots trying to define away what is going to be disclosed.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Kaylin Young for 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Chair, you have my time.
All right. Joanna Silver.
Thank you. My name is Joanna Silver and I live in Silver Spring in District 18. I'm testifying again on behalf of Jews United for Justice, Tacoma Park Mobilization, and the Silver Spring Justice Coalition. All of these organizations join the Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability in opposing HB 671 as it is currently written. Instead, we urge the committee to move forward with HB 120. While HB 671 amends the Maryland Public Information Act, it does not go far enough, providing only limited and inadequate transparency over police misconduct complaints. HB 671 does not require the disclosure of many serious categories of misconduct. including discrimination, dishonesty, and improper use of force. Instead, it permits the custodian of records to deny access to those records for any one of a number of listed reasons. Even the two types of misconduct for which the bill requires disclosure, discharge of a firearm at a person and use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury, has exceptions for several reasons. HB 671 retains the limit on disclosure for most categories of complaints that are named through its requirement that only complaints that are administratively charged may be disclosed. As Mr. Roca just testified, 90% of complaints are not sustained, and the public deserves transparency regardless of the outcome. This committee has heard year after year from people who are harmed by the police, but have no idea what happened to the officer who did the harm. This bill does not solve this problem, nor does it allow members of the public to hold the people who are paid with their tax dollars and sworn to protect them accountable. While we appreciate the Speaker and the work group's efforts, we support our coalition partners in holding firm to demands for a bill that lead to meaningful reform, rather than a bill that creates only an illusion of transparency. For this reason, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report on HB 671.
Jana Parker, please.
My name is Jana Parker.
I'm
and
so
I'm
sorry,
from
Jana
Sturgis
Parker,
County.
I apologize.
No worries. I know I've signed up for several bills, so I didn't want to hear my name mispronounced for the rest of the
It's
night.
okay.
So I live in Prince George's County. I'm from District 25, and I'm speaking from the standpoint of a resident and a constituent. And I just wanted to urge an unfavorable report because I am in opposition of Bill HB 671. I do not think it goes far enough in regards to disclosing really important and pertinent information to the public in regards to those who are entrusted with protecting the community. I think it's important to go back and reiterate that when we talk about building trust between the police officers and the community that everyone says that they want, it does look like there should be more transparency to actually have it. You can't tell the public, oh, we can't tell you this, we can't tell you that, we can't tell you this, we can't tell you that, but trust us. That's not how things work. That's not transparency, and that's not appropriate. Again, I'll give you one example just within the past 2 years that I've seen in regards to a police officer who antagonized, initiated an altercation with a young man in my community. I watched the whole event. And then when the young man walked away from him, he drew his weapon on that child. He not only drew his weapon on the child, he withdrew his weapon and put it up once I showed that I was recording him. And then he took the child to an undisclosed location to continue to converse with him without having his parent present. Don't know what happened in regards to that situation. I don't know what happened. Don't know if that officer received any reprimand. Don't know if that officer was held accountable for his actions. And I witnessed the whole event. Several of these things happen on a consistent basis within our community. And we're only asking that the people that we elected actually pass laws that do not have an illusion of transparency, but an actual transparency for the public. Don't wait until this happens to your child, because they don't know that they're delegates' children when they're in the community. Don't wait till it happens to your child and then you find out, oh, this police officer had a history of this behavior, doing these different things. I wish somebody would have known. I wish I would have known this, that, and the third. No, you can actually pass the bill now for that, which would be HB 120 from Delegate Gabe Acevedo. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go now to Amity Pope, please.
Good evening. I'm Amity Pope. I'm an educator and co-founder of PG Changemakers, and I share many of the sentiments of the speakers before me. I would like to elevate one part of the bill that hinges on the difference between making a difference and making the difference that advocates seek for justice. As written and as I understand the bill to read, House Bill 671 would still allow for discretionary disclosure allegations regardless of the outcome. Regarding discharge of a firearm, as we just heard, withdrawing of a firearm, at a person by an officer, use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury, and only administratively charge allegations of sexual assault against a member of the public, prohibited discrimination directly related to the reporting, investigation, or prosecution of a crime. This moves existing law from the not category to the maybe, another verb usage in the form of future possibility, but it needs to go into the is category. These allowances of said discretionary disclosures are literally all of the police misconduct that we've seen in the news regarding law enforcement in Maryland. The rape of a woman in Fairmont Heights, Maryland by law enforcement. The murder of Leonard Shan in broad daylight as students walked from home to school, from school to home with bullet casings found in the nearby buildings. The maiming of DeMonte Ward Blake that was body slammed on his neck, causing him to be paralyzed in several parts of his body. These allowances would allow for these occurrences to continue. Additionally, the unredacted report of the discrimination lawsuit in Prince George's County. There are officers that won't even speak up because of the fear of discrimination in their workplace or the death threats that knock at their door. Not to mention the pictures we've seen in social media with the blackface body-shaped punching bags in our police district. This bill as read, and I understand it to read, would keep these happenings in place. So I ask members of this committee to render this bill unfavorable unless amended and fully support House Bill 120. Thank you.
Delegate Davis for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. We do not have a copy of Delegate Barron's amendment. So if Mr. Roca could address what the amendment is and specifically how it differs from the original bill.
First, very briefly, before Mr. Roca begins, we will make sure that you have a copy. You should have received a copy beforehand, but I apologize if that did not happen. If Mr. Roca, go ahead.
As I understand Delegate Barron's amendments, it's substantively identical to the Speaker's original proposal here with one change. So it would require, subject to certain specified exceptions, access to complaints, whether sustained or not, for shootings and use of force resulting in serious bodily injury. And it would require, subject to specific enumerated exceptions, access to complaints where the officer is administratively charged for specific categories of offenses. I don't think I have them right in front of me now, but it's a limited category of offenses: sexual assault, dishonesty, use of force, discrimination, all of which applies only when the conduct is in relation to the officer's enforcement actions. What Delegate Barron's amendment does is adds the possibility of access to unsustained complaints for that limited category that I just mentioned, what the bill defines as egregious conduct, but only in these limited circumstances. The complaint has to be less than 5 years old. The administrative charging committee has to decide that access should be granted, and they are allowed to do that only if they find that there is a pattern of egregious behavior. And even then, they don't have to allow access. So, I mean, there has been a recognition that we need access to complaints where the officer is not administratively charged. And yet, we then, even with Delegate Barron's amendment, tie ourselves up in knots trying to figure out ways to deny access. And again, I want to be very clear. If there are problems in the investigation of misconduct by police, which the sponsors seem to recognize, which Delegate Barron recognizes, those problems by definition do not exist with respect to the charges that are sustained. Should those records be disclosed? Absolutely. But if we want transparency so that the public can judge fairly whether departments are doing or not doing an adequate job of policing their own, we need transparency over the charges that are not sustained. It is that simple. It is that clear. And anything that doesn't do that isn't actually transparency. That's what Sam was saying at the beginning of this hearing. That's what DeRay was saying at the beginning of this hearing. And all of the parade of horribles that are trotted out as to what might happen if we allow access are empirically refuted by the 13 states that they were talking about that have not only allowed, but in many cases mandated access. And opponents cannot point to even one example anywhere of any of all the supposedly bad things that will happen actually happening. So let's have transparency. Let's not have theater.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much for attending this evening. Going to move now to the fifth panel. Michael Davey from the FOP and Rebecca Smith from the Maryland Troopers Association. And for the record committee, the amendment from Delegate Barron was emailed to all of your offices at 1:22, so check with staff and I'm sure it will be there. All right, panel number 5, Mr. Davey, go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Delegate Clippinger. You should know, Mike Davey on behalf of the state FOP. Mr. Chairman, you should know that the FOP was very close in supporting your bill as previously written. We had one concern about Section D as it pertains to the investigative record. We would have requested an amendment instead of the investigative record, the report of investigation. That would limit the personal information that would come out both on the police officer, the witnesses, and other information that we believe should not have been disclosed, more related to personal safety of the officer and witnesses. But with that being said, we've heard now today about Delegate Barron's amendments. The FOP would be opposed to those amendments. We don't believe that any non-sustained or unsustained cases should be disclosed to the public. Police chiefs have a job to do. If they see officers getting multiple non-sustained cases, that's what the early warning system is for. That's what you have recommended that they all have, and that should be how they are tracked. We would also be opposed to having this bill be retroactive to prior cases and be opposed to no expungement of records whatsoever. There's no reason that they should not be expunged. I would ask the committee to look at the Prince George's County Police Program under their CCOP. That group reviews each and every internal affairs file that is done. It's led by civilians, and I believe it's quarterly, they write a report as to what they found. The officers' names aren't entered into that report. However, it outlines all the cases and how they were found and why they were found in that way. For those reasons, the FOP would unfortunately oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for hearing from me. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Troopers Association. The MTA cannot support this bill. With respect to the release of records for anything, we would be opposed, but specifically to investigations that are currently pending. The way the bill is written, this would potentially allow the release of files that are still under investigation, and officers who have not been charged could be subject to have these files being released. In addition, the release of records where a police officer hasn't been found guilty, we definitely don't support the release of those records, and we stand with the FOP in that regard. Thank you.
Right. Are questions for this panel? We'll go with Delegate Juanita Fisher to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always appreciate when you add the Wanika. Mr. Davey, this is a question for you to clarify. I know in my work in the county, the CCOP only has a third of the capacity as internal affairs does. So isn't it true that they would only be able to really evaluate a third of the cases?
I don't think they have the inability to do it. I mean, Internal Affairs has a large staff because they investigate a lot of cases. The CCOP basically takes that investigation, reviews it, and then makes a determination as to what, if anything else, needs to be done or where it stands. So I don't think they're conducting the full investigation as Internal Affairs does. It's more of a review to ensure that they're doing a thorough investigation.
And is it also clear that the CCOP is usually around a year behind time-wise as Internal Affairs is?
I believe it is, but I can't sit here and tell you why that is, other than it very well just could be a management issue on behalf of the department.
Thank you.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not being that familiar with Prince George's counties, but I'm not sure if Delegate Fisher's referring to that report, but I was wondering if we could get a copy of the report, because you indicated that there were no police officers mentioned, but that it kind of gave you a flavor of what was going on in the county and what the concern, the police behavior that was concerning. I just wondered if that would be possible if the committee could get a report.
I can have that sent from the representatives from the FOP from PG County.
Thank you.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you both very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you, sir.
The sixth and final panel on House Bill 671, Davon Love, Crystal Oriadha, and Laura Atwood.
And that's fine. Look forward to.
I see.
Thanks.
Who do I see? I see Miss Oriadha, so we'll start with her and we'll go from there. Crystal Oriadha, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you again for the time and space to speak on this piece of legislation. We do not want to just fire officers that have killed us and members of my community and people that look like me. We want to prevent the deaths of Black and brown people. You cannot untrain racism or hatred. So we need a system that allows us to weed out bad officers as early as possible, because they should not have the right to carry a badge and a gun and become state-sanctioned terrorists of Black and brown communities. Earlier, they talked about the early warning system, and that is not enough. It does nothing because it is not a tool of discipline. And I know that firsthand as a member of the police reform work group for Prince George's County, where I asked the chief of police and other officers how this tool is used, and was told repeatedly that it's not a tool to actually implement discipline. So it's not a tool that actually gets us closer to the vision we have of true justice for Black and brown communities. I personally have shared my story that I'm a rape survivor, and I have lost family members to law enforcement. So I see and understand the need for police officers and respect the profession. But I also know that people that look like me are not always seen as victims to police, but seen as villains until proven innocent. And the reality is, even as a survivor of violence, that I don't feel safe calling the police for help because I'm not sure how I will be seen. We've had officers assault members of our community at peaceful protests. And when we followed up, nothing, we could not find any information. The process was one that we could not follow. And we are people that know the system, know officers, have connections, and still were not able to find the information about what were the consequences. That officer felt free to walk up and put his hands on a resident and knew there would be no consequences. That is why we need full transparency so that we can start to save lives. It's not enough to fire officers that kill us. We need to start preventing deaths in our community. Again, I'm Crystal Oria, the co-founder of PG Changemakers, and ask that you support Anton's Law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oriata. Now we'll go to Davon Love, please, for 2 minutes.
All right. So good evening. I'm here to oppose House Bill 671 in its current state. I've been testifying on issues of police accountability for, several years. And back around 2015, I remember having conversations with folks in the community about advocacy around police accountability, who were talking about the issues of police robbing people, selling drugs, planting evidence. And what they said to me was that they just felt like no one would believe them. And so they didn't talk publicly about the things that they knew. When we look at then the uprising that happened and the investigation of the Department of Justice, it found a level of corruption within the Baltimore City Police Department that prior to that investigation, most folks felt was unsubstantiated, or most folks in the mainstream thought was unsubstantiated. This is important because when we think about or ask ourselves the question, are there other such, gun trace task force like entities within police departments around the state? The only legitimate answer is, I don't know, because the public does not have the information and the access to the information to be able to make that assessment. Additionally, what this bill does is that it essentially forces the public to trust the police department and a small charging committee that they have made the appropriate decisions around discipline. What we want is to be able to evaluate the decisions they made, which is why we need access to files that would go beyond the categories that are listed in this particular piece of legislation. Lastly, I just want to conclude by saying this. What the opposition has said, those who have an interest in keeping these closed secret, they have said that they're worried about the selling of the reputations of law enforcement officers. It is our side that actually has the empirical evidence of police abuses and the investigations of those allegations under unsustained that have actually resulted in brutality. The other side has not presented any empirical evidence of these kinds of files being used in ways to sully a police officer's reputation or being used and weaponized in any way against police officers. So it's our hope that we can move further than this bill does and really giving the community and the public the information it needs to actually practice transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. We'll go now to Laura Atwood, please, for 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and committee members for the opportunity to testify today. I testified earlier, so I will keep my remarks brief. I live in Montgomery County near downtown Silver Spring, and I'm speaking as an individual in a community I love, and I have a son who's a senior at Montgomery Blair High School, which has no racial majority, and I care about my community and my son's community. I'm testifying in opposition to this bill unless substantially amended because I believe it is insufficient. And I would ask for this committee instead to support a very sensible and overdue bill, HB 120, Anton's Law. I'm motivated to be here because too many people who look like me have stood in the way of needed full change and continue to do so, whether it's in the name of unity or compromise or whatever the words. And so I'm speaking in that context. I see real harm being done to people. I see facts and information and truths not being sought after, but not being found, being concealed. And I don't feel I have the moral right to say that inadequate compromise is okay. So in honor of all the people who have been hurt and killed and their loved ones, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report on this bill as it currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for being with us on this bill this evening. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 671. It's 7 o'clock. We are now going to move on to a string of bills, many of which don't have very many people signed up to testify, or maybe only just 1 or 2. So we're going to try and go as quickly as we can through these. We're going to start with House Bill 152, which is Delegate Crosby's bill. There are two people to testify, Delegate Crosby and Michael Winkleman. So Delegate Crosby will get 3 minutes. Mr. Winkleman will get 2 minutes. And I see Delegate Crosby, so we will go right ahead. Thank you very much. Delegate Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll go fast. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Delegate Brian Crosby, here to present House Bill 152, entitled Law Enforcement Department of State Police Body-Worn Cameras. In 2015, this body created a commission to draft a set of best practices regarding the usage of body cameras by Maryland Police Departments. In 5 years since, we have seen widespread adoption of this technology from large jurisdictions like Montgomery County and Baltimore City to smaller localities on our eastern shore, such as Fruitland and Berlin. My home county, St. Mary's, body cameras have been utilized since 2016 here in Lexington Park. In each of these jurisdictions, the outcome of this adoption has been a resounding success because the body cameras serve a variety of critical purposes. For one, they protect law enforcement officers from false claims of misconduct and increasing accountability, transparency. In a complaint or a dispute between an officer and a citizen, body cameras can provide full, independent, and verified account of what happened in a given situation to the authorities. Sheriff Mike Evans of Calvert County has described them as a blessing. They've exonerated deputies on more complaints than not for this exact reason. On the flip side, body cameras can provide excellent evidence when it comes to investigating police misconduct. In 2018, a Baltimore City officer was found guilty of fabricating evidence thanks to body camera footage and was suspended for 3 years. Our ability to catch and prosecute misconduct is critical to maintaining and improving community relationships. Some may argue that body cameras are duplicative and unnecessary, given that the state police already have dash cams and that most of their activity is in the form of vehicular stops. But dash cams are an incomplete measure. What happens if an officer alleges that the occupant of a vehicle was reaching for a weapon? What happens if an occupant alleges that evidence was planted? How can we verify the claims that dash cams view? The simple answer really is that we can't. And this is why St. Mary's Captain Ed Willenborg described body cameras as a logical step in the next evolution of policing. This year, there have been some minor technical changes to exclude on-duty officers working in the State House, but the rest of the bill remains the same. 2 years ago, this body approved a bill that allowed Johns Hopkins Police Force, or allowed Johns Hopkins University to create its own police force. The bill was controversial, as many of you recall, but it did mandate that members of a security force wear body cameras for the same reasons that I've outlined for you today: officer safety, accountability, and transparency. It's simply hypocritical of us to hold a private institution to a higher set of standards than we hold ourselves to. As such, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 152.
Thank you very much, Delegate Crosby. We're going to go now to Mr. Winkleman for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Winkleman. I'm a civil rights lawyer in Prince George's County, and I'm here on behalf of the Civil Rights Division of the Maryland Association for Justice. We support this legislation as well as HB 187 that will come up hopefully shortly hereafter. As the sponsor indicated, increased body cameras support greater accountability and transparency in the police process. In recent years, we have seen body cameras show both bad policing, but they have also showed instances of good policing. Increased body camera use will foster a greater trust in police when they are justified and accountability when they are not justified in that force. The other thing I would like to add, Mr. Chairman, is this. As someone who has practiced civil rights law for more than 20 years, something else body cameras can't afford is peace to families. Too many times families are left wondering what happened and having to speculate for years as to how their loved one died. In many instances, body camera footage would give that peace to the families. We urge favorable support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Going once. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 152. We're going to move now to House Bill 187. And there are actually 5 witnesses in favor, including the delegate, Delegate Ivy, Jana Parker, Stanford Frazier, Kaylin Young is going to be testifying from ACLU, and Mr. Winkleman. Again, it'll be 3 minutes for the delegate, and then 2 minutes for everyone else. Then we'll have Michael Sanderson in opposition after we take the favorable. So Delegate Ivy, your cell phone. Delegate Ivy, will you go for 3 minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I know that you've had a long day, but such important, significant work that you're doing. So thank you for your time. Colleagues, for the record, Delegate Julian Ivy here presenting House Bill 187. Under state law, the Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission developed a policy for the use and issuance of body-worn cameras by law enforcement officers. As introduced, House Bill 187 would require all law enforcement agencies to adopt policies and procedures for the use of body-worn cameras consistent with those of the Commission by October 1st, 2021. Secondly, by October 2021, law enforcement agencies must issue body-worn cameras for all police officers to use while on duty. The Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission developed this body-worn camera policy for the use and issuance of body-worn cameras by law enforcement officers pursuant to chapters 128 and 129. MPTSC's policy incorporated recommendations from a 2015 report by the commission that was established in those chapters. MPTSC also published an instructive and informative body-worn camera procedural reference guide that law enforcement agencies can use as an advisory toolkit when developing their own BWC standards and procedures. This reference guide acknowledges the fact that law enforcement agencies across the state come in all different shapes and sizes. Thus, local law enforcement agencies should develop and implement a BWC program consistent with MPTSC policy designed to match their needs, resources, and constraints so that they may best serve their communities. I too acknowledge this fact. However, I also acknowledge that law enforcement agencies are not required by current state law to implement a body-worn camera program, despite MPTSC's clear and consistent policy on how to do so. Left to their own devices, local law enforcement agencies of varying size have and will implement their own body-worn camera programs consistent with MPTSC policy. Prince George's County, Montgomery County, Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Howard County, Wacomico County, Washington County Sheriff Offices have already implemented body-worn camera programs that are operational and budgeted for in 2021. This piece of legislation, as originally introduced, would mandate that all law enforcement agencies first adopt policies and procedures for the use of body-worn cameras, and second, they must issue these cameras to the relevant officers by October 1st of 2021. Our fiscal note, it explains the general fund expenditures increase by about $6.2 million in 2022. A significant portion of these increases would be used for the purchase of body-worn camera equipment and user management, licensing, and storage fees as well. As you'll notice in the fiscal note, the price per camera remains stagnant at about $2,200. However, the estimated costs associated with user management, training, licensing, storage of footage vary dramatically for the state agencies. There's certainly a significant cost to implement body-worn camera programs across the state of Maryland. However, the human costs that Black and Brown families have had to suffer at the hands of police brutality are even more significant. For years, communities of color have had to live with this violence and trauma, and we're asking for a favorable report on House Bill 187.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Jana Parker, please. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Again, I'm a resident of Prince George's County. I'm speaking favorably and asking for a favorable report for HB 187. It is very important when we're talking about fostering trust between the community and the police departments that there be an ability to see for ourselves what is going on and what is happening on a lot of these, to be honest, controversial interactions. And I think the biggest point that I heard earlier was just to support good police officers who are doing the work and doing it appropriately, and that these body cams allow for that to happen. And subsequently, when there are officers who disrespect the job, because that's really what it boils down to, when officers who dishonor the badge and disrespect the job, that they are held accountable in a manner that is appropriate and in alignment. And a lot of times you can't do that without footage. And I feel like this bill, HB 187, goes to doing that, as well as the bill that was heard before then, as well as the future bill, HB 120, in regards to really restoring and bringing together the community's trust in the police departments. And so, again, I urge a favorable report from this bill in regards to it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stanford Frazier.
Good evening to the chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Stanford Frazier. I'm a public defender in Prince George's County, and I'm with the Public Defender's Government Affairs Division, and we're asking for a favorable report of this legislation. In the words of William Sosa, body-worn cameras demonstrate a police agency's commitment to transparency and accountability. I want to highlight that the U.S. Department of Justice's National Institute paid for a study on the social and fiscal outcomes of body-worn cameras and how it impacts interactions with citizens. And in order to do this study, they had a control group of about 400 Las Vegas Metropolitan Police officers. After 1 year, what they found was that the number of officers with at least one complaint of misconduct decreased by 30% for the officers that had body-worn cameras, and it only decreased by 5% for the control group that didn't have cameras. In addition, the number of officers with at least one use of force incident decreased by 37% with the officers that wore body-worn cameras, but the amount of use of force incidents actually increased by 4% in the control group without body-worn cameras. We think those details demonstrate the power of body-worn cameras. And anecdotally, in Prince George's County, it's difficult work with my clients because they expect officers to have body cameras. We have to explain that it's actually not uniform. And while some small cities and municipalities require their officers to have body cameras, in the actual Prince George's County the Police Department, only a small subset of those officers wear body cameras. And explaining that to my clients, I can see how that further creates a lack of trust in the community with law enforcement. For those reasons, the Public Defender's Office recommends a favorable report on this bill.
Okay, we'll go to Kaylin Young, please.
Greetings, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kaylin Young, Director of Public Policy at the ACLU of Maryland, and we stand in support of HB 187 to mandate body-worn cameras across the state. As we have been talking about all day, LEOBR, repeal and replace, and MPIA, in ways in which we can reduce police misconduct and improve the relationship between the community and the law enforcement that serve us. I just want to point out how body-worn cameras has been and continues to be one of the primary means by which we can find out exactly what happens. It protects those who are victims of the police misconduct by allowing for everyone to see exactly what happened. It protects those officers who are falsely accused as well, because they can be exonerated by that very same mechanism. And so we think that this is a substantial step towards the path of justice. I think that everyone agrees that we really want to be able to judge correctly what happens and what actually happened. And it's body-worn cameras is the best way to do that. I want to also point out that we also stand in support of the last bill, HB 152, which does the same for state troopers, and also recognizing that there may be some budgetary constraints that the delegate talked about earlier. And in particular, we understand that there's budgetary processes on the local jurisdictions that might make this bill a little bit too aggressive with regard to the timeline. So we would welcome an amendment that recognized that, maybe pushing it out a year to accommodate the fiscal years of various jurisdictions so that way they can accommodate their processes. Thank you. And with that, we urge a favorable report.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Winkleman, Michael Winkleman, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Mike Winkleman on behalf of the Maryland Association for Justice. For the same reasons that our entity supported 152 just a few moments ago, we support 187. And thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll go to the single opponent to testify against it. Mike Sanderson from MACO, please. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties.
We've submitted opposition testimony to the bill, but it's not a deep philosophical opposition. Our practical issue is one of timing. So we submitted some written sort of a letter of information on the speaker's bill, which also includes this component. That bill gives a window of time before every agency and every officer needs to have this equipment in place. And I think that's a productive framework that we hope the committee can embrace. You've heard other testimony saying that maybe the timetable in this bill is too rapid. That's the essence of our testimony. I'd point out two things of substance to reinforce that. Number one, we have some work to do with body camera footage and where it fits under Maryland's Public Information Act. You've heard a lot about PIA today, but we've got laws that were written for pieces of paper, but right now they basically apply to all the footage coming from police cameras. And to the extent that that's wide open, we need to do a better job to protect victims, witnesses, children, informants, and the like. The speaker's bill gives a window of time that I think could help us get our house in order on that front. And second, there is a cost component here that I think is meaningful, and a couple of years of time to get maybe a shared resource together, a state entity that provides some economies of scale where we could subscribe and have a storage service or maybe even a redaction service that agencies could subscribe to would ensure professionalism, but also economies in doing this. So our opposition is not on the right direction to go. It's the timetable with which to get there. And that we've submitted written statement as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone with a question for Mr. Sanderson? Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I remember in some of the things that we've heard that there's the issue of all different police agencies may have different platforms for storage, and that's going to be a concern. And so I think that you're on the right course to try to get one platform that all of the agencies can use and yet still maintain the confidentiality of their information. If you want to comment on that, please.
I think these practical concerns are, to be candid, one of the reasons why Maryland is a bit behind some other states in getting buy-in from law enforcement agencies to use this technology. So the idea of a good storage solution and some laws that give us clearer direction on what to redact and what the cost to the oversight would be, those would clear the path. And I think the speaker's bill probably gives us time for you and your colleagues down the hall in HGO to get some of those things sorted out.
All right. They're upstairs, by the way, second floor. Anyway, does anyone have any further questions? Sorry, that was gratuitous. Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us here today. We are finishing now the testimony on House Bill 187. We're now going to go to House Bill 188. Delegate Grammer will get 3 minutes, and then we'll have Jana Parker, Tracy Shand, Stanford Frazier, Riley Rochong, Rhonda Dormius, Mercedes Lemp. All of them will testify before we do questions. Those are the people who are testifying in favor, and then we'll have an opposing panel. So Delegate Grammer, you're good for 3 minutes when you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, I'm Delegate Robin Grammer here to present House Bill 188. House Bill 188 discontinues the use of no-knock warrants in Maryland. On January 21st, 2005, a no-knock warrant was executed on a home in Dundalk, Maryland. The door was breached, and a flashbang grenade was thrown. Woken from her sleep and fearing intruders, Cheryl Noel grabbed a lawfully registered gun that she kept near her bed and held it pointed to the floor. When the SWAT team kicked open her bedroom door, Cheryl Noel was shot 3 times and killed. In evaluating the use of force by officers, we make allowances for the fact that circumstances can be exceptionally confusing and fast-moving, with officers required to make split-second judgments under suboptimal conditions. Therein, we judge officers under a more forgiving standard. What is seldom recognized is that those on the receiving end of a no-knock warrant are disoriented, off guard, and are completely unprepared. What at times ensues is the worst case scenario. The occupant draws a weapon in defense. In these cases, there is almost always a fatality. This was the case in Cambridge, Maryland, when officers executed a no-knock warrant on Andrew Cornish, who emerged from his bedroom carrying a sheathed knife. He was shot in the face and forehead and killed. This was the case with Cheryl Knoll in Dundalk, Maryland, who was shot and killed. This was also the case of Duncan Lemp of Potomac, Maryland. We are joined today by Mercedes Lemp, who has joined us to share the story of her son, Duncan, who died in a no-knock warrant. In many cases, law enforcement are shot or killed. Judge Pamela Harris wrote in a related dissent, "This is the precise sequence of events, a surprised and defensive reaction by a resident to which the police respond with force, is exactly what the knock and announce rule was designed to prevent. Unfortunately, knock and announce and the castle doctrine have been almost completely eroded. I believe we put residents and law enforcement at heightened risk with the continued use of no-knock warrants. With this bill, we restore knock and announce, and we restore a person's right to respond. With that, I would thank you for the hearing for House Bill 188. I'm happy to discuss any questions, and I'd ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to the witnesses for 2 minutes. Jana Parker, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I am in support of this bill and ask that you release it with a favorable report. I think, like was brought up by Delegate Grammer, I think the biggest issue is safety for not only those who are on the receiving end of a no-knock warrant, but those who are actually doing it, the police officers. Several times police officers are put in the line of danger for doing a no-knock warrant because residents who own weapons lawfully are protecting their home lawfully. And therefore, they are not aware that they have something going on to where there's a no-knock warrant being served on them. And it causes for harm on both ends of the spectrum. It's not understandable to me why this is not a bipartisan bill, because it protects the lives of police officers as well as protects the lives of residents who lawfully own guns on a lot of these occasions and are just protecting their home and their valuables. Additionally, there are a lot more instances where police can enact a search warrant or warrants without having it be no knock and without there being a particular issue of danger to them. I believe in the Duncan case, unfortunately, but the mother had brought up there were several different times in where he could have been taken into custody without them serving a no-knock warrant upon her home and subsequently him losing his life. So again, I urge for a favorable report in order to protect not only the residents and citizens and constituents of this state, but also those who are sworn to protect those residents and constituents. Thank you.
You. We'll move now to Tracy Shand, please.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Tracy Shand. I am in favor of this no-knock warrant. I've seen officers go to people's homes and surround the homes and knock before they enter to let the person know that they're coming in if they do not open the door. So this should not be a problem in passing, considering, other situations that might occur where you cannot let them know for whatever reason. But with the no-knock warrant, I feel that it's absolutely necessary. It protects not only the officers, but it protects the people within a building, housing development, or wherever they're located. Everyone is being secure, and they know that the police officers are coming to detain someone, arrest someone, or, do their public duty, and everyone's supposed to take caution. Thank you, and I'm in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Stanford Frazier for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Judiciary. It's good to be speaking to you again. In 2020, no-knock warrants became a national issue with protests across the nation after Breonna Taylor was killed by officers while they were executing a no-knock warrant at her residence. Unfortunately, the problem with these warrants are not exclusive to the city of Louisville. In 2008, a SWAT team in Prince George's County, Maryland, conducted a raid at the home of Berwyn Heights resident Shay Calvo. Both of his dogs were shot during the raid, and afterwards, police learned that Calvo was the mayor of Berwyn Heights, Maryland. The outrage of this incident led the legislature to pass legislation to require annual disclosure of SWAT raids and the execution of warrants. The disclosure from that legislation demonstrated that between 2010 and 2014, police in Maryland killed 9 individuals and injured 95 civilians while executing over 8,000 SWAT police raids. Unfortunately, after collecting this startling data, no follow-up legislation was implemented. Because of that failure, in last year, a Montgomery County man, Duncan Lemp, who was only 21 years old, was killed by officers during the execution of a no-knock warrant. Since this national moment, jurisdictions like the city of Louisville and the Commonwealth of Virginia have banned, the use of no-knock warrants. They join Oregon and Florida, which ban no-knock warrants, as well as Utah, where a 2014 law prohibits no-knock warrants for cases involving only drug possession. At the federal level, Republicans, Libertarians, and Democrats have proposed legislation to ban no-knock warrants. The problem with no-knock warrants isn't that officers don't have to jump through enough hoops in order to get them. The problem isn't that the legal standard for warrants needs to be changed. The problem isn't that another research bill is necessary. The problem with no-knock warrants is that they allow officers to break into residences without warning, creating deadly situations for individuals and police officers alike. The time for research has passed. The time for half measures has passed. It's time to ban no-knock warrants.
Thank you very much. Riley Rochon for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and everyone on the committee. I recognize it's been a long day, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here. My name is Riley Grace Rochon, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm currently a law student at the University of Maryland School of Law, and I am coming here to testify in favor of House Bill 188. Last summer, I began researching police reform for the Office of the Maryland Attorney General, and I've continued to do my own research, so I'm here to share some of what I've learned and hopefully help the committee. When discussing no-knock warrants, the history of how they came to be is very important. The origins of no-knock warrants can be traced to the Nixon administration and the early days of the war on drugs, when, to paraphrase an infamous quote from the Nixon White House strategist, the Nixon White House had two enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. And they knew that they couldn't make it illegal to be against either the war or Black people. But by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and Black people with heroin, and then criminalize both heavily, they could disrupt those communities, arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. So no-knock warrants have been disproportionately impacted against people of color. In fact, no-knock warrants proved to be so problematic that Congress repealed the statute authorizing their use 4 years later, based on extensive newspaper reporting describing mistaken, violent, and often illegal raids carried out by law enforcement officers searching for drugs. And unfortunately, we continue to see that today. Now, one criticism I heard from the hearing earlier on House Bill 670 was that eliminating no-knock warrants would impair a police officer's ability to have a tactical advantage in certain situations. I just want to be clear for a second. Ending the use of no-knock warrants does not necessarily preclude police from making an unannounced entry when they determine on the scene that an appropriate emergency exists. So eliminating no-knock warrants would actually ensure that police perform a complete and thorough assessment of the situation when they arrive on the scene to execute a search warrant before deciding whether to dispense with knocking and announcing their presence, which is why we need to resolve this issue here. There are a number of other issues related to no-knock warrants, and I'd be happy to take questions on those, but we need to resolve this now. And not only that, but this would make sure that when a police officer does enter a premises unannounced, that they do full investigations so that they only do so when necessary, and we don't end up in situations where police or civilians are harmed. For these reasons, as well as other reasons, in my written testimony, I ask that you give a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rhonda Dormius not present just yet, but Mercedes Lemp is, and so we're going to hear from her. 2 minutes, please.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Sure.
The world of my family was shattered on March 12, 2020. At 4:30 a.m., while my husband, myself, and our two sons, Atticus and Duncan's fiancee, Casey Robinson, were sleeping, Montgomery County Police threw flashbang grenades into our home, fired multiple shots, and killed my son, Duncan Lemp, shooting him 5 times. The police statements and investigations by neighboring county have provided little to demonstrate the actual need for a no-knock warrant on our home. We know that a material fact relied upon by the police in obtaining such a search warrant was shown to be untrue. The police surveillance of our home provided numerous opportunities to stop or detain my son during any number of times that he left the house in the weeks prior to the raid. Performing a traffic stop, contacting Duncan or us did not require a no-knock warrant and demonstration of a militaristic show of force on my home. My 21-year-old son is dead, and I don't want any other family members to ever feel such a grief, or experience such a grief. The damage that these no-knock raids inflict upon communities across the United States, including families like ours, is well documented. I'm here today, along with my husband, Matt, to testify in support of this legislation because I want to make sure that this never happens to another family again, and that police use means other than no-knock warrants in their investigations. Several states, including Virginia, Florida, and Oregon, ban no-knock warrants, and after the killing of Breonna Taylor, coincidentally the day after Duncan was killed in Louisville, and other municipalities have followed suit. The laws that allow no-knock warrants also disproportionately target people of color. According to a recent ACLU study from 2014, 54% of the SWAT raids targeted Black and Hispanic individuals. The Florida Supreme Court in the Bamber case summed it up well when ruling no-knock raids illegal, stating, as a matter of public policy, no-knock warrants are disfavored because of their staggering potential for violence for both occupants and police. Finally, I also want to support the companion bills regarding body-worn cameras being made mandatory for state police and all local police jurisdictions in Maryland. One of the biggest failings in the police attack on our family was that Montgomery County SWAT were not required to wear body cameras. And so there's no video footage of the attack on our home and the killing of my son, Duncan. The SWAT officers chose not to turn on their body cameras during the raid, but instead turned it on after Duncan was killed, doing little for accountability or transparency and providing no comfort for our family. So on behalf of my family, including Duncan's 4-month-old son, I urge you to pass HB 188 to ban no-knock warrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Cardin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, first of all, to Ms. Lemp, my condolences to you and your family. The information that you said was untrue that was provided, I guess, to the judge in order to get the warrant. Was it fabricated or was it just presumed? And therefore, you can just reflect on whether a higher standard would have had an impact on the judge not granting it.
It's my understanding that it was presumed that something was illegal, and then in the police report, they later acknowledged that actually it was a legal gun.
Okay, so then it wasn't that the police lied to the judge. It was that the police made some assumptions that if they had to reach a higher burden of proof instead of just a presumption or of a reasonable suspicion, they probably wouldn't have been granted the warrant.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Delegate Cardin, I can answer that if it's okay. The warrant for Duncan Lemp was issued on two premises. The first was that he possessed a gun that was on a list that was illegal to own. That was not the case. The police had called the manufacturer of what they suspected the gun to be, and the manufacturer said it does look like this gun. But after the warrant was executed, what they found was that it was not the gun they thought it was. It was actually purchased legally by Duncan at a firearm shop in Montgomery County. And the second part of the warrant was that he was not eligible to own firearms, when what the case actually was that he had purchased that firearm and he passed a background check, which the purpose of a background check is to check and make sure you are not on a list, an unqualified person.
Thank you very much. So that answered the question. If they had to reach a higher standard, they probably wouldn't have been able to get the warrant, the judge to sign a warrant. But
well, I think they thought the details were true. They had informants which provided information that would have led them to verify that information. So I'm not sure that if you change the standard, it changes anything in this case.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to talk a little bit about the standard with Delegate Grammer, but first I just want to say I'm pretty sure I heard you say you like background checks, so thanks for that. Delegate Grammer, so in your bill, it would eliminate no-knock warrants, which I fully support. I have a problem with no-knock warrants, as just, you know, most folks. But it says that the police would have to just provide reasonable notice. So under your bill, if the police provide reasonable notice, I could see a scenario where the police go in and they don't necessarily knock. And they go in, there's an unfortunate incident, someone gets shot, and then you're in a situation under your bill, the way it's drafted now, where the police say, you know what, no, we did knock, and the standard is just probable cause for them to go in to think that there's a misdemeanor occurring or destruction of property. And then you have the victim saying, well, no, they didn't knock. So I'm wondering how your bill would handle that situation. I mean, what type of relief are you providing? Because when you provide a higher standard, like the speaker says in House Bill 670, the judge actually has to find clear and convincing evidence that there is imminent harm to a person before they could go in for a no knock, and gets rid of any chance of an officer going in for destruction of property. But, you know, on one hand, yours, I think, would fall to a probable cause situation where the judge isn't making necessarily a written finding. It's based on an affidavit, and you're going to have the officer saying, yeah, we knocked. And you're going to have the victim saying, no, the officer didn't knock. You know, whereas if you did have a higher standard where a judge has to make an actual finding of clear and convincing evidence, I think that you eliminate the possibility of what we're all trying to do is, you know, another unfortunate incident.
So I think that that situation can exist now. If we were to leave the standard alone, you could have a disagreement between an occupant and law enforcement right now. They could say we knocked, and you know the occupant could say, well, no, they didn't. So I think that problem exists now, and
Right,
I think
but I'm saying your bill doesn't fix that. Your bill doesn't deal with the standard
Sure.
that an officer would have to show to be able to go into that house. So
under a
I'm
no-knock
saying,
warrant,
say that again.
they would change the standard in which they could go in under a no-knock warrant.
Yeah, under your bill, it would fall to probable cause, where I think it would just default to the exact same situation that you're trying to fix. You see what I'm saying? You're saying, okay, no knock warrants, but then you're going to end up in basically the officer says this, the victim says this, and you know the officer say, yeah, I had probable cause and I knocked, and then what are you left with? You're left with the same parade of horribles that we've been trying to fix.
I understand that. I think maybe I'm missing the technicals on this a little bit. I'm trying to understand, but I'm losing you a little bit.
I'm looking on my grid. Stanford, Frazier, do you want to speak to that?
Madam Vice Chair, I believe Riley Rochong is also, both of them, Mr. Frazier and Rochong have indicated that. So Mr. Frazier, if you want to go first, and then we'll go to Ms. Rochong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think the problem you're trying to identify, there's two ways to look at it. You could, you know, usually in certain circumstances, let's say the warrant didn't have sufficient probable cause under the Fourth Amendment, as well as the Maryland Article of Rights, the police could, a judge could withhold any evidence or contraband, like exclude that from trial. And that could be an incentive structure in order to make officers actually knock and announce. And we could actually, we would support a friendly amendment proposing that if there's, you know, clear and convincing evidence that officers didn't knock and announce, that evidence would be excluded at trial. I think the other circumstance is, yes, this bill doesn't change the standard of warrants in general. So there could be a future problem in which officers could get a warrant, and maybe the factual basis for that warrant aren't that strong. But that's a problem with all warrants, not necessarily in no-knock warrants.
Ms. Rochong.
Thank you. And Vice Chairwoman, I just wanted to ask, because as far as I'm aware, the problem that you're eliciting, that this bill doesn't address necessarily the standard for acquiring a warrant, that doesn't necessarily seem to be resolved by the elimination or not of a no-knock warrant, or at least the scenario that you're describing. For example, if we were to raise the standard, I mean, I don't see any reason why a police officer still couldn't get into a situation where they don't get a warrant. You know, they go, you know, they circumvent the process, and then they go over to a house that they want to go to, and they go in and they have the same kind of dispute as what you described. I mean, that kind of a scenario could still play out regardless of whether or not you raise the standard. And so I'm not sure if that's necessarily relevant to the bill at hand. Right now, the bill seems to be just taking away one way for police to be able to abuse or harm civilians, as opposed to like opening up another possible avenue. Because there wouldn't be, as far as I'm aware, any difference unless you can explain one to me.
I just think that the bill, it doesn't necessarily have any teeth, and instead of solving a problem, you're just pushing the problem into another area. And so if we're trying to solve a problem here of the no-knock warrants, then let's do that. Let's not create another problem that we're going to have to come back at some future date and pose another bill to try to solve.
But that problem seems to already exist.
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't object to clear and convincing, and I think I would agree with that. I just think short of creating a standard and, you know, requiring knock and announce, you're going to have these use of force scenarios, which are disproportionate. And, you know, the whole crux of this problem, what knock and announce is supposed to prevent, is a situation where you put law enforcement in an impossible situation where they're required to defend themselves, and an impossible situation for the occupant, where they're completely disoriented and their immediate response is to go into a self-defense mode. So I think, you know, I acknowledge your point. I agree with clear and convincing. I just think without restoring knock and announce, we're going to fall short, and we're going to be back, you know, some other time with another person telling the story about how they lost a son or daughter or mother or father.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, this is a question, I think, for Ms. Lemp. I'm from Montgomery County also, so sorry for your loss. And I heard about this story at the time, and it was quite alarmed. And since then, I've heard of a second botched SWAT raid on a firefighter in the county that we're also being sued over. So I know this is an issue. And I apologize because I know you're here to talk about no-knock warrants, but I actually am alarmed by another aspect of your story that I'm hoping you could just spend a second to elaborate on, and that's about the body cams being turned off. And I'm curious just if they're alleging that was allowed or a mistake, and if it was the latter, has any discipline or anything happened that you're aware of with respect to the body cam failure?
It's my understanding that it was allowed to, and I'm going to botch this, and somebody else probably knows better, but to preserve the SWAT team's anonymity. And then, but of course it's ridiculous because then it was turned on way after the fact. So I'm not sure why even have it after the fact.
Hey, Delegate Moon, there's an agreement between Montgomery County and Howard County. If there is one of these situations that the state's attorney for the adjacent county handles the investigation. Howard County did release that report, and what I'd like to do is send that report to the committee so that you can learn some more details about this. And I think that report does cover the use of camera situation.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We're going to go now to the one person to testify in opposition, Scott Schellenberger, State Attorney, Baltimore County. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Schellenberger. He's coming in now. All right. Mr. Schellenberger, when you're ready, you will have 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. So let's just get started on no-knock warrants have been legal in the state of Maryland for quite a period of time. The officer does have to put in the statement of probable cause the reasons for the no-knock. So they can't just willy-nilly decide to do it, and the judge does have to approve the no-knock provisions. The only time no-knocks are used is when, one, there's a need to preserve the safety of officers, and we think that they do that. The second part is when you want to preserve evidence. And in the previous bill I talked about earlier today, I had mentioned the issue with fentanyl and how easy it is to destroy fentanyl, and that a lot of times when they do no-knocks, it's because they're going in to try and get the fentanyl. But it's also could be a murder case. So if you're there knocking on the door and there's DNA on a piece of clothing and it suddenly gives into the fireplace, then you've lost crucial evidence in an absolute important point and requirement. So not only does the officer have to articulate in the probable cause why they need to no-knock, the judge has to sign off on that. I certainly would welcome a friendly amendment that indicates that a supervisor must be involved to approve the no-knock, that the statement of no-knock has to be prominently displayed in the warrant, and that even the state's attorney's office has to sign off on the no-knock. That is a custom in some of the counties, but it is not the law. So if you added those three things, I think that would be the additional protections that you need to make sure that no-knocks are used very seldom. And they are used way, 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 way less than regular warrants.
Okay. Questions? Delegate Grammer, then Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Scott, good to see you. I just wanted to throw this off of you to see how you felt about it. So the purpose of knock and announce is to try and avoid these situations. In the Cheryl Knoll case, the case was derived from the son. The son was pulled over on a traffic stop, and an officer saw a pill. He had a discussion with the son, and the son said, I have an addiction problem. The officer subsequently initiated an investigation. They pulled his trash and found traces of drugs, and that evolved into a no-knock warrant. In that particular case, the first thing that happened in the no-knock warrant was that the parents' bedroom was stormed. Subsequently, the son was. They hollered down to the son who was in the basement, and he said, I'm not going to resist. I'm coming with you. And the result of that case was 2 possessions of marijuana. That was the ultimate charge. So in circumstances like this, you look at the totality of the case and you say to yourself, like, it didn't necessarily have to happen that way. And we deal with a lot of imperfect people who do imperfect things and most certainly illegal things. But in that case, somebody lost their mother needlessly. And the premise of the protection, the knock and announce, goes back, it goes back pretty far, over 100 years. And my question for you is...
and Delegate Grammer, I will take this opportunity to mention to the committee, the question would be helpful. Yes, please.
So here's the question. Do people have the right to that Fourth Amendment protection? Is there I hate to draw bright lines to say, this is how it has to be. But if we allow the service of warrants at a person's home, and we allow law enforcement to breach a person's home to service a warrant, does a person have a right to respond? And is there a bright line that we can draw to say the government has an obligation to knock and announce?
Well, the bright line has existed for centuries, and that is the Fourth Amendment. And the Fourth Amendment has always required probable cause to believe that, evidence will be inside, or a person who is wanted will be inside. And we've used that standard, for obviously a very, very long time. Now, no knock was developed because the knock and announce very often poses a problem of safety to the police officers. I mean, just like you say, and I do feel bad for the stories that, not the stories, the evidence that we've heard from folks today, but it happens on the other side too. And that is 2 police officers in Florida were recently serving a warrant and were killed. And when you balance the interests out, if you make sure that police have to do extra requirements to get a no-knock and convince a judge why it's necessary, I think the balance is in favor of more protection for the police officers. Because when you knock, I understand the situation that you just described, but then there's also the situation where the individuals inside have the time to go get a gun and take a shot at a police officer because they've announced. So it is a difficult balance, and I think the law has found a good place for where it is. We use it very sparingly.
In these cases that I mentioned, even with the no knock, the immediate response was for the occupant to pull a weapon. And this is happening nationwide. And if this committee could pass a bill to make the issuance of warrants completely safe, we would. But we can't do that. And no knock warrants don't guarantee that.
I agree. They are very difficult on both ways.
All right, I really appreciate it, Scott.
Thank you very much, Delegate Cox. And then I think we're going to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Scott, for being here. It's good to see you again, sir.
You too.
Every police officer that I've spoken with and my sheriffs, they all say that the no knock is extremely rare. So any help that we can hear about that can maybe tailor this in a way that provides very limited exception would be helpful. But you know, that you mentioned the Fourth Amendment. I appreciate that because it does say the right of the people to be secure in their houses and their persons is, you know, shall not be violated. And my concern, I guess, just goes along with what Delegate Grammer just mentioned. That is, how can we make sure that, you know, the balance right now with no knock, from everything I've seen and heard, is that every time someone, you know, has to endure a no knock warrant, we have, you know, tragedy stories like Mrs. Lemp and their family. I mean, that's just shocking that anybody would issue an order to do what happened to them. It's just out of, you know, it's unreasonable to any standard. But when you consider that, you know, this is becoming an issue where you have the average response of a person would be to defend themselves. I mean, that's the natural response. So this is like a setup almost in every situation to have someone not knowing whether this is a gang, you know, banging, you know, beating in their door or it's the authorities. I mean, they have very little time to respond. And that's, I think, the concern. You know, we're very strong to support this. So my question would be, how can we ensure that the people are secure in their absolute rights under the Constitution, and yet still protect the police like we all want to do?
So number one, obviously there has to be probable cause. Number two, there has to be an articulation of why the no knock is necessary. It should be prominently displayed on the warrant so you know the judge has really looked at it. Number three, you can have a supervisor that's involved. Number four, you can have a state's attorney who signs off on it. Delegate Grammer, I can tell you in Baltimore County, our SWAT team is always in uniform when they enter, so they're easily identifiable. They now are wearing body cameras, and they need to be on, Delegate Moon, and that's part of the policy that we have in Baltimore County. So I think I've just named 5 or 6 things that we can do to make this better without losing the necessity of a no-knock warrant. I did check our numbers, and we did thousands of search warrants last year in Baltimore County, and I believe we only did 68 no-knocks. It was a very small number. So I think with the additional protections in there, we can find a balance that balances out public safety for the officers and also gets to a place where this committee feels more comfortable that there are additional protections.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Delegate Juanita Fisher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hi, I wanted to just ask a follow-up. You know, there was a wise delegate who told me a piece of advice: when the horse is dead, dismount. And I think that, you know, I wonder how many things we can add to no-knock warrants to make it reasonable. So my question to you is, when do we hit to that line when we add this and you have to have the state's attorney approve and this law, like when is it just, it's not good?
I think that there's still such a necessity for preservation of evidence and protection of officers that I think we can add these additional protections and still have a very useful tool that law enforcement needs. And the ones that I've mentioned are already in policy in many counties. And so for your all needs to make sure that it's done right, don't rely on policy, but put it in the statute.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Delegate Deborah Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Schellenberg, you keep mentioning preservation of evidence and protection of officers. Isn't it just about preservation of evidence? Because aren't the officers safer outside and not masked busting into people's doors?
Not when you're doing a search warrant on a drug dealer's house who has weapons, and as you knock on the door and tell them you're there, they can go retrieve those weapons. And that's why the no knocks are sometimes needed.
There is an amendment or a bill, I believe it was in the speaker's bill, that would say that you couldn't have a no knock for evidence, and that it had to be the least intrusive method, like wait for them to come outside. They do come out.
Sometimes they come out guns a-blazing.
Delegate Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Delegate, for putting this bill in. So if I could ask you, Delegate Grammer, you spoke about the castle doctrine, and I think that you are aware of the appropriate action a person is supposed to take. Let's say if the police kick in the door downstairs, what is the person supposed to do if they're upstairs?
Well, I think I understand your question. The case law speaks to this. The case law in this situation is very protective of law enforcement officers, and it recognizes these are imperfect circumstances, and it gives them a good amount of protection and leeway to act. And I can't recite the specific case. I can find that for you, but the case law actually does not protect the occupant. It actually expects them. It expects a good bit from them, and it doesn't protect them. So unless you're in a state that has something specific like a stand your ground law, if you defend yourself, you frequently don't have protection in these cases.
Right. So technically, the answer is you're supposed to go out the window as if it was a fire on the first floor.
Well, I think that's the irony in this situation,
right?
That, you know, if you're woken up at 4:30 a.m., you're supposed to, the expectation, especially from the case law, is that you're supposed to comply. But the circumstances are frequently like, think about how you feel at 4:30 a.m. and your kid just woke you up. You're disoriented. You certainly don't have full recognition of what the heck's going on around you. And someone kicks in your bedroom door. What are you going to do? And that's
you pretend like it was a fire and you go out the window. Thank you very much, Doug.
You got it.
All right. I think that concludes the testimony for House Bill. Oh, no, that's right. We've got everybody now. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 188. Thank you very much. We're now going to go to House Bill 366. This is Delegate Cardin's bill. He will be joined by John Giannetti, Scott Schellenberger, Rand Lucy, Tom Moronic, and Robert Hill. So they'll each get 2 minutes. The delegate will get 3 minutes, and he should Right
Thank you
away.
very much, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for staying so late. And hopefully I won't even take 2 minutes. This is a very simple bill. There is no opposition to this bill. This bill was a late file bill last year that had no opposition, and it just didn't get through because of the COVID situation. This bill is supported by the state's attorneys. As you heard, you've got, I believe that John McCarthy is going to be on, as well as Scott Schellenberger, as well as a number of others, as well as the defense bar. This is a simple bill that authorizes the district court judge or a circuit court judge on a finding of good cause to recall an arrest warrant issued by a district court commissioner and allow them to issue a summons in its place. If it's not appropriate for the person to be arrested on an arrest warrant, instead issue a summons so that he or she can just come in on their own, saves everybody money, saves everybody aggravation, and it just makes good policy sense. I hope that we can find the will to pass this unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go now to John Giannetti, please, for 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. John Giannetti.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. God bless you all. You've been working a very, very, very long day. I'm John Giannetti for the Maryland Criminal Defense Attorneys Association. I'd like to thank Delegate Cardin for putting this bill in. I'm speaking in favor of the bill 366. Listen, this is a very simple, this will be the simplest bill that you see all day long. I don't think there's anyone signed up in opposition. All we're trying to do here is take a situation that we learned from members of the criminal defense bar, that one county, in this case, Montgomery County, was interpreting the law a little differently from every other county, and it dealt with arrest warrants. And so when a commissioner issues a warrant, typically a defense attorney can go to the prosecutors or file a motion with the district court or the circuit court and ask, say, listen, could you please consider withdrawing the warrant and issuing a summons for the defendant? And in 23 out of 24 jurisdictions in Maryland, that's a possibility, and the judge considers that within his or her jurisdiction. In Montgomery County, the judges have said, no, we don't have the jurisdiction to rule on that we are not allowed to quash or withdraw or recall a warrant issued by a commissioner, an arrest warrant issued by a commissioner. And this seems to be an imbalance. Of course, as a legislature, you should make sure that the laws are enforced the same way in each different county. And for those who are familiar with the way that the commissioners, when they were first formed, they actually were given the ability to file an arrest warrant to take the job away from the duty judge in the district court. So of course the district court can recall that warrant, but in Montgomery County, you can't. So what we have is we have a couple lawyers here, one that practices mostly in Montgomery County, another statewide, to show you that this is a problem. We're just reconciling the bill. We're adding a paragraph. And thanks to John McCarthy in Montgomery County for making sure that we fine-tuned it so that everyone agrees that this is a good addition. It just clarifies the law that everyone understands except Montgomery County.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Schellenberger, please.
Well, I don't want to shock everyone too much, but I support this bill since I oppose so many other things. This is a very regular practice in Baltimore County where an arrest warrant's been issued, attorney might get involved and go to the judge and say, hey, my client's going to come to court. Can we convert this to a summons? We do it on a regular basis. I think this is a very common sense bill that makes a lot of sense in every courtroom in the state. And I'll be interested to hear what my friend Robert Hill says about Montgomery County, but we regularly do this in Baltimore County.
Okay, and Lucy for 2 minutes or less, just saying.
Sure. Well, thank you. Thanks, committee, for this opportunity. My name is Rand Lucy. I'm a private criminal defense attorney. I practice around the state, but primarily in Montgomery and Prince George's County. My office is in Montgomery County. I would agree with the assessments I've heard so far. This is a source of much frustration here in Montgomery County. This is a regular routine sort of matter in most counties that I've dealt with respect to having warrants issued by a commissioner, arrest warrants recalled by a district court judge upon a motion. However, the Montgomery County District Court has interpreted the law, believes that the court does not have the authority to recall or in any way change a charging document decision made by a district court commissioner, which I believe makes very little sense practically. And as Mr. Giannetti said, there's a lot of disparity. We do this regularly in Prince George's County, and I've had it done in several other counties, but I've had many motions denied by the district court in Montgomery County, not based on the merit of the request, but simply on the fact and explicitly denied because the court found it had no authority to recall the warrant. This is particularly significant in many cases where we have clients that are out of state or even out of the country when they learn of the warrant, and because they cannot have it converted to a summons, they risk returning or being detained in another jurisdiction for a long period of time. When if they were arrested in Maryland, they'd be probably out the next day. I know that the state is often, the crime or the allegations really don't warrant detention pending trial, and even the state would agree to that. It's a waste of resources. With immigration issues that this affects, it's just an enormous waste of, I think, resources on all sides. And I'd ask you for a favorable report.
Thank you. Mr. Moronic, who's in the call.
Sorry, I'm off now. Yeah. Hi, Delegate, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill entirely. The problem is so many counties in Maryland have one policy, and then Montgomery has a different one. And following up with what everyone else has said, I think it's important that we have one standard. I think it's important that every single time you have somebody who's facing this, a judge has the ultimate authority, because a commissioner has certain powers that are enumerated, and then a judge has the chance to provide the review. Because oftentimes you have a commissioner who says, I'm going to hold a defendant no bail. And then you have a chance for that bail review the next day. And the judge says, guess what? I don't agree. I do think that there's a chance for a bail. So for there to be one county that provides a different standard of law, it just doesn't seem very equitable for, and most importantly, you've heard Scott Schellenberger be on the same side as me on a bill. So it must be a good idea. So Scott on the same side of the defense bar, I think that says it all right there.
Okay. And now someone from Montgomery County, Robert Hill.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, good to see you, Robert Hill, and I allowed all of the work you guys are doing. I know it's been a long, long day, but I wanted to thank.
Not over yet.
I want to thank Delegates Cardin and Crutchfield for sponsoring this bill. And I was actually, John Giannetti called me, and I was surprised that this was a problem in Montgomery County, because for years as a younger prosecutor, I would usually get that call that, look, John Jones has hired me and he's got a warrant out. Would you be willing to consent to quashing the warrant? What we do is we look to make sure that there's no issue of flight and that there's no danger to public safety or to a victim out there. If it's a de minimis misdemeanor case, typical the type of case that we get the calls on, no problem. We'll consent to the warrant being quashed and then a summons being issued. I was just very surprised that was not the case. We support this bill. Like my colleague, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm just surprised that it was not being followed in Montgomery County. So I think this does provide clarity, and I would urge a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I don't see any questions for this esteemed panel, right? Okay. And since they're all in shock that Mr. Schellenberger is on the same page as everybody else, then I think that concludes the testimony for House Bill 366. And I've given him the requisite hard time. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your testimony this evening. All right, here we go. There are a couple bills here from Delegate CT Wilson. House Bill 195 is what will start us off. It'll be Delegate Wilson for 3 minutes, Stanford Frazier for 2. We also have Melissa Hopmeyer, who is listed as favorable with amendments. We'll take her in the first group and let her talk about her amendments. So we'll hear from the 3 of them, and then we will hear from the opponents, of which there are several. So with that, Delegate CT Wilson, where are you?
I'm right here, Mr. Chair.
There, yeah, okay, nice backdrop. And we will let you begin for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is where Maryland is at now. Right now, I can accuse the esteemed chair of pulling a gun on me in the tunnels. I can accuse Madam Vice Chair of trying to hit me with her truck. I can go to the local commissioner's office right now, and they will write out an arrest warrant. And both the chair and the vice chair will be arrested at work, with their families, or on their way home. And even worse, I can call the police with these same accusations, who will come and hear my accusations. They may even review the evidence because it's on tape, or you know what I'm talking about. And they will still, and if they see no evidence of wrongdoing, afterwards, I can still go right to the commissioners and they will write out an arrest warrant. And make no mistake, due to the violence of the accusations of a potential armed individual or a very angry vice chair, there will be multiple officers. There will be guns drawn. There would be a heightened fear factor. And if they're out of state, if they're visiting relatives, if they're caught driving, they will stop them. They will arrest them in front of their children, and they could spend 30 to 60 days in jail just awaiting extradition. Now, the commissioner's standard is if an individual failed to respond, if there's unknown whereabouts, if they're already in custody, or if there's probable cause that they will pose a danger to the community, they can issue out an arrest warrant without police involvement. See, this isn't far-fetched. A doctor in Fort Washington, he was arrested in front of his house. 6 cars came out, they pulled him basically out of his car, drug him after a police officer had already come and responded to a complaint. Saw the evidence. The same with the soldier in Fort Dix. There was an allegation that he had a gun. They arrested him, spent 45 days in jail. And both of those individuals had video of their innocence, showing that this was a false statement. See, my bill will fix that. House Bill 195 will preclude citizens from dragging out an arrest warrant, period. If they're the way, and again, I apologize because there's an amendment, hopefully you guys got it, because the bill, I think there was a misunderstanding, but only police officers will be allowed to take out arrest warrants. This is the problem, because right now we have individuals who are being accosted by the cops, by police officers, because there's false charges filed. It's one thing to file a summons. It's an entire another thing to file an arrest warrant. And I just heard the last bill. The problem with the recall is it really doesn't help a vast majority of individuals, because you know when they find out they have an arrest warrant? When they get stopped, when they get pulled over, when there's somebody knocking at their door. And it's way too late by then. And when you talk about, again, you have a heightened sense of awareness, and you have individuals who know they didn't do anything wrong. That is a strong mix for violence. So this bill will ensure that officers will be the only one will have to be able to sign out an arrest warrant, and that basically these arrest warrants will have the evidentiary support necessary to proceed to trial. Excuse me for my braces, guys. It's hard to talk. But listen, the genesis of this bill was basically, you know, because we in the last year saw a problem none of us already knew existed. Basically, individuals, there's already some bias going on. 6 cop cars pulling up on a black doctor's house, or a young black soldier being pulled out of his car and arrested on rural roads in New Jersey in front of his 2 children at night. They could have easily ended up in national media because of lies in cases that were thrown out of court. This is not uncommon. And instead of just saying they can sign out and, you know, we can go ahead and recall the warrant, I don't want people put in that kind of danger, period. If there's violence involved, if there's potential, then we need to have the police officers involved as soon as the individual victim can call the police.
Delegate Wilson.
Urge a favorable report on House Bill 195.
Thank you, Delegate Wilson. Now we're going to Stanford Frazier for 2 minutes, please.
Once again, thank you to the chair and thank you to the members of the judiciary. I'll be brief. I echo the sentiments of Delegate Wilson. I think anecdotally, I had a case this summer in which the client spent approximately 10 weeks incarcerated until he had his first trial date because of the COVID situation in which the case was dismissed and he was charged by going to the commissioner's office. These circumstances happen often. We see it in our work, and we think that the bill proposed today would solve a loophole in Maryland law that currently exists. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on the bill.
Everyone should take note. That was 35 seconds. Delegate, well, we're not going to go to the delegate questions yet because we're going to go to Melissa Hopmeyer, who is favorable with amendments. For 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Melissa Hopmeyer. I'm the Chief of the Special Victims and Family Violence Unit and Legislative Policy Chair for State's Attorney Braveboy, and I'm here on behalf of her to urge this committee to issue a favorable report with amendments on House Bill 195. It's going to be frank and quick with my testimony. My office and other states' attorneys' offices cannot ethically prosecute a felony case without an investigation. I cannot prove a first-degree assault involving a gun without a gun or corroborating evidence. I cannot prove a rape without witness statements or corroborating evidence, or a sexual assault exam, just to name a few pieces of evidence. The current law does not do justice for our victims and leave prosecutors unable to prove or proceed on very serious crimes. The current law also does not do justice to defendants. It allows anyone to take out criminal charges of rape or attempted murder without an investigation. Warrants are issued and individuals are deprived of their liberty based upon a single statement. Individuals are arrested, and even if ultimately the charges are dropped, they are left with charges on their record for very serious crimes. How do you explain a rape charge to an employer? This is not justice. And I can tell you from my practice, we refer all felony investigations to the police for investigations, and 99% of those cases, the victim either recants or is otherwise uncooperative. I can't speculate whether or not the recantation is due to coercion or due to the victim having lied under oath, but that is the truth of what happens with these cases. Since the pandemic, I have dealt with countless of these cases. One of them sticks out of my mind. I had a defendant who was charged with first-degree rape who was arrested in DC and spent 2 weeks in the DC jail. The case was forwarded to the police. The victim recanted, indicated she had lied, but that defendant lost his job and spent 2 weeks in the DC jail while waiting for my office to get the paperwork to figure out he had been arrested in DC and to have those charges dropped after getting in contact with the victim. Those types of things shouldn't happen. The police should investigate all of these cases. Charges should be filed when appropriate. The only amendment I would say is that in cases of misdemeanor domestic violence, the state's attorney's office or my office would ask that their warrants still be allowed to be issued. And we would ask for a favorable report with amendments on House Bill 95.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel in favor of the legislation? Going once, twice. Delegate Juanita Fisher.
I'm sorry. I was just, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Delegate Wilson or maybe Melissa, what other states, do you have any data on the states that have citizen charge and don't at all?
I don't think any other states have citizen charge complaints. I've talked to a lot of prosecutors around the country, and they're all kind of in shock when I explain to them that we have here in Maryland in terms of citizen charge complaints.
In the research I've done, Georgia, Idaho, Ohio, and Pennsylvania have similar, but again, they don't even get to go to the arrest warrant level that we go to. And we have the most open charging, policies in the nation.
Thank you, Delegate Wilson. Thank you for your courage to bring this forward.
All right, are there any further questions for the panel in favor? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll hear again from Delegate Wilson in a moment. We'll go to the opponents on House Bill 195. Scott Schellenberger, Joe Riley, Steve Kroll, Dorothy Lennick, Lori Ruth, Lisa Jordan, Billy Katzif, and Melanie Shapiro. We're going to hear from all of them for 2 minutes, and then we will take questions. I see Mr. Schellenberger is just connected. Go with Mr. Schellenberger, maybe.
Yes.
He is. Let's go for 2 minutes.
Thank you, members of the committee. Well, I was very glad to hear just now about the amendment that was offered because the way the bill was originally listed, a police officer couldn't even obtain an arrest warrant from a commissioner. And obviously that's an extremely important thing that has to be done. So obviously I heartily endorse that amendment because we absolutely need that. But please think about this. Even a security guard who gets a commission from the state of Maryland who arrests a shoplifter now will not be able to charge that shoplifter. They'll have to call a police officer in, and a police officer is now going to have to go to a commissioner. So I understand that there are problems with civilians going to commissioners and getting warrants. I can tell you it does not happen as often as people would think, but I have heard these stories from some folks here today, and I have no reason to doubt them. Number one, if those people lied, they can be charged with perjury because every statement of probable cause is signed to under the penalties of perjury. So there is an option there that can be charged. The majority of cases where civilians charge, there are issues of summons and not an arrest warrant. But it is important that we retain this. Here's one thing that's very important. Last year, we handled about 30,000 cases in our district court. About 15,000 of those cases were charged by civilians. If suddenly a police officer is the only one who can charge, you're going to have a lot of police officers collecting a lot of overtime, sitting in a lot of district court commissioners' offices so they can get a summons on a shoplifting. And I just think that that's not a really good method or plan. I'm happy to see that amendment. That was the most important thing that came along, but I still think civilians being able to get charges serves a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Joe Riley now for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Riley. I'm the elected State's Attorney for Caroline County and the Legislative Chair of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association. We are unfavorable to House Bill 195 as it is written. Currently, the bill as it is written would still allow civilians to go and file charges for the most serious crimes that you can commit in this state. If supported by probable cause, charges will be issued. It makes no sense that if you're going to allow somebody to file a first-degree rape offense and a charge be issued, that it not be accompanied with an arrest warrant and not a summons. I have heard the amendments that were proposed. I think if you take the amendments, not allowing a citizen complaint for a felony that requires a preliminary hearing, if you pass House Bill 366, which was before, I think you'll have two bills that could work together. But this bill, as it is currently constructed, is not feasible. Thank you.
Steve Kroll.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good evening. I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland, Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, and I agree with Mr. Schellenberger and Mr. Riley. And thank you, Delegate, for following those amendments. You took all the steam out of my testimony tonight.
Fantastic. Dorothy Larrick.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for staying so long into the evening. My name is Dorothy Lenig. I'm the Director of the Domestic Violence Legal Clinic at the House of Ruth. We serve victims of domestic violence throughout the state. I'm here to urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 195. I think there are a lot of things that people have already raised that go to what my concern is. First of all, I just want to say that just because you don't go to a court commissioner to press charges doesn't mean you're not going to lie. It doesn't stop people who are planning to lie about people committing a crime. So I just wanted to say that right off. But this bill would harm victims of domestic violence. Imagine that a woman is in her home and being beaten by her intimate partner, and there's nobody else there. He punches her in the stomach and holds her captive against her will. There are no witnesses. You can't see the you can't see the internal bruises. You can't see maybe the skin hasn't shown the external bruises yet. He's gone, so there's nobody to arrest. Right now, if she calls the police are going to tell her to go to the court commissioner and file charges where if there's probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed, the commissioner can either issue a summons or a warrant. If you take that process away and you just send her to the police station, she's going to tell the exact same story. There's really no other evidence. There's not a lot to investigate. There's not a lot that's actually going to be very much different. So that's a concern to me. Why would you change the process to have the same outcome when the situation is going to be the same? Second, as somebody already raised, if you pull all those law enforcement off the street and send them down to the commissioner's office, they're not going to be able to investigate the crimes that are happening now. So it seems pretty inefficient. But finally, and really importantly to me, this would then make police officers, not the judicial system, the gatekeepers about whether a victim can press criminal charges. And when I started in this field in the late 80s, that's how it was. And it was a problem because a lot of police didn't really believe that domestic violence was an issue. And so they just wouldn't go forward with any charges. I don't think we want to go back to those times. Maybe we need to revise the system. Maybe we need something different, but we have to replace the system with something that works for everybody. So for these reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Lori Ruth.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am here to also urge an unfavorable report. I don't want to repeat anything that everybody else has said very well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Lisa Jordan.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Jordan, Director at the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're also here strongly opposing House Bill 195. I, in particular, wanted to just address the specter of false allegations of sexual assault and, of course, work with Ms. Hoffmeyer and others at the state's attorney's office very often. But I will say that in many, many cases, we have had survivors who have gone to commissioners and they are told, they are advised, you really should talk to a police officer first. So I think that it's important to know that as a practical matter that happens. However, it's also important to know that many survivors have gone to the police and they have been turned away. They have been told, no, we're not going to pursue your case. If they have a 4th degree sex offense, they're flat out told, go to the commissioner. So some sexual assault cases are automatically being sent there. And I want you to think about the testimony of this entire day and how often you've been hearing cases of law enforcement officers who are not doing the right thing. They're not doing the right thing, in particular for Brown and Black people in our communities. And let me tell you, I've also been doing this along with Ms. Lenig for decades. Nobody gets a worse response from police than Black and Brown women who have been sexually assaulted. We need to have an alternative. We need to have those survivors be able to make a statement, present it to a commissioner, and have the commissioner review the case and say whether or not there is probable cause, because it's not okay to just leave this in the hands of law enforcement. We know that from the totality of the testimony today. So we, with all respect, strongly object to House Bill 195.
Billy Katza for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is William Katza. I'm an assistant state's attorney from Anne Arundel County, here as well as others on behalf of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association to indicate opposition to House Bill 195. Now, as has been mentioned by others, one of the concerns that we have, particularly with regards to misdemeanors. Now, major felonies, I certainly would prefer that the police get involved because I do have concerns with regards to private citizens taking out charging documents for attempted murder, felony sex offenses, and some other offenses that require a lot of police investigation. But if, for instance, you have a situation where you have an assault, if you have a theft, if you have a malicious destruction of property, the person who is the victim knows the offender, it makes perfectly good sense for that person to be able to go to the commissioner's office, swear out an application for statement of charges, depending upon the circumstances that exist in the current law. The commissioner, weighing all those factors, should determine whether to issue a warrant or a summons. Obviously, the first order of business is to determine whether or not the complaint provides probable cause that justifies the issuance of a charging document. But assuming that to be the case, and again, for an assault, a malicious destruction of property, a theft, where the victim knows the offender, it makes perfectly good sense to give that person access to the courts. And For that reason, I would strongly urge an unfavorable report.
Melanie Shapiro for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. I echo many of the same sentiments as the prior panelists. I did want to point out a few things in particular. One is that there was a 2015 report done by the ACLU, and it talked about concerns regarding policing and domestic violence and sexual assault victims. And 88% of the respondents reported that police sometimes or often do not believe victims or blamed victims for the violence. These are the very police officers who we listened to testimony regarding hours that we needed to improve upon their practices. And this is an issue for them as well. I have heard some of the amendments mentioned. What I wanted to direct you all to look at is criminal procedure. Sorry, I know it's late, but 2204 and 2202. That is what is allowed for warrantless arrests. And 2204 addresses specifically domestic abuse. And it is limited in situations in which the persons are married or reside together. So if we are to look at domestic abuse in the context of warrantless arrests, then the entire class of victims who are not in fact residing with or married to their abuser, that would not apply. And so then you need to look at criminal procedure 2202, which requires for any misdemeanor, which includes assault in the second degree, then it must be committed in the presence or within the view of the police officer, or they have probable cause to believe that is being committed in the presence or in the view of the police officer. So we are in strong opposition to House Bill 195. We think that this bill creates a real safety risk to victims of domestic violence. If a mere summons can be issued, I understand that there might be an amendment to allow for the arrest, but even so, we think that this creates a real risk to victim safety for those that are victims of domestic violence. And for all those reasons, we urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 195.
Are there questions for the panel? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Just had a quick question for one of the state's attorneys. My understanding, just to clarify, so the district court commissioners are the requirement for their education is that they have a bachelor's degree. Is that right?
Yes.
And then when someone comes to the commissioner's office, whether it's midnight or whatever time, if they simply put down a statement that somebody committed a crime and then they sign it, the district court commissioner will at that point almost, I don't know if you have the numbers, but almost 100% of the time will issue a summons or a warrant. Is that the kind of way that it works generally?
More likely than not, they'll issue the charge.
Okay.
And we find very often it's a summons.
Okay.
Yes, but I wanted to make sure my answer didn't say warrant, so they will issue the charge.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So I commend the delegate for bringing the bill. I think it's ripe for some clarity in that, but I appreciate all the testimony too. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the panel in opposition? Seeing none. Thank you all very much for being with us this evening, and that concludes the testimony for House Bill 195. We're now going to go to House Bill 197, again with Delegate C.T. Wilson. Delegate C.T. Wilson will testify for 3 minutes, then Jana Parker, Stanford Frazier, and Lawrence Greenberg will testify each for 2 minutes. There are 3 people testified in opposition. We'll hear from them after questions from the panel in favor. After this will be coming Delegate Deborah Davis's bill, House Bill 139. House Bill 197, Delegate Wilson for 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill and the last bill were in response to the national outrage of the George Floyd incident, trying to minimize contact with police officers as much as possible, at least make it respectful. After hearing the panel, apparently that's not a problem, but I'll go ahead anyway. The goal of this bill was some immediate de-escalation. No one wants to be stopped for anything. And it's also to remind about serve and protect and put the serve back in there. Establish an aura of respect for the citizen by displaying the proper identification, which means not covering up your name or your badge number. Giving your name, badge number, law enforcement agency, and reason for stopping verbally. In addition, basically helps the officer to answer to the citizen. In addition, you saw something in the bill about the search and seizure, requiring them to get a warrant before they seize personal effects, specifically cameras. Because in many times when somebody's recording, the next thing you know, that is called evidence, and the phone is taken from them. And by the time they get it back, it just doesn't work. And lastly, we have the whole Fifth Amendment. I've been pulled over a multitude of times. What's the first thing they ask? Do you know why I stopped you? Traffic stops are not considered custodial, brevity and non-threatening, so they're not made aware of Miranda rights. Information that's maybe incriminating is sometimes added to the report from what they said. Basically, what I'm trying to do here is take away some of the coerciveness, some of the trickery, and inform individuals of their right to refuse, terminate interaction, or the passengers not having no ID. These things are rights. They should have been acknowledged. We have some amendments from the Chiefs Association, which I will not go into. You guys, if you haven't received them, you will be receiving them, that cut out some of the individual things, such as the requiring them to notify individuals of their rights. But here's the thing. In conclusion, I'm trying to ensure that our interaction with police officers begin with respect. Our police officers are not employed to dominate or control our streets. They're here to serve and protect each of us. They should not be allowed to operate in anonymity. They should not be allowed to seize recording devices they believe are unflattering. They should not be allowed to stop a citizen without providing a reason. I know there are amendments forthcoming. You'll have to deliberate as a committee, but I urge you to pass House Bill 197. I guess that's all I can do in my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jana Parker, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm asking for urging a favorable report in regards to this particular bill. In the testimony I gave earlier tonight on another law enforcement bill, I cited an incident that happened in my purview where an officer instigated an altercation with a young individual and then drew his weapon without cause, and then subsequently removed that child to where he was privately questioned. During all of this, I was filming. The officer refused to talk to the child and tell him what was going on or what his rights were, even though he was interrogating him. It wasn't until I started informing the child of his rights that the officer then moved him to a different location. After this incident happened, when I asked for the officer's name and identification information, the officer refused to give it to me and also said, well, I want your name because now you're a witness. I said, oh, now I'm a witness. Here's my name. Now, what's your information in regards to that? He still refused to give his information. And then as he was pulling out, almost hit me with his car because he did not want me to record his license plate. This is just one incident that people go through regularly when they're just bystanders trying to help de-escalate a situation. And I know a lot of you might not understand that happens because that's not your world. You don't experience that. Looking at you, Pam Beasley. Like, these things don't happen to you, but they happen to people in my community on a regular basis. And subsequently, laws like these help not only law enforcement, but it helps the community that they're supposed to protect. Subsequently, I urge you, please, to do this, to push this forth with favorable without amendments, because it's fine the way it is. Thank you.
Stanford Frazier.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I wanted to point out, as a public defender from the Public Defender's Office, we often represent clients charged with disorderly conduct or obstruction and hindering for simply trying to record their interactions with the police, which they have the constitutional right to do, and they have the constitutional right of freedom of movement. I think another strong part of the bill is that having the officers have to clarify that even when they stop a car, that other occupants in the car have different rights: the right to remain silent, the right to refuse to speak with police officers, as we often see those situations become incidents of arrest for our clients, especially in our district courts. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Lawrence Greenberg.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished members. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Civil Rights Division of the Maryland Association for Justice. I will tell you that in March 2012, a client of mine was driving home. She had her 4-year-old daughter in the back of the car. And on Hartford Road, she looked out, and because traffic came to a stop, and she saw one officer kneeling on the head of a young boy. And surrounding that officer were multiple other Baltimore City police officers. And in her shock, she didn't know what to do. She had a child, and she wanted to protect as she would hope somebody would protect hers. So what she did is The car was stopped. She turned off the keys. She got out, she took her phone and started recording. And within seconds, she said, and her description was the Incredible Hulk of a police officer came running at her, grabbed her as she tried to retreat back into her car and grabbed her by her hair, yanked her out of her car, grabbed the phone, threw it on the ground and destroyed it to destroy any evidence, and then proceeded to beat her. Would not give her the name, taunted her that her child would go to social services, and it took about 4 years to resolve the case in court. I will tell you that this is not the only situation and client I've represented for somebody who is recorded. So, you know, losing a phone, having the phone taken from you for nothing you have done other than to ensure justice is preserved is disgraceful. Also, giving your name, you should be proud of who you are and who you represent. The fact that people would be opposed to doing this makes zero sense. I'm asking for a favorable opinion on 197. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel? Delegate Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very important bill, so I have a very quick yes or no softball for the sponsor. With the likelihood of Maryland requiring body cams for all of our police, doesn't your bill requiring officers to explain why they stop cars provide a first ever possibility to ensure the constitutionality of traffic stops statewide?
Without a doubt.
Are there further questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. In opposition to the bill, Steve Kroll, Joe Riley, Scott Schellenberger. We'll hear from each of them for 2 minutes each.
Statewide?
I guess I'll go since I've been going first.
Great.
Delegate Moon, that's why we have body cameras in Baltimore County. Love them. They're the best thing we've ever done. So everything that's in this bill is already covered by the United States Constitution. Whether you can stop somebody with probable cause, whether you have a right to stop and frisk, all of those items are covered by the Constitution, and hundreds of cases that deal with every little decision that each police officer makes all the time. So we're going to replace all of that with a statute, and you cannot cover all those cases dealing with your constitutional rights in just one statute. But there are a couple of things in the statute that are very unusual. The bill would require an officer after a traffic stop to tell the driver of the car that he can refuse to speak to him and can terminate the interaction. What if it's a drunk driver and he says, you don't have to deal with me, and oh, by the way, you can drive away? The drunk driver can just drive away? That makes absolutely no sense and goes way beyond the Constitution. In addition, the bill proposes to prohibit a police officer from seizing any personal item from an individual without a warrant. Number one, this is directly contrary to search and seizure law. But number two, what if the item they're holding is a gun or a bomb? Does the officer have to say, wait here while I go find a judge and get a warrant? Because that's what this bill says. It says you need a warrant to seize something. I certainly agree that, you know, officers should identify themselves. They should identify what agency they're with. They should give their ID number. Those all are very important things. But the law regarding stops, searches, and seizure is well presented by the Supreme Court and the Maryland Court of Appeals, and I don't think we can put it into a statute. Thank you.
Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joe Riley. I'm the elected state's attorney for Caroline County and the legislative chair of the Maryland States Attorneys Association. We seek an unfavorable report on this bill. To go over the part about refusing to speak or provide information to the police officer, you don't always have that right. Transportation Article 16112 requires you to produce your license. If you're in a Terry stop situation, officers have a reasonable amount of time to confirm or dispel the existence of criminal activity. A Terry stop either withers to release or blossoms to probable cause. The time it reasonably takes to do that will increase under this bill. This bill will increase the time that detentions take place, not decrease them. Being informed about the justification of the stop. Well, there might be one reason, but there might be 100 reasons. There might be reasons that develop between the beginning of the interaction and the end. It's simply impractical the way the bill is written. Terminating the interaction. You don't have the right to do that necessarily. If you stop a suspect with reasonable articulable suspicion, believing that they are speeding or fleeing a murder, you can't tell them that they are free to terminate the encounter. They are not. It is a traffic stop, not a traffic suggestion. Seizing a personal item from an individual, there's been over 200 years of identifying constitutional exceptions to the warrant requirement. You can't, as my colleague said about a loaded gun or a bomb, how about an open bottle of whiskey that's in there on a DUI stop? You have to get a warrant for that? It doesn't make any sense. This bill is not something that the State's Attorneys Association can support in any fashion. We are seeking an unfavorable report.
Steve Kroll.
Chairman, members of the committee, good evening. I'm Stephen Kroll, the State Attorney Coordinator for Maryland and the Executive Director of the Maryland States Attorneys Association. And my question to Delegate Wilson is, I guess constitutional law and criminal procedure might not have been his favorite courses in law school, because this would throw away everything that he learned in law school, everything the past 200 years, and this bill does not cover everything that's been covered in the history of the United States. I come forward and say, I can't find anything good about this bill at all, but I cannot find anything in this bill that I like. But it has a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Questions to the panel. Delegate Carden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panel for testifying with your very compelling testimony. But let me ask you this. I guess this is for my friend Scott, who we were working so well together on the previous bill. The way that you described, the issues you described, and the reasons for your dissent on the bill, and I'm pulling this directly out of, actually I'm pulling out of the fiscal note because it's easier. Number one, this doesn't apply if there are exigent circumstances. So if they perceive that somebody's driving under the influence or a threat to the person next to them or driving negligently, I would imagine that's exigent circumstances. Wouldn't that be correct?
I must have an old version of the bill because I'm not seeing exactly where in the statute I'm looking at it talks about exigent circumstances.
Okay.
If you could call me to a page in line.
I'm saying the bill requires a police officer absent exigent circumstances at the commencement of a traffic stop to display identification, provide other specified information, specifically that you can refuse to speak to the officer.
Right. So I don't.
You don't have to answer my questions if you don't want to, but I might arrest you if you don't answer them.
No, I don't know if, and I guess it would have to decide it. I don't know if when you pull somebody over, that would constitute exigent circumstances. That's what I'm wondering. And that is, if you pull them over for a speeding ticket, and then when you want to do the rest of the arrest or the rest of the investigation, is that exigent? Certainly, you have a very good point about if the person was drunk, but I'm not sure about some of the other circumstances when an officer pulls somebody over. Exigent means an emergency, that there's a real need to do something right then.
Right. Okay, but the bill also requires that the person be informed as to the justification of the stop.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you guys agree with that?
Oh, that's the only one I didn't go all the way down to. I said the name, badge number, and what agency. I don't have a problem with reason for the stop.
Okay. If they don't want and seizing personal items from the individual, I mean, absent exigent circumstances, if, for example, there's a firearm that you have to seize or contraband you have to seize, why wouldn't you agree that they can't take away a phone? Let the guy, you have no problem with body cams. Let the guy record what's happening from his perspective.
But the problem is, I don't know that the mere presence of drugs is an exigent circumstance. It doesn't say that in the bill. I look at exigency as, an emergency that you have to take action to save someone or to stop something really bad from happening. And I don't think possession of fentanyl or heroin is an exigency. I mean, if you want to say that it is and put it, and I see my friend Delegate Wilson shaking his head, let's make the legislative history say that all these things that you're naming are exigency, and then maybe we won't have any case law problems when I lose a case on Fourth Amendment grounds.
So maybe Delegate Wilson and I will work on some amendments with you, because I think that we're all on the same page here. We want to make sure that we reduce the stress level and the heat in these interactions, not increase them. And it seems like this bill does exactly that, and most of it, I think we can all agree on. Thank you, Mr.
Happy to work with both of you.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much.
I agree.
That concludes the testimony for House Bill 197. Now, committee, there are over 100 witnesses remaining on the remaining 3 bills. I'll just let that hang for a second out there a little bit, because a lot of people want to talk to us tonight. That's fine. We're going to hear from them. Questions need to be direct, and they need to be brief. No stories. No stories about what happened to your brother or what happened to your sister. I don't care. Keep your questions brief and to the point, and we'll all appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now, with Delegate Davis going for 3 minutes, then we'll have Joe Spielberger, Nalini Jarath, Deborah Gardner, Tracy Shan, Christina Roth, and Carrie Hansel. That may not be the exact order, Delegate Davis, but we'll work around it. That's fine. But let's go ahead with Delegate Davis now for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My notes said good afternoon, but I think it's good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Atterbury, colleagues.
It's good evening in Hawaii. You go to afternoon in Hawaii, actually. Right now.
For the record, my name is Delegate Deborah Davis from District 28 in Charles County. I'm here to present HB 139. And for those who have the document in front of them, Senate Bill Crossfile 626 equals 139 plus the amendments. All right. So if you have Senate Bill 626 in your hand, it has all of 139 and the amendments. I want to quote something that I heard earlier from a good friend, colleague on this committee. It said, "This is an incredibly important bill at an incredibly important time." And I want to start with that. This bill basically codifies what citizens should expect during their interactions with police. And it provides additional measures for the public to hold police who are bad actors accountable. It's a use of force bill. It's not my first use of force bill. I filed one last session, and I remember sitting down with the chair, Chair Clippinger, and we were like, yeah, Deborah is not quite ready for prime time. Because we both as lawyers knew then that there was a desperate need for this conversation in Maryland, but that a use of force bill takes time and it needs to be fleshed out. So, and I want to also mention that several other people in the legislature have filed use of force bills. This isn't a Deborah Davis party. And I want to also say, and then welcome to the new world, right? Over the interim, there's been a national outcry for police reform. We've had the bold leadership of Speaker Jones, of Vice Chair Atterbury with the task force, and I'm confident that we will get a use of force bill to the finish line this session. But what I learned from the first use of force bill was that a good bill would need months of drafting by lawyers and advocates. So that's what we did. We assembled a team of lawyers from the ACLU, from other organizations, from lawyer legislators, and to craft this very important document, because after all, we all know that the devil is in the details. So I know you want to know, the Speaker's bill is not mutually exclusive. We were told when we were on the task force that we would have recommendations, but we all knew that we were going to need some actual legislation. So I submit to you that 139 is more comprehensive. It has the same penalties and it has accountability. It has reporting. And this bill, HB 139, agrees with the general intent, and it addressed uses of force, use of deadly force, and the shooting at moving vehicles and it addresses chokeholds. But the big difference between HB 139 and the bill you heard earlier regarding use of force is the biggest change that we need. And that is that the standard of review has to change from objectionably reasonable, which hasn't worked for us, and that's the standard that's being used now, to a necessary force, to ask officers to use the force that's necessary is what this bill does. And I will let the experts fill in and add and ask and answer any other questions, but I do want to add that over 90 organizations throughout the state have joined together to support this bill. Even some police organizations, especially the minority police organizations, tens of thousands of Marylanders are counting on us. Make no mistake, this is the civil rights movement of our time. And I also want to give a shout out to delegates Bartlett, Crutchfield, can I use names? Juanita Fisher, Smith, Barron, Senators Carter and Sidnor, who helped work on this over the interim. And I respectfully request a favorable report on HB 139. Thank you. Could I call Carrie Hansel, sir?
We can go Carrie Hansel, that's fine. Carrie Hansel can be first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Davis, for your leadership on these issues, and thank you all for your leadership on these very important issues. As I said earlier, my name is Carrie Hansel. I am the chair of the largest group of civil rights lawyers in the state, which is the Civil Rights Section of the Maryland Association for Justice, and we are urging your support for this bill. Maryland is one of the very few states left in the country that does not codify the use of force statutorily in a way that shows up in state law. So according to the National Conference of State Legislators, we are one of only 9 states remaining without a standard like this in law. And this is a very easy bill to think about. Ask yourself simply, who among us would want unreasonable force used? Who among us would not want reasonable alternatives exhausted? Who among us would not want force reduced as the threat reduces? Who among us would not want a person's pregnancy taken into account when force is being used against that person? Who among us would not want force to stop once someone was under control? So these are common sense standards that should apply to every use of force and really can't reasonably be debated in my mind, which brings us to the need for the bill. This is a critically important bill, thinking about the 4 largest jurisdictions in the state. In Prince George's County, force was used 6,805 times from January 1/16 through the end of 2019. That's more than 4 uses of force every single day by the Prince George's County Police Department. 94% of that force is used against Black and Hispanic people who make up a far smaller percent of the population. In Montgomery County, force is used on average 1.5 times a day, 56% of the time against Black people who make up only 20% of the population. In Baltimore City, force is used at a rate of almost 1.5 times per day in the city. The Department of Justice found that it is disproportionately used against people of color. In Baltimore County, the FOP.
Hansel.
Yes, sir.
Please wrap up. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Baltimore County, the statistics are similar. There is almost 1 use of force every day for the last 10 years, 68% against people of color. That means 4 days out of every week in Baltimore County, force is used against people of color. It is time for a standard. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Joe Spielberger for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Klippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and committee members. I'm Joe Spielberger here representing the ACLU of Maryland in support of HB 139. From 2013 to 2020, 144 people were killed by police in Maryland. Approximately 23% were unarmed, approximately 19% exhibited signs of mental illness, and Black people represented 60% of those killed by police, which is indeed the highest percentage of any state in the country. So we know that officers use force when it's not necessary to do so. And that's why it's so important to elevate the legal standard to authorize force only when it is necessary, based on the totality of the circumstances after exhausting reasonable alternatives. The Speaker's bill doesn't do that. HB 139 does. There are some other key differences between the two bills, particularly around the definition of lethal force, authorization of lethal force, the need to de-escalate, and some other provisions, but changing the legal standard is fundamental. We hold officers to a high standard because they've sworn an oath to adhere to a high standard, and time again, they fail to meet that standard without meaningful consequences. The recent protests and demonstrations, both here in Maryland and nationwide, that have etched into our collective memory the names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others, represent the outpouring of profound grief and righteous anger at the relentless, uninterrupted cycle of police violence toward Black people. This unfathomable loss of life and the trauma inflicted have left gaping wounds across our state, wounds that can never fully heal. But by enacting one of the highest standards in the country, Maryland will at least start to be able to bind those wounds, to honor the countless lives lost and the survivors still living, and to protect generations to come. We now have the obligation to not settle for anything less than for what this moment calls. So the ACLU of Maryland urges this committee respectfully to act boldly and issue a favorable report on HB 139.
Thank you. Go now to Nalini Jarath.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nalini Jarath. I live in Clarksville, Maryland in District 13, and I'm a volunteer with the Howard County group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I have been a nurse for over 40 years, a university professor, and a Maryland resident for over 22 years, and I'm the proud mother of 2 brown men. I support HB 139 because change is needed to avoid further deterioration of the role, contributions, and relationships with the public of the many hardworking and dedicated Maryland police officers. As a result, we need to raise the standard for police use of force and make it illegal for law enforcement to misuse their power over civilians. We must reduce the risk of violent police-civilian interactions. The focus has to be on law enforcement agencies themselves and changing culture. We need consistent de-escalation practices and alternatives to the use of force. Exhaustion of these measures has to be substantiated before force can be considered. Lastly, officers should be required to both intervene and to be protected when they witness and report misuse of forces by colleagues. My sincere thanks for allowing me the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Deborah Gardner, please. Deborah Gardner. All right, we may have to come back to Deborah Gardner, which is fine. We will do that. Tracy Shand.
Hello, how you doing? Thank you guys for having me again. I'm in favor of the use of force bill. For those that don't know, my brother Leonard Shand was attacked by an officer in 2018. That officer attacked him when he was walking away because he didn't do anything wrong. He was having a discussion with another person. The officer came up and just started intruding into their conversation, and then started to harass my brother, pulled out a knife on my brother and stabbed him. When the other officer showed up, he told the other officers and put in his report that the knife was my brother's knife. When Angela also Brooks, when it was addressed to her, she didn't do nothing about it. She didn't file charges on the other officer when the video came out that showed that the officer used excessive force to get my brother's attention. He stabbed my brother multiple times, putting my brother in the hospital, and my brother had to defend himself, and they both ended up in the hospital. So this is the reason why We have to make sure that the officers know what type of force they can use upon citizens and in what situation they can use it. I do not feel that officers are capable or even able to make this decision. I keep hearing everyone talk and they keep saying, well, officers have to make split-second decisions. Well, citizens have to make split-second decisions too. We have to make split-second decisions when we're being attacked by officers, when we're being attacked by other people. But we often think to say we don't want to harm anyone, so we're going to do our best to get out of this situation to where everyone still stays alive and still able to go home to their children and their family. And if you want us to show the same consideration to officers, they have to show the same considerations to us. A lot of officers that are committing these crimes out in the streets, they continue to go back, and when other officers speak up, say, no, you can't do that, you're violating those people's rights, they want to gang up on them and team up on them. Are we protecting officers or are we protecting a gang? Because that's what is coming off to me as I continue to hear senators and delegates and everyone's talking, and police officers are coming on and talking and supporting, oh, officers have to do this, officer. What about the citizens in the street that are being killed on a daily basis? What about my brother that you see here that has passed away because he was shot over 44 times in PG County because officers went to him and he was scared. He told them, he lifted up his shirt and say, Officer Whiting stabbed me last year. I didn't do anything wrong. Leave me alone. Instead of them calling the crisis center, they came after him. They kicked him. They tried to hit him with the vehicle. And we have a witness that said that he did not even have knives. I'll wrap it up. He didn't have anything. So with that being said, I'm in favor of the use of force, and we have to do something to put these officers in place and to make sure they know where they stand within the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christina Roth.
Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, Delegate Davis, and committee members. Thank you for having me here this evening to weigh in on HB 139 on law enforcement use of force. My name is Christina Roth, and I'm Amnesty International USA's Senior Advocate for our Criminal Justice Program. As Joe said earlier, in Maryland between 2013 and 2020, 144 people were killed by police in Maryland. 87 of them were Black, and in these years, Black people accounted for 29% of the state's population, and yet 60% of the people that were killed by police. Maryland remains, as I'm sure you all well know by now, 9 states without a use of force law and statute, which means the Maryland courts apply the U.S. Supreme Court case defining the minimal constitutional limits of police use of force, Graham versus Connor and Tennessee versus Garner. While Graham's reasonableness standard is commonplace and widely accepted by law enforcement, Amnesty International believes these limits set by the courts are too permissive and do not meet the U.S.'s obligation under international law on the use of force in firearms by law enforcement. HB 139 would enact statutory limitations to the use of force and less lethal force by law enforcement. The bill principally does this by limiting force unless it is necessary under the totality of the circumstances after de-escalation and other reasonable alternatives have been exhausted, and further limiting lethal force as a last resort. Under the definition of totality of the circumstances, the bill adds consideration for the actions of the officer and subject leading up to and during the use of force encounter. Neither of these elements are present in the Speaker's bill, HB 670. Some states and jurisdictions use the use of force statutes and policies, incorporate the aforementioned and additional elements to bring important clarity and even push beyond the floor set by Graham. In 2019, California enacted AB 392, the California Act to Save Lives, that defines totality of the circumstances in the same way as HB 139. In October 2020, Vermont passed a use of force law that also incorporates some of these elements. And we see them cropping up in proposals around the country during the 2021 and 2022 legislative session, including in Washington and New Mexico. These components of HB 139 bring important clarity and even extend upon the floor set by Graham and are in keeping with the trends in states around the country and to enact national statutory limits to the use of force by law enforcement. We all want to see our loved ones come home at the end of a day, and enacting statutory limits to police use of force can ensure all Marylanders have the right to safety, including law enforcement. We hope the committee will favorably report this bill. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel? Seeing none, we thank you very much for being with us this evening. All right, so now we're going to go through the remaining witnesses in favor, and I'm just going to be starting with people who were selected to speak, which I believe includes, and I say selected because we have caps on the number of people who can speak to the committee with the new rules during the pandemic. I see Elaine Arndt, Don Dalton, Greta Willis, Marion Gray Hopkins, and Marguerite Morris. Being with us this evening. Right, so now we're going to go through the remaining. So we're going to start with Elaine Arndt.
Hi, I'll get right to it. I live in Baltimore City and I'm a volunteer with the Baltimore City local group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. And I live in District 46. So hello, Chair Klippinger. I have multiple family members who also live here in the city. I support HB 139 because it should be required that police employ de-escalation and alternatives to force prior to force being used. We need Maryland police culture to embrace these approaches and put them at the forefront of policing actions to help reduce injury and loss of life among all Marylanders. I hope you'll consider a favorable report, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Dawn Dalton.
Good evening. This is my second time testifying today, and I want to thank everybody for having me. Again, my name is Dawn Dalton. I am the proud mother of Lupe Hawkins, a young man who was brutalized, falsely charged by Prince George's County police officers for simply driving while Black. What I have to say is, again, we've heard this all day long. I've been on since 1:30. We know what the culture really is. We need change. We need to implement a new use of force law. We need change in the state of Maryland and especially Prince George's County. As I stated before, fortunately for me, my son is alive. But I've worked with many, many moms and many family members since this ordeal took place with my son who have lost their children at the hands of PGPD. So let's talk about the living. The living are never spoken about. Those that are survivors of police brutality and false charges have to deal with PTSD, trauma, loss of jobs, a failure to thrive, actually. And it just has to stop. We all know what's going on. We've been talking about it all day long. And I'll say this yet again. In gorgeous Prince George's County, you do not have a venue that is big enough to accommodate all the Black and brown men that have been beaten, falsely charged, and violated by PGPD. I'm a 56-year-old Black woman living in Prince George's County, and I'm afraid when the police pull me over. I've had incidents of disrespect. So I'm simply saying, I'm not saying all police are bad. As I've stated before, my grandfather was a police officer and he was the most honorable man I know. But at the end of the day, it's time for change. It needs to happen right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greta Willis.
Hi, good evening. My name is Reverend Dr. Greta Willis. I am the mother of Kevin L. Cooper and co-founder and president of the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation, created in the name of my son. Let me explain to you why I'm here. If HB 139 was in place in regards to de-escalation, my son would still be alive today. He was shot and killed by a Baltimore City police officer at the tender age of 14 years old while holding a plastic dustpan. He was having a healthcare issue, and instead of receiving help from my son was shot and killed in my home in front of me. 2 officers were on the scene and 1 officer left, stating the call was abated, meaning it was over. Think, if the officer was in danger, why did his partner leave him, a rookie, still on the scene, alone? I pleaded with the officers numerous of times to exit the premises. He chose to stay and escalate the situation. He never used any de-escalation tactics or skills to de-escalate a situation that was already abated and calm. Kevin was a brother, a son, an uncle, a friend. He had just completed his first summer employment. He was a great person and as a whole to his community at large. While his sister was overseas fighting for her country, her brother was being murdered in his home in front of his mother while I was holding my 10-month-old granddaughter. There is no police accountability in Baltimore City Police Department even now. How can you justify a homicide that just had occurred at 9:30 a.m. on the same day? Impossible. Where is the justification? Where is the transparency? There is none. And as the other mother stated, it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. We need changes in our system. We need changes so that our children, our futures can live, that our grandchildren will have a safe environment that they can walk around to feel safe without feeling threatened. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marion Gray Hopkins.
Let me come off of mute. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee members. Again, my name is Marion Gray Hopkins, and I live in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. I see my delegate Ron Watson is on the call today. I thank you for the opportunity to share my verbal testimony in support of House Bill 139, the Law Enforcement Officers' Use of Force. I've been a Maryland resident in Prince George's County for nearly 60 years now. I'm actively involved in many organizations whose focus is police reform, systemic racism, social justice, and civil liberties. I have a list of the organizations can be found. I also submitted my written testimony. I do, however, want to mention, because I think it's important to know that I am the co-founder and president of the Coalition of Concerned Mothers. It's a grassroots organization comprised of mothers who have lost children primarily to police brutality. I'm an ACLU Maryland affiliate member. More importantly, I am the voice for my son, Gary Hopkins Jr., who at the very young age of 19 had his voice silenced due to being a casualty of police violence on November 27th, 1999 in Lanham, Maryland. Gary had dreams and aspirations. He was a full-time college student who looked forward to contributing in a positive way, yet, like so many others in the state of Maryland, was denied that opportunity because he came in contact with police officers who utilized deadly force and were the judge, jury, and executioner that dreadful day that forever changed my life. Maryland does not have statutory limits on use of force, as you have heard, and the Supreme Court cases fail to adequately protect the lives and safety of Maryland residents. We must elevate the objectively reasonable standard to prohibit officers from using force, deadly force, unless it's absolutely, and I mean absolutely necessary as a last result, after the officer has first exhausted de-escalation and other reasonable alternatives. If we fail to change the legal standard, everything will remain status quo, meaning officers will remain unaccountable for the harm they cause and move more mothers to become part of this sorority that I didn't pledge to be a member of. The senseless killings of our loved ones at the hands of police must stop. It really saddens me to know that 21,000 people have been killed by police since my son's death, since my son's murder, and which are disproportionately, as you've heard, Black and brown people, many who are unarmed, as my son was, and who suffered from mental illnesses. This body, you all have an opportunity to bridge the divide between community and policing, because we've lost trust in our police force. You first have to acknowledge that there is an issue, and that then taking action by being, I want you to be on the right side of justice when this time in history is written. My son was in college, as I mentioned, and he was a writer. And on his final college essays, I'm just about finished, he said it takes a village to bring change. So I'm asking you all, if you're not already, to be a part of that village and vote favorable for House Bill 139. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marguerite Morris.
Yes, good evening. My name is Reverend Marguerite Morris. I'm the founder of For Kathy's Sake and Community Actively Seeking Transparency, and the mother of Catherine Sarah Morris, deceased and pictured behind me. In 2020, as an outcry resonated from around our country, to visible uses of deadly force against a multitude of individuals, young and old, male and female, Maryland still remains one of only 9 states that does not have legal limits on the use of force. As a community activist, I've had the opportunity to sit on several meetings involving use of force discussions and listen to the responses of law enforcement. What I found most troubling is that in a time when better regulations are needed, in a time when the abuse of the use of force should result in independent civilian review of its use, we still leave it up to the police to police themselves. Some would say they were against it, but the determination of what is appropriate is left up to the officer at the time of the incident. This means the use of force is regulated by Supreme Court case law, which authorizes force when it is objectively reasonable. This is too low a bar, but it still leaves it up to the police to police themselves and fails to adequately protect Marylanders. We need statewide regulations on the use of force with a clear definition of what lethal force is, and that officers know that they are putting at risk a person's life when they put them in a chokehold, strike them in places above their shoulder, or use tasers on them multiple times. If not better regulated, the Breonnas and George Floyd's will continue. And let us not forget the use of force incidents right here in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. One of the most recent incidents was of the knee on the neck of Daniel Gerald. And in our past, the death of Crystal Nelson, a pregnant Severn woman shot to death while she lay on her couch. And the life of Mr. Leroy Perry, who lost his life because he had a screwdriver in his hand when he was opening the trunk of his car. The citizens of this state cry out for justice for the unjust killing and beating of knees necking of our children, and ask that you please allow this bill to go forward and be enacted into law. Again, thank you for your leadership and willingness to make this needed change to use of force legislature. And I support H. Bill 139. Thank you very much.
Are there questions for the panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for sticking with us today, and thank you very much for your testimony. Going to continue now. Joanna Silver, Darlene Kane, Jana Parker. We'll take another chance for Deborah Gardner, Erica Hamlet. Oh, and that's 4. No, that's 5. So we'll start with Joanna Silver, please. Joanna Silver, Darlene King.
Thank you. Good evening again. My name is Joanna Silver and I live in Silver Spring in District 18. I'm testifying now in support of HB 139 on behalf of Tacoma Park Mobilization. Tacoma Park Mobilization is a grassroots advocacy organization with 2,300 members in and around Tacoma Park. In recent years, police in Montgomery County have killed Peter Njang, Emmanuel Okutuga, Robert White, Micas Tegenye, Duncan Lemp, Finan Burhe, and in the past month, Kwamina Okran and Kevin Koslow. Consistent with all of the data we've heard tonight, all of these men but 2 were Black. Under the current state of the law, every one of these extrajudicial killings were or will be legally justified. That legal justification comes from years of conservative jurisprudence that allows police to kill and harm with impunity and does nothing to proactively decrease police violence, hold police accountable, and increase safe and effective ways for police to interact with civilians. Watching the videos of state actors killing our neighbors is disturbing in many ways, but key among them is seeing how these killings could have been avoided. We see over and over a failure to de-escalate and behavior by the officers that creates the need to use deadly force in the first place. This is why we need HB 139. In particular, this is why we need HB 139's elevation of the reasonableness standard to one that prohibits officers from using force unless it is necessary as a last resort after the officer has exhausted de-escalation and other alternatives. We need the bill's clear definitions, its consideration of the officer's behavior as part of the totality of the circumstances analysis, its creation of a civil right of action, and its implementation of whistleblower protections. It is time for Maryland to join the vast majority of states that have statutory limits on police use of force and to do so in a way that is meaningful and will actually reduce violence and change behavior. On behalf of Tacoma Park Mobilization, I urge a favorable vote on HB 139.
Darlene Kane, please. Darlene Kane. Darlene King going once. She's in. Ms. Kane. All right, we'll go to Jana Parker. Jana Parker for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief for your request, but I would hope the brevity of my comments do not diminish their importance. In short, that this bill, I ask that you pass this bill with favorable, as that it needs to be passed in regards to ensuring that, again, the integrity of the police officers are kept in alignment, as well as really protecting the citizens at large. You know, the short version of it is there are police out there who dishonor their badge and assault citizens. They use unnecessary force and they hurt people. If this is not your shoe, then don't put it on. We already know that there are good officers out there. These laws work to ensure that those that are not good there's a remedy for that, and that those people that dishonor the badge, they're taken out of the equation and people are safe. That's the point of a lot of these bills. I think when I hear the opposition, I feel like they missed that. But that's my statement. Please pass this bill with a favorable report. Thank you.
Let me be a little clearer. The requests to speed things up are not necessarily directed at the witnesses. They are more directed at my wonderful and very talented colleagues, who I hold great respect. All right. So that's fine. We'd like to hear from you. And so that's why I'm encouraging my colleagues to be direct in their questioning. Delegate Graham,
I appreciate that.
Delegate Grammer's child, I think, is performing for us a little bit here. That's fine. Darlene Kane.
Yes, thank you so much. My mic was off. Again, my name is Darlene Kane. I'm the mother of Dale Graham. I'm the president and founder of Mothers on the Move and D. Kane Health and Wellness. I thank you again tonight for allowing me to speak in favor of the bill HB 139. My son Dale Graham was killed on October 28, 2008 by a Baltimore City officer. I didn't find out till the next day. And he was ID'd by his driver's license when the detectives came to me and showed me his ID. I was under the impression that he was in a hospital or he was incarcerated, but I later found out that he was shot and killed by a Baltimore City police officer after a domestic dispute. I've been a resident over 50 years in Baltimore City. I've been very active as a community activist. I'm also a member of CJSJ. Please support this bill because we are so impacted by all us families, mothers and families. My son Dale was shot 5 times. He was also shot in his back. When I asked, was he shot in the back, I was told that he wasn't. I heard that he had ran. When you're shot in the back, I'm here that you're not a threat to anyone. He was a father, a brother, my son, and he was very loved by his family. There are so many families that are impacted just like me, unable to return to our jobs full time. Since the death of my son, I have been doing volunteering in the community. I became an activist and a speaker for change. And I also am a member of the Baltimore City Crisis Team as well, that work with families for trauma. Sadly enough, families are coming forward. More families are coming forward because so many of us are affected and testifying in memory of our loved ones. And again, sadly enough, we are bonded by pain and the trauma that we suffer daily. We're here together hoping for change in legislations for accountability for wrongful death, wrongful misconduct. Our sons and our children and daughters' lives matter. I'm here today to tell you, we will not be discouraged. We will not be silent. We will keep going till change come. Thank you for letting my voice be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Deborah Gardner, please. No Deborah Gardner. Okay, I apologize for that. Erica Hamlet, please.
Good evening.
Thank you.
It's been a very long day. Thank you for having me. Officer Damon Durant made a decision to become an officer and uphold the law 17 years before my son was even born. But on at least 2 occasions, he made beyond poor, reckless decisions. One on November the 8th, when he pulled his departmentally issued handgun on my innocent son with no reason, no warning, dressed in jeans and a hoodie, causing my son lifelong fear. I shared with you the day that Officer Durant approached my son. My son called home crying and screaming because he said a man had a gun held on him. We lived in Howard County, and Officer Durant was a Baltimore City police officer. He was stranger danger to my then 16-year-old son coming home from school. He did not identify himself. He approached the scene aggressively. When my son asked to be left alone, Officer Durant continued to engage him, and the only means of de-escalation he used was to pull his gun on, again, my 16-year-old child. Excessive force is dangerous and long-lasting. Split-second decisions, why is the use of force always the go-to method? I heard the doctor say earlier that when officers are out of control, well, no, he said when, wait a minute, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. When officers act up, is what he said. My question is, why are they acting up so often? Are we holding officers to a higher standard or just a higher standard of privilege? I ask that the excessive force law be revisited because families like myself and my son suffer lifelong trauma because of the actions of police officers that are upheld by a force that seems to protect them more than they protect citizens like us. Thank you.
All right, are there questions for this panel? We very much appreciate you sharing your stories with us today. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for your time and for your testimony. I'm going to go now to the next panel. Eugene Shepard, Tawanda Jones, Alfredo Lopez, and Alex Vasquez. Jonathan Medlock. We can begin with Eugene Shepard, please. Alfredo Lopez, Alex Vasquez. Mr. Shepard. Eugene Shepard, please, for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Can everyone hear me fine?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so I really hesitated when asked to speak on my experiences today. PTSD, it's a mental health condition triggered by terror. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
So, take your time.
It's a mental health condition triggered by a terrible.
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Sir, if you have the audio on for the committee hearing,
PTSD.
You have to turn that off.
Terrible. Mental health condition triggered by a tariff. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Shepherd, what you have to do is you have to turn the YouTube link off. You're only speaking into the Zoom. Turn the stream off in the background, but stay with us on Zoom. Okay?
Mental health condition triggered by a tariff. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Shepherd, what you have to do is you have to turn the YouTube link off.
Oh, okay, now I hear you.
You're only speaking into the Zoom. Take the time.
All right.
Did you do that? So you've got we're just talking to you. Okay.
No, I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to fix that. Thank you.
That's all right. Take your time. Here we go. Mr. Shepherd, please.
So I was saying, I was really hesitant on sharing my experiences today. I do suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. So I'll just begin light. Once I was pulled over for eating fruit, my brother asked the officer while we were pulled over, and the officer motions towards me in the backseat and said that he saw what I was doing. He then smiles and imitates rolling marijuana. It was like his gotcha moment or something. You see, I had just peeled the orange, but still I had to plead with him to actually smell the citrus in the air. Even still, he insisted that he saw what he saw and cautiously let us go with a warning and stern advice to respect the police. The crazy thing is that he seemed disappointed. There was another time I was beaten while handcuffed. I committed no crime. I committed no crime and was neither charged or accused of a crime. So when I asked the officer while getting punched in the face and hit with batons, why are you doing this to me? His response, enraged, was because I hate you. Most recently, I was accused of stealing and eating lunch at Whole Foods in Silver Spring. At that point, I actually made a conscious decision to stop being so skeptical of police. I said, you know what? You never know. So I actually asked this officer for assistance because Whole Foods security actually took my food away. So he asked for my receipt. I gave it to him. He told me to sit tight and he would sort things out. When he returned, he immediately asked me for my ID. When I asked him why, he said because I was being a jerk and proceeded to issue me a restraining order. He kept my receipt. He never gave it back. But when I refused to show him my ID, he arrested me. He put the cuffs on me so tight that it caused nerve damage. I asked him to loosen them and he tightened them. Now, there's so many more events, but not one person was held accountable for any of them. So whatever we can do to make this visible, to prevent this happening.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop right there, but thank you. Thank y'all. And please do this for us.
Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd, for your testimony. All right, we're going to go to Tawanda Jones next, please. Tawanda Jones, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you again. And it's just sad that I've been on since 1:30, literally from my classroom to my car, now to my bedroom. But again, I thank you guys. I just want to know, why have you guys failed my family? I am the sister of Tyrone West. My brother was brutally executed in 2013 and no changes. And for me to actually see all the different reforms and bills and laws being passed for George Floyd, and my heart goes out, and it should. But why isn't there any change for people that live in Maryland? that have to suffer from this. So I'm in total support of HB 120 as well as HB 151 and 139. But this is like utterly ridiculous. Like, these are our loved ones you're talking about. My brother was brutally executed. And then the fact that we waited and we were out there way before Freddie Gray, way before, with the other crying families screaming for accountability, and nobody takes us serious. We get rushed. We can't even tell. We stay on for 8 hours. But if I can stay in here for 8 damn years fighting for my brother Tyrone West, I'm going to fight. 8 hours is nothing to wait. 8 hours is nothing to wait to have a 2-minute conversation. But I want you guys to get it right. I'm tired of the dog and pony show. And recently, the ACLU, and I'll end on this note, the ACLU came out with a damning report on the 20th of this month. A matter of fact, I'm sorry, they came out with this report on January the 20th. And on that night, my cousin Tavon Anderson was executed. Just when they was reporting about this officer named Ruiz that is still actively working, that has 18 complaints on him, and he had 6 before my brother was murdered. How many more bodies, how many more people do got to get killed? How many more times do you got to fall asleep or play like you guys care? Do something now, because it can easily happen to you. Our blood is on your hands, whether you want to listen to us or not. I hear mothers testify. Kevin Cooper was executed in front of his damn mother's face. Enough is enough. Stop playing the dog and pony show, because guess what? Our blood is on your hands. And I'm going to find out who killed my cousin Tavon Anderson, and I'm going to hold them accountable, just like I'm going to hold every 11 to 15 officers that murdered one and all man, Tyrone West. The fight is never over. It's just beginning. And if you guys think that time can separate this, it can't. And it's just sad that Pamela Southpaw just got replaced by a new person. But the saddest part, she did my family a big injustice, hiding up and covering up. We should have a bill for Tyrone West. So I damn sure support Antoine Blacklow. But how many bills, how many more Black men and women and children got to get killed before you guys do something? Shame on you guys. You need to do something now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a person that requires Spanish language translation. So we're going to hear from, I think, Alfredo Lopez, and he will explain who he is speaking on behalf of. I'll extend the time to allow for the translation. Mr. Lopez, are you ready to translate, or do I have this backwards?
Hi, good evening. You have this backwards. Actually, Alfredo,
I have it backwards, Mr. Vasquez, yeah. I apologize.
I will be doing the translating for Ana Laura, who is Alfredo's mother. So
I apologize.
Ana, oh, no worries. Ana, ¿los escuchas? She might have some difficulty. Ana, si los escuchas, ¿te puedes quitar el micrófono en unmute?
Mr. Vasquez, would you like a moment to maybe text back and forth with her? And
sure, if you could give me a moment.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to come back to them, and we're going to go now to Jonathan Medlock, please.
Good evening. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee members for having me. Once again, my name is Jonathan Medlock. I am the mayor of the city of District Heights here in Prince George's County, and I am in support of HB 139, the use of force. One of the things before becoming a mayor, I was an organizer, activist in DC, Maryland, and Virginia area in order to fight against these type of atrocities when we talk about use of force. I was on both sides as an organizer, having marches and going through the city, seeing firsthand, understand that I'm Black or African American first before anything else. So people don't see titles when they are doing their bad deeds. And not all officers are bad. We're not saying that, but for those who choose to do bad things, we need to have this use of force in place. And as an elected official, I have still seen the atrocities that come behind the use of force. I have a police force, a police department here in the city of District Heights. So I have the opportunity to see how things happen in real time with my officers and with the residents, because the residents give me that feedback and information that I know was happening in our city. So I am in support of reasonable force with these police officers. And I am, thank you, Delegate Davis, for bringing this to the forefront. I will support this to the bitter end because I hear from Tawana Jones and other mothers who have lost, and Eugene Shepard, who speaks about the trauma that he's incurred because of it. And I will absolutely fight as an activist and as a legislator and an executive here in the city of District Heights and do everything I possibly can to support this bill and make sure that its passage is happening and will happen. So thank you very much. I support this bill once again and urge everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel? All right. No, I forgot. We're going to go back here.
Yeah.
And we're going to go back to Mr. Vasquez, who's going to translate. Are we ready?
Yes. Ana, ¿nos escuchas?
Yo estoy aquí,
Okay. Okay, está bien. Okay, Ana, ya estamos listos, ya estás en vivo.
Ok.
Cuando esté lista, puedes empezar.
Ok,
Whenever she's ready.
Ana,
Okay.
puedes empezar.
Buenas noches, presidentes, miembros de comité. Mi nombre es Ana Laura García y trabajo como voluntaria para Casa Maryland.
So, hello everyone. Good evening. Good evening, everyone, for being here with me. My name is Ana Laura Garcia, and I am a community member and activist for the CASA organization.
Estoy representando a mi hijo José Alfredo López.
And I'm here today on the behalf of my son, Alfredo Lopez.
En esta manera, que él fue golpeado en Germantown en noviembre del 2019.
And I'm here because my son was brutally beaten in November of 2019 in Germantown.
Y fue golpeado brutalmente por unos policías.
And he was beat up and brutally beaten at the hands of police officers.
Yo tengo pruebas de esto.
And I have proof of it.
Y esto ha tenido un gran impacto en mi hijo que todavía tiene traumas psicológicamente.
And this obviously has had a huge impact on my son, who is still suffering from psychological effects from this incident.
Y no estamos de acuerdo que la policía esté siguiendo golpeando a niños y usando la fuerza, también golpeando a gente latina y de raza negra.
And we find it unjust that till this day, the police officers continue to beat upon innocent civilians, especially in the Hispanic and African American communities.
Y como familia de mi hijo Alfredo, queremos asegurarnos de que pase la ley 139 de la Cámara de Representantes.
And this is why I'm here today in support of this bill, because as a family, we want to make sure that this doesn't happen.
También sabemos que han pasado leyes para los policías y eso no lo vemos nosotros justo también.
And we are also aware that there have been pieces of legislation that has passed in favor of protecting police officers, and we find it unjust as a family.
Y no sabemos hasta cuándo nos van a proteger a nosotros los ciudadanos.
And so my concern is, when do police officers get to protect us as human beings and as civilians?
A veces nos da miedo de hablar a la policía porque en vez de protegernos nos hunden.
Sometimes we are fearful of calling the police because instead of coming to protect us, they come to violate our rights.
Gracias a Dios, mi hijo está vivo, pero yo vengo a representar todas esas madres que han estado llorando por sus hijos muertos por manos de la policía.
Thank God for me, my son is alive, but I'm here on the behalf of the hundreds of mothers who I've heard whose children have died at the hands of the police, and I'm here speaking on their behalf as well.
Por eso queremos que los representantes que ustedes son, se sientan orgullosos del estado de Maryland de que hicieron una ley y que sean ejemplo para otros estados.
And that's why I'm urging you guys as delegates to feel proud of the state of Maryland and to really push for legislation that could be a leading example across this country.
Muchas gracias, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. All right, that concludes this panel. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, we do thank you very much for coming tonight. We thank you very much for your stories and telling us about your family members this evening. Thank you again very, very much. We're going to go now to the next panel, and we're kind of triaging as we go here to see who is still on the line, but Amity Pope is still appears to be in the waiting room. Belinda Queen, William Nell, Carol Stern, Jan Bledsoe. Going to go now to the next panel. Oh boy. You will want to turn off your YouTube channel before starting to talk. Amity Pope, are you ready? Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
For 2 minutes, thank you.
Thanks. So fact, 1990 to 2000, 122 people were shot, 47 people killed, 12 of them were mentally ill, 7 of them were shot during a call for help in the state of Maryland. At that time, I think about 30% of the state of Maryland was Black. Fact, in 2016 to 2019, there were 7,000 use of force complaints filed, and 99.8% were rendered justified. Now, we all just heard from the parents of children that have been beaten, brutalized, tortured, and adults that are suffering from PTSD at the hands of law enforcement. But yet 99.8% were rendered justified. Look, lawmakers that believe that law enforcement is not above the law will render a vote favorable for House Bill 139. Lawmakers that believe that Black people's lives matter will vote favorably for House Bill 139. Lawmakers that believe that Brown people's lives matter will vote favorably for House Bill 139. And lawmakers that believe that marginalized people's lives matter, members of the LGBTQ community, their lives matter, will vote favorably for House Bill 139. 4, these are the members of the community that suffer the most at the hands of racist members of law enforcement. And Maryland is watching, Maryland is listening, and Maryland is waiting. Please do not let this month of February, known as Black History Month, be a mockery. Step up and do what's right for the people of Maryland. I urge a favorable report of House Bill 139. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Belinda Queen, please. Belinda Queen. All right, William Nell.
I think that's me, Cynthia Nell.
Sure, go ahead.
That's my husband's name. I don't know how that got there.
That's okay.
Good evening, Chairman and Vice Chairman and Committee. My name is Cindy Nell. I live in Cheverly, Maryland in District 47A. I'm sorry that my video is not started. I'm a volunteer with the Prince George's County local group of Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 139 on the use of force policies because it is important to me, and it's why I joined Moms Demand Action, that fewer people die by gun violence. It's that simple. And police gun violence is gun violence, and we cannot end gun violence without addressing this crisis. I'm a retired teacher and the mother of a teacher. Like teachers, most police officers are dedicated public servants who do a demanding and difficult job to improve lives in the communities they serve. However, recent incidents highlight the need for reform of policies regulating police departments to provide safety for all of our citizens, especially our Black and Brown brothers and sisters. I urge you to establish this law to transform the culture of policing in our communities. Officers should be required to de-escalate situations and exhaust all other means of controlling a situation before using force. Officers should be required to intervene when they witness misuse of force, and there should be comprehensive reporting when officers use force. These policies can save lives and can help Maryland live up to our country's ideal of justice for all. Thank you for your time and for your work on police reform.
We're going to continue with this panel, but I'm going to call a few more names as there have been people who have dropped off. We do appreciate that they tried to stick with us here tonight, doing the best we can. The next person to speak will be Carol Stern. We'll then hear from Michael Winkleman, Zainab Chaudhry, and David Norkin. Those are the people we will hear from next, starting with Carol Stern.
Thank you, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and members of the committee. My name is Carol Stern. I live in Chevy Chase in District 16. I'm co-chair of the Justice System Reform and Immigrant Rights Team of Jews United for Justice. JUFJ organizes more than 5,500 Jewish Marylanders and allies in support of local and state campaigns for social, racial, and economic justice. I am providing testimony on behalf of JFJ in favor of HB 139. Jewish tradition teaches us that destroying one life is akin to destroying the entire world. In a world already filled with so much violence, we must move to end police violence and change Maryland laws that prevent us from holding police accountable. The Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability, a coalition in which JUFJ participates, has called on the General Assembly to pass 5 specific and impactful reforms. Limiting the use of force by police officers is a key change needed to reform our justice system. I live in Montgomery County, where we have witnessed many people die at the hands of police in the past few years. Black and Brown residents are disproportionately represented. It is important to remember all of their names. Here are a few: Peter Najang, Emmanuel Okutugo, Robert White, Mikias Tegene, Duncan Lemp, Finye Bernhay, and most recently, Kwamene Okran. They were killed by police in Montgomery County, where I live. Under the current state of the law, every one of these killings by police officers were or will be legally justified. We must hold police accountable, limit the use of lethal force to a necessary standard, and increase safe and effective ways for police to interact with civilians. JUFJ respectfully urges a favorable report on HB 139. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day.
Thank you very much. Zainab Chaudhry, please, for 2 minutes.
Effective ways for police to interact with civilians.
Chaudhry is Zainab Chaudhry. Yes. All right, we're ready for you. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Chair Clippinger and members of the House Judiciary Committee. Thank you all so much for this opportunity to testify.
I'm going to try to make it brief. I know we're all extremely tired, especially all of you for listening to all of the testimonies and many of the witnesses who are also waiting. On behalf of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, we strongly support House Bill 139. CARE is America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. Use of force by police officers is contentious but critical issue in the United States, currently spotlighted in the national debate following the high-profile murder of George Floyd and many others who've been brutally victimized by police violence. According to the Washington Post and the Mapping Police Violence Project, over 1,000 people were shot and killed by police in America in 2019 alone. While all 50 US states have federal and state laws that fail to adhere to international standards for police force use, Maryland remains one of only 9 states, as mentioned many times before, without laws prohibiting excessive use of force. This issue continues to predominantly impact Black and Brown communities. It fosters fear and mistrust of law enforcement officers. It is not an isolated incident, and too frequently it leads to bodily harm and avoidable deaths. My organization has received multiple complaints from community members who report being reluctant to alert officers about concerns and incidents out of fear of repercussion to themselves and their loved ones. Last year, an immigrant family moved from their home in Baltimore County after an alleged excessive use of force incident by an officer against their son, as a mother aided him during a mental health crisis outside of their own home. It's past time that Maryland is added to the list of states that increases transparency and accountability for inappropriate use of force. This bill allows for the transition towards police reform, which mandates that law enforcement officers for them to de-escalate situations and respond with a measured approach in a manner that truly does protect and preserve all of human life, not just some. With that, we strongly urge a favorable consideration, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to David Norkin, who is listed as favorable with amendment. Mr. Norkin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Committee members, I am David Norkin. I represent Michigan Torah Synagogue in Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm a resident of District 33. Our board has authorized our Social Action Committee to advocate in favor of passage of HB 139. The police in this country kill more than 1,000 people every year, often needlessly. Although Black Americans constitute only 13% of the population, they constitute twice the percentage of police killings every year, according to the Washington Post. One such killing occurred in Maryland. He was Anton Black.
Ms. Pope, thank you. Mr. Norkin, continue, please.
HB 139 places necessary limits on the police use of force in order to prevent the use of lethal force that unnecessarily and unjustifiably kills and severely injures our citizenry. As noted above and in the media throughout last year until now, Black people, even unarmed Black people, are constantly being killed by police. The major reason why this keeps occurring is that the law on the use of force, including deadly force, is justified based on what police officers reasonably thought was necessary force. This approach leads to police officers acting with impunity. The only way to stop the continuing cycle of unnecessary killing and injury is to impose objective standards of what is necessary force. It requires making an objective assessment of the police officer's actions to include assessing what attempts the officer made to prevent the use of force, including using de-escalation techniques to cool the situation, thereby saving lives. Michigan Torah strongly supports this bill with 2 amendments. One concerns the policy that minimum force be used against people of color. It is an unnecessary racial classification that will be subject to strict scrutiny and should be dropped. We also think use of lethal force against a motor vehicle driver should be allowed during a time the vehicle driver is actually chasing the officer. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, I believe, will be the last person to testify in favor of the bill. With that, are there questions for this panel? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony today. In opposition, we're going to hear from State's Attorney Schellenberger. Mr. Schellenberger? Don't see him. All right, and he is not going to testify. Okay, that's fine. Then that concludes the testimony for House Bill 139. Committee, We have two bills remaining. And we need one person in particular, and that person is Delegate Acevedo. Delegate Acevedo, are you on the call? Delegate Acevedo. All right. I know that there are quite a few people who want to speak on both of these bills. I'm not going to seek to be fair as best as I can. But what I think is important now is we hear from the people who are here to testify on the bills, and we will then, when Delegate Acevedo comes, we will give him the opportunity to present. With that, we are on House Bill 151. There are people that are signed up to testify, and we will hear from them. Don Dalton, Greta Willis, Marion Gray Hopkins, Reverend Morris, and Jonathan Medlock. We'll hear from these five to begin with, and they will each get 2 minutes. Oh, wait, nope, stop. There is Delegate Acevedo. So we'll start with Delegate Acevedo, and he will get 3 minutes. And I apologize, he must have just got here. So that's just fine. We'll start with him for 3 minutes, and then that will be the first panel immediately after him. Delegate Acevedo, please go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo, here to present House Bill 151, which would repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. This bill really gets to the heart of the inception of law enforcement in the United States. And what we know is that policing in America is not broken. It is working exactly the way it was designed to work and the way it was intended. When we look at the inception of law enforcement in the United States, it comes out of white supremacy, and the foundations of law enforcement are really the foundations of the institutions that we see today. Similarly, the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights was birthed and grounded in white supremacy. Law enforcement would have you believe that the LEOBR is a labor issue, but rather this statute, the LEOBR, has its early days in white supremacy. More specifically, according to research conducted by the ACLU, Benjamin Woolman, the lead lobbyist who had drafted the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights in 1974, was known and investigated for his role in the Prince George's County's stage robberies. He was also part of a group of officers known on the force as the Death Squad. Really, there was no kind of a transparency in the way that these individuals policed communities and did their job. So it's really no coincidence that special rights for police that were advocated for by Woolman and the environment that allowed for a Prince George's County Death Squad to exist, that would lead to the creation of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, the statute that we're discussing this year. And I've argued many times that Maryland is the state that provided America with the blueprint on how to protect corrupt and racist cops by passing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights that provides procedural protections to law enforcement officers accused of misconduct, abuse, corruption, and a number of other charges. This law provides protections well above what you and I as Marylanders have, and well above what other state and local employees have. This is not sustainable. This is not how we bring about accountability. And it is way past time that we repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. HB 151 repeals the LEOBR, and as amended, it would start from scratch in reimagining what discipline of police officers should look like. It would minimize the extent to which law enforcement officers have extra due process rights in disciplinary proceedings that do not apply to other government employees. It would create a streamlined system that focuses on the substantive question of guilt or innocence without necessary procedural barriers that prevent or delay discipline. It would establish a specific person or entity who is responsible for discipline and who can be held accountable for a lack of discipline, instead of allowing police chiefs to hide behind hearing board decisions as a way of avoiding accountability. It would also allow for local jurisdictions to create, through local legislation, external oversight bodies. And it would also preserve legitimate due process rights of police officers as civil servants who can only be disciplined for cause. We have heard a number of high-profile police killings across the country from the years of 2015 and the creation of the Black Lives Matter movement and the movement for Black Lives around the killing of Michael Brown. We've seen it with Jacob Blake in Wisconsin. We've seen it with George Floyd. We've seen it with Breonna Taylor in Kentucky. And the common thread in all of this is that these are states that have followed the suit, Maryland's lead, rather, and passed the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, in essence, codifying into law these kind of protections that really should not have existed in the first place.
If you would
so with that, members of the Judiciary Committee, I would urge rather a favorable report on House Bill 151, and we've offered amendments to that, which I've listed, to ensure that we're not just repealing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, but we're really establishing an accountability system that reimagines public safety and reimagining of public safety to understand where communities have oversight and control over the way public safety is administered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. We're going to go now to Dawn Dalton, followed by Greta Willis, Marion Gray Hopkins, Marguerite Morris, and Jonathan Medlock. Dawn Dalton, please. Ms. Dalton? Dawn Dalton. There she is. All right, go ahead, 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dawn Dalton for 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you able to hear? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Back again to speak on. Hello. Okay, so back again to speak on the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. Definitely needs to be fully repealed. Again, I've said 2 times prior, enough is enough. I'm literally, interacting now with mothers who have lost their sons, and they've been fighting for justice and fighting for proper legislation to be put in place for now 28 years. That is astounding to me. It is actually offensive, with all due respect. It is offensive that families have to come to testify in front of legislators year after year after year and relive the trauma all over again. I happen to be a mother who has her son still with her, but look at how many aren't. And when we talk about George Floyd, now all of a sudden we're getting this big momentum push because of George Floyd. Look at all the George Floyds we've had in the state of Maryland. Why does it take a national situation like George Floyd to wake us up and make us realize something has to be done? I apologize for my tone. I'm exhausted. The notes that I wrote and what I was going to speak on, it's out the window. I'm just speaking from my heart right now. At the end of the day, I'm going to say it again. We all know what it is. And I think the worst thing for me is for my intelligence to be played with. Families are suffering. People are dying. Lives are forever ruined and will never be the same. Even though I have my son with me, my life will never be the same. My son's life will never be the same. He lost everything. Everything. So, this is really a no-brainer. And like I said before, I'm just speaking on what happens in PG County. I've been a resident of PG County for 40-some plus years now. And ever since I was 13 years old, I've known about the corruption in Prince George's County. So come on, let's just fix it. Let's just get it right. Let's honor these families and humanize these individuals. We're human beings. Our children, we love our children just like you love yours. And the thing is, when my son was pulled over and assaulted for no real reason, I didn't have the liberty of phoning a legislative friend to handle whatever was being done with my son. I had to fight the system. So I'm saying all of that to say, again, I'm not against all police officers. My grandfather was the most honorable man I've ever known in my life, and he was an officer. I have family members that are officers that I love and respect. But at the end of the day, this is about egregious officers, bad actors. We need to act. We need to act now. And I would like to tell you that the community is keeping a report card on the way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. Thank you very much.
Stop now. We have to change the narrative.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. Thank you very much. Greta Willis.
Again, good evening, dear Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Again, my name is Reverend Dr. Greta Willis, the mother of Kevin L. Cooper and co-founder of and president of the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation, created in my son's name. I am testifying in support of HB 151 to repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights and create a streamlined system without the procedural barriers that prevent discipline. This bill is about holding officers accountable for the abuse and trauma they inflict on the community, mostly Black and Brown residents. Not only does the LOBER prevent communities from investigating these misconduct cases, but it also protects officers whose actions have been brutal and even deadly. Because according to my case, unfortunately for my family, we're not able to reap the benefits of this important bill, but my grandchildren, they will be able to live. Unlike my 14-year-old Kevin, who was murdered in my home on August the 12th of 2006. The officer was allotted 10 days to write a narrative to benefit the department. I was not given that option. As my son was lying in a cold morgue, I was being told my son was alive and well, which was not the case. When officers get away without discipline, even when they have multiple and similar complaints filed against them, it allows abusive officers to continue policing with no accountability. The one bullet that penetrated my son's shoulder and burst his heart would not kill his dreams, will not steal his aspirations, if his legacy will continue to live through the changes of these laws that we know change is coming and it will be passed so our other children and families can live. We need police accountability in the state of Maryland now. I urge you, committee, I urge you tonight to please vote and make changes. We need police reform and accountability. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Marion Gray Hopkins for 2 minutes, please.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Well, good night now. Again, this is Marion Gray Hopkins, and I'm a resident of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. You know, I've been before this committee so many years. Gary, my son, was murdered on November 27, 1999, 21 years. I actually want to say it feels like Groundhog Day. And I want to say that you all have an opportunity to rewrite the script. I mean, it's sad, and it was said earlier, and I'm not going to go from my written testimony that I have here either, but one of the things that Dawn just said, I mean, it took George Floyd's killing to really uplift, and there's an uprising about that. But we have to remember, as was said earlier, we have our George Floyds right here in the state of Maryland. I mean, I look at and Breonna Taylor, but we had a Breonna Taylor, we had Corinne Gaines right here in Maryland, in Baltimore. We had Anton Black, we had Freddie Gray, we had talked about Leonard Shan today, we had William Green, where millions of dollars was paid out to William Green's family for a police officer that puts him in a police car and shoots him while he's handcuffed. And that sounds like the case many years ago of Dorothy Elliott's son, Archie Elliott, the same thing, 1993. And she's been before this, not this committee, but the committees over the years asking us to repeal Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. We come to you and you just give us a little something. We came to you and said to get rid of the 10-day rule. You give us 5 days. We don't get that opportunity when our loved ones are murdered. My son was murdered that day, and his friends were taken down and told they had to give written statements that very day. This legislation protects officers. We pay them to protect us and to serve us, not to murder us. They murder with impunity. You all have the ability to rewrite the script to stop this killing of our loved ones. And again, it's predominantly Black and brown people. You all heard the numbers here today. It's in black and white. You heard the numbers, you know the numbers. And it's unfair that we have to continue to be here and mothers have to continue to be here and become, as I said earlier, part of a sorority. I don't want to be here. I don't want anybody that's up here to be in the shoes that I'm in today. This is difficult. We relive our trauma every single day. My son was a college student, 2-parent household, doing the right thing, stopping a fight that particular night, but he loses his life because officers are being protected under these rights that we as citizens, we don't have these rights, and they should not either. So I am urging you to vote favorable on this bill 151, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Reverend Marguerite Morris, please, for 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, you've heard so many express their emotions here tonight. You already know that I'm Reverend Marguerite Morris, the founder for Kathy's Sake, Community Actively Seeking Transparency. My daughter's name is Catherine. And I've been in an 8-year legal battle with police calling for greater transparency and accountability in matters related to her death. So I do support House Bill 151. Maryland is one of 16 states to still have the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights on its books. It serves to keep enforce things like the following, which is cited by Hannah Gaskell, that officers may be asked to complete an alcohol and drug screening or polygraph test. However, the findings of any of those examinations are not admissible in any criminal case. While this might not be the best example, these types of protections must stop. Right here in Annapolis, our Maryland capital, there is an erupting scandal that you've heard about tonight involving an Annapolis City police officer. This officer is charged with allegedly not investigating several rapes and about 8 other offenses, cases he did not investigate. You already know that it involved a 12-year-old child and one of them involved an 8-year-old boy. And in the Capital Gazette, it cites this, that the Annapolis police charged one of its own for the first time in recent history. That department has been around since 1867, which means it's been around for 154 years. In Anne Arundel County, my organization met with police about internal affairs intake processes in October of 2020. At that time, persons making internal affairs complaints were not even given a piece of paper acknowledging the type of complaint and the officer involved. That left the police able to file that complaint in whatever category they internally deemed appropriate. That police department was formed in 1937, and that's been 84 years. Even that Annapolis police officer who's being charged opens up unanswered questions in reference to Leopold. And Leopold protects them from the answers. Was that implicit bias? Did any of those cases have an internal connection to someone else in that police department? But that officer has rights and protections that are greater than the victims and the perpetrators. And in closing, we must extend our prayers and respect to each of those victims that are yet alive, that were re-traumatized by this incident, and they are innocent Maryland citizens. I charge you, as this state continues to cry out for justice, accountability, and transparency, that you rise to the occasion and allow this bill to go forward. I thank you again.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Mayor Jonathan Medlock, please. Jonathan Medlock. He's coming in now. I think I called him. I think I did that, right? Yeah, I think I called him before. Mayor Jonathan Medlock.
Thank you so much.
Please go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Chair and Vice Chair, for allowing me to be here again.
You have to turn off your live stream.
I do apologize for that.
It's okay.
Yep.
Got it?
I do apologize. I'm back.
Go ahead.
Thank you again for having me. I want to speak briefly about this bill that I support, the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. One of the things, as I mentioned earlier, I have a police department here. I understand what goes on intimately within the department and within the city of District Heights. I get the complaints again about what's happening, any misconduct of my officers, and I have to do something about it. Just recently, I had to seek disciplinary action against an officer in the city department because I had to react with diligence and without hesitation. I received inquiries about the complaints from residents who were fearful of retribution and felt powerless in the process. And as an elected official, elected to serve and protect them as our officers are, I had to do something to protect my community. So I think it's very appropriate that we pass some type of legislation, and the repeal of LEOBOR is a great start. We have to have the same playing field as officers or as people who are in the general public. We have to have this balanced approach. As the former vice chair of the Human Relations Commission here in Prince George's County, representing almost 1 million people, I fought to balance that accountability and eradicate the injustice here in the county. And I took that job very, very seriously. And with this and the repeal of LEOBOR, I think this is a great start for our county. We talk about all the time that Prince George's County is the richest county in the nation for our Black people, but we don't have that richness and justice and equality. And I think this passage will do a great job in getting us back to some sense of pride within our county. We can't and we shouldn't be afraid to speak and be like these mothers who have lost their sons and daughters. We have to be courageous. Sometimes we have to keep having conversations like this, but at some point there will be justice for us all. I am not only a mayor, I am an African. I'm African here in this particular country, in this particular county, and I fight for the justice of my people first. And we have to stop, and I have to say this, we have to stop.
Please wrap up.
Thank you. We have to stop relying on others to do what we need to do for ourselves and stop asking for help and assistance in creating a viable community for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing no questions for this, we thank you all very much for testifying today. I'm going to list the next people who are going to testify, or we're going to see if they're here. Joanna Silver, Darlene Kane, Jana Parker, almost forgot. Deborah Gardner, who I don't think is here. Erica Hamlet, Willie Mahone, Eugene Shepard. I think we do have, and Dior Brown. We will add Dior Brown.
First, and we have to stop.
All right. So we're going to start with Dior Brown.
Okay. Hello.
Great.
You all hear me?
Yes, for 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, or good evening. Been here since the afternoon, Chairing Committee. Hello, my name is Dior Ashley Brown. I'm a professional recording and award-winning performing artist in the DMV, a small business owner in the state of Maryland, a daughter, a sister, an active community member, and a leader. And my incident happened in Montgomery County, Maryland, in downtown Silver Spring. Thank God I turned my camera on. Being Black and turning on your phone's camera when the police pull you over is the mode of operandi. a protocol that may not necessarily save your life, but at least tell your story. Around 10 or 11 p.m., myself and friend were on our way home from a music studio. I was pulled over by the police. I was immediately asked for my license and registration. I complied, giving the officer my license, registration, and a previous warning I received earlier that same day from an officer who informed me that if I was pulled over again, to share the written warning. The officer took my license and registration, but never went to review my information. Instead, I saw the officers convening at the back of my vehicle, putting on gloves. The officer said, "Ma'am, can you step out and talk to me for a second, please?" I asked him why. He said, "Everything is going to be recorded on my body cam and camera in my car." I said, "You didn't announce that when you came to the car." He said, "I know, I forgot." I was scared to death to get out of the car because I didn't know why I was getting out of the car. When I got out, he put his hands on my back, pushing me forward away from my vehicle. And I asked him why he was putting his hands on me. And he said he smelled marijuana in the car. He told me to sit on the curb. When I asked him why, he scolded me and told me to sit on the ground and said, "You're not free to leave." They searched my vehicle without my permission and no warrant. While we were there on the ground, the officer harassed us using language, treating us like criminals, using language such as, "I'm sorry, I have to press you out." The officers found nothing to incriminate me. They were unsatisfied. They gave me back my information, asked for my friend's information, who was a passenger, who had every right not to share his information. He was not the driver of the car. He complied and had nothing on him to be incriminated. While they reviewed his information, they played with our time and emotions, asking us to imitate an alcohol test. My friend was in fear of his safety. Though reluctant, he complied. They found an old discrepancy on my friend's record that he fulfilled and took him to jail overnight, releasing him at 12 p.m. in the afternoon the next day. I am deeply traumatized and remember the incident like it was yesterday. I remember the officer's face and eyes knowing that he would have done anything to disrupt the smile that was on my face when he pulled us over. I felt like a pawn. I felt helpless to see my friend in handcuffs for no reason. Every time I think about the incident, I feel helpless, humiliated, because we did nothing to deserve what happened. We were just going home. After my rights were violated, I never looked at law enforcement the same way again and thought that I could be killed for fighting for my rights that night could cost me my life. We demand the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. Give special rights to police, to stop giving special rights to police officers beyond the Constitution.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Joanna Silver, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. For the last time tonight, I'm Joanna Silver and I'm here now to testify in support of repealing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights on behalf of Jews United for Justice. JUFJ organizes more than 5,500 Jewish Marylanders and allies in support of local campaigns for social, racial, and economic justice. Jewish values guide the work we do at JUFJ, and one of these values, taught by the scholar Hillel, is that you should not separate yourself from the community. The Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights separates law enforcement from the community it is sworn to protect. Because of Leobor, police officers in Maryland operate under their own system of rules, a system that allows them to act with impunity. They enjoy special rights that are not available to other public sector employees. They police themselves with no citizen involvement. They shield themselves from accountability, leaving the community they are supposed to protect with no recourse and no voice. My community in Montgomery County has seen this play out over and over again when police officers have harmed and killed my neighbors. We sit by powerless while the officers remain on the force, shielded by this perversely named Bill of Rights. JUFJ supports a full repeal of Leobor because the system that Leobor created is broken and cannot be fixed. However, we must also prevent local jurisdictions from replicating Leobor. We must ensure that law enforcement officers are treated similarly to other public sector employees and that civilians can participate in holding their police departments accountable to their communities. These are aspects of House Bill 151 that are not adequately addressed by House Bill 670. And for this reason, we respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 151. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to Darlene Kane now for 2 minutes, please. Darlene Kane.
Okay. Thank you again for hearing me again. I'm in favor of HB 151 for the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. I'm here tonight because I've had so many stories of the survivors, so many stories of the mothers who all have been traumatized by police officers and losing our loved ones, and many people who have been beaten by police officers. It is unfair for their rights to be protected. Me as a civilian, if I commit a crime, I will be accountable. Everyone should be accountable when they do something wrong. We need transparency. Tonight, I'm gonna cut my testimony just a little bit short because I have another testimony. I want to say that one day when I was in the car, my granddaughter, when she was in middle school, she said, "Grandma," she said, "the officer who killed my father got a slap on the wrist." She said he was still be able to have his job. 5 years later, he was able to retire. So we didn't have any type of accountability in the courtroom. So I'm sharing her story tonight. So you have the power to help save more lives by passing this legislation. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Jana Parker.
Good evening. I want to start where we began almost 9-10 hours ago in regards to HB 670 and 671, particularly in something I heard Vice Chair Atterbury say in regards to another bill in relation to saying something to the effect of, we don't want to create a bill that we're going to have to create more bills later on the line to actually affect change. 670 and 671 don't do that. They don't correct the issues that really we've been speaking to for the entire night. However, the House bill that we're speaking about in repealing of Lee Board does, as well as House Bill 120. It's 9 hours later and still you have people on this call waiting to speak in favor of this bill, like advocates, parents, students, teachers, people who are directly affected by community, not state's attorneys, right? You have people that are really the ones who deal with the police on a regular basis in regards to their community, just regularly going about their community in their day. And we're here to say, pass this bill, pass the repeal of LEBOR and pass HB 121. This is what's important. This is what your constituents are saying, and this is what we would like to see. Maryland has the strictest in the country. And yes, they set the standard of how police can effectively have more rights than those that they are charged to protect and those who are in fact criminals. And that's not fair and that's not right. I'm asking you to pass this with a favorable report, not just because I am someone who is asking for it, but because literally the community that has waited 9-10 hours just to tell you that are asking you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Erica Hamlet, please.
1 second, let me share my video. Good evening, I'm back again. I won't bore you with the redundant repeating of everything that I've been through. We've been here a very long time. It is after 10 p.m. And I'm gonna ask that everyone take a deep breath and for 1 second, imagine that these things that we are begging for was you or your son or your loved one or your mother or your daughter. I've watched the delegate at the top of my screen pat her baby, play with him, and him entertain us at some point in time, or she, I'm not sure. And I recall the day that I got a phone call from my son saying that a man was holding a gun on him and the life literally left my body. I have fought tirelessly for the past 4 years for this officer to just be held accountable for his actions, for his criminal behavior. I have begged for this officer to be held accountable for his criminal behavior. And because of his position, he is not. I had to file a peace order against this officer because we lived in the same community in Howard County, and my son had to walk past his home every day to get to and from school. And a public paid servant that had a peace order issued on them while still being employed by a city department, his information was shielded from the public. Not his address was used. They didn't even want to use his name. So I ask you, if something happened to your mother by the hands of a police officer, would you be okay with him being handheld through the process of being held accountable for his actions? I don't think so. But I wouldn't want anything that I've been through, or any mother or family that has lost a loved one by the hands of an officer, or been brutally beaten and attacked by the hands of the officer, to have to endure what I did, to be laughed at the police station and say, "Oh, we heard about your story. At least he didn't die." For my 16-year-old son to cry in the car to me and say, "I can't believe this happened to me," and nobody seems to care. For the first time ever in my son's life, a gun was pointed at him, and it was by an officer of the law. And he is yet to this day had any charges, accountability, actions against him. What other profession in this world, not a teacher, not a doctor, not a delegate, not a lawyer, not a judge, could do such a thing, to do some of these things that officers do and not be held accountable for it? And we ask ourselves, like, hey, why? Why would he do something like that? How could he lean on somebody's neck? How could he choke somebody to death? How could he shoot somebody's child? Because they know they'll get away with it.
Ms. Hamlet, please. If you would
Yes.
wrap, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I will. I just ask that we all think and consider that this could be our families one day, and we are begging for officers to be held accountable for their actions.
Thank you very much. All right, are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much. Continuing down the list that I have, I believe that the next person is Tawanda Jones, then Tracy Shand, Davon Love, Ilhan Kagri, and Watu Mwariyama. Go for with Tawanda Jones to begin, please, for 2 minutes. Davon Love.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, for 2 minutes, please.
Okay, yes. So I'm in total favor of this bill, HB 151. And again, I will say, this is the time to get it right. You guys have failed us for many years. It's not my first time testifying, and it damn sure is not going to be my last time, excuse my language. But people are really getting murdered. How many more? Do 151 more people got to get murdered before you guys take this seriously? Like, the time is now. I am my brother's keeper. I've been in this fight now for 394 weeks, 2,757 days. How many more days before you guys take this serious? We are our brother's keepers. We, like Marion said, we don't want anyone into this club. We never asked for this. The only thing we're asking you to do is to get it right. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. This bill is old and antiquated. Since 1974, we in 2021. How many more? They don't get interrogated, they get an interview. Enough is enough. It's time for you guys to do the right thing. And we're waiting and we're expecting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Tracy Shand.
Thank you for having me back. I know everyone is tired, but I'm more tired. I've been up since yesterday and I haven't slept yet. So, and I'm here waiting to speak to let you guys know that Law Enforcement Bill of Rights needs to be repealed. It is not a question. It is not complicated. That you got officers saying, oh, we're being attacked by citizens and we need more protection. You already have protection. You don't need no more. You know, I need for you guys to really pay attention. Everyone has came on here and spoke. I mean, like Tawanda said, this is a club that nobody wants to be a member of. You got Delegate Griffin sleeping on the job. Like, I'm talking and nobody's listening. Like, I need you to listen and pay attention to what's going on in the community. The people that are getting abused, killed, beaten, because if the tables were turned and it was Black people doing it to you, you wouldn't like it. And that's not our agenda. That's not what we do. We want to live in a peaceful community. We want to work with officers and work with the nice ones, that actually want to do the job right, not the ones that come down from Hagerstown or Pennsylvania or any other area that they come from with their capes and everything on, talking about, oh, we're going to get these people. We're not these people. We're not back in 1873 anymore. We are a people that's trying to find peace. And it's either you're going to work with us or against us. You're either on our side or you're not. So all of this that y'all are doing right now with every time I got to get into a meeting, oh, we got to talk to delegates, we got to talk to senators, we got to, you know, plead our case with them. I mean, it's just common sense. All of you went to college, y'all have a degree. I hear Senator Kesley talking, saying, I have my degree. I don't want citizens coming panels, what is it, the trial board, and having a decision on what happened because these officers work so hard to earn their badge. Well, if you work hard to earn your badge, work hard to keep it. And killing us is not working hard to keep it. So if this is some type of, you know, mafia thing y'all got going on, then I need to know. So I need to know how to adjust myself. Because that's what it seems like to me. Every time we have to come back again and again, and we hear officers saying, oh, I want to keep this. We hear lawyers and other people saying, yes, let's keep the officers, knowing the abuse that they conflict on the community. You got, what is it, Deputy Chief Scott Duncan, that when I went to go file a complaint to on the officers that killed my brother, he says, we're not taking your complaint. We're not even going to look at it. You're wasting your time. And I said, well, just take it and look at it and then just let me know that you at least took it. He says, no, he's not taking it. So you have officers that look at us and tell us, deputy chiefs that look at us and tell us, we're not doing this. We're not lying to you. We don't have no reason to lie to you.
Ms.
I mean, you're
Shand.
not God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Davon Love.
All right, it's Davon again. I want to take the time because in previous panels, both from the Speaker's bill and Delegate Acevedo talked about some of the specifics of the proposals that we put forward, which include repealing the LEOBR, but also include conversation about the replacement language. And I want to urge the committee that getting the replacement language right is very important because it is the way in which the LER is written as a statute of labor agreements that have undermined the ability for a community to hold police accountable. That has been the problem that we've been facing. And so what I want to emphasize is the importance of the difference between the replacement language you'll hear from our coalition versus what you've gotten from the bills that were presented earlier today. And that's vitally important. In 2015 and 2016, I was actually around and actively involved in some of the legislative efforts around addressing the Maryland Law Enforcement Office Bill of Rights. And we actually emphasized two particular aspects of it. We focused on requiring civilians on trial boards and removing the prohibition of non-law enforcement from engaging in the internal investigations. Those were two, in the grand scheme of things, very moderate proposals in a much more conservative time period and a much more conservative legislature. The leadership bill that ended up coming out in 2016 was a bill that had a variety of other issues, you know, trainings, mental health assessments, but it excluded the two elements that I mentioned. And so the coalition back then had to work hard just to get a very watered down version of the trial board piece, which removed the prohibition, but then mandated onto the larger leadership bill. What that says to me is that there's something, when we talk about what's fundamental, what is fundamental is making sure that the community is positioned to be actively, not just involved, but have power of oversight and of discipline. And that is the fundamental difference between what you're getting from our coalition versus what you are getting from the bills that were heard previously. We are looking forward to working with the Speaker's office and working with those who are on the work group to come to an agreement about what that replacement language does. But that difference is so fundamental because I actually testified against the leadership bill in 2016 because I understood that if we pass a bill that does not get it right, but gives the appearance that they were sweeping reforms, then we will find ourselves back here again. So I want to urge the committee that the Congress, we look forward to working with the committee to making sure that we get the correct replacement language so that not only do we repeal the LEOBR, but we develop a standard of discipline that still allows officers to have due process in a way that's commensurate to other state employees, but make sure there are adequate and substantive mechanisms for community oversight and discipline.
Thank you very much. Ilhan Kagri, and I know I mispronounced the last name. And
No, that was perfect. Thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes, please, for 2 minutes.
My name is Ilhan Kagri. I'm testifying in support of HB 151 on behalf of the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, the Muslim Public Affairs Council, and the Muslim Voices Coalition. The effect of Leobor became personal for me when Robert White, who lived his entire life in my neighborhood, was killed by a Montgomery County police officer in June 2018. Mr. White was an unarmed Black man taking his daily walk in broad daylight in his own neighborhood. The police officer who happened to be in the neighborhood approached Mr. White because his ripped jacket made him appear suspicious. The officer escalated the encounter to such an extent that he ended up shooting and killing Mr. White. That officer is still on the police force. Because of the combination of Leobor and our Restrictive Public Information Act, we know nothing about the officer who killed Robert White. We can have little confidence that any prior misconduct was addressed, nor did we have any voice in seeking justice for Mr. White. Leobor has effectively shielded problem officers like the one who killed Mr. White from accountability, allowing them to remain on the job and to potentially commit similar offenses. This erodes community trust in the police. Leobor has eroded my trust such that I would definitely hesitate in calling the police if there were a nonviolent incident involving a person of color. Moreover, Robert White's killing changed my view of the safety of my own neighborhood. I used to tutor high school students in my home. Some of those students would walk the few blocks from the bus stop to my house. After the killing of Mr. White, I became terrified at the prospect that one of my Black students would also come to harm at the hands of overzealous police. I stopped tutoring out of an abundance of caution. I couldn't very well say, I'm afraid for your safety, so I'm not accepting students of color. We must correct the imbalance of special rights conferred upon police by the state, which are made even more stark due to the power law enforcement holds over citizens. It is precisely because of this excess power that accountability must be made paramount in order to prevent abuse and in order to maintain the trust so necessary between the police and the citizens they serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amity Pope, please.
Thank you. Leobor must be repealed. Leobor, it allows police officers to remove civilian complaints from their personnel files. Leobor must be repealed. Leobor provides additional protections to police officers facing internal disciplinary investigations. And specifically, I'm going to say it prevents civilians from investigating these police officers. You've heard enough today. You have. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I don't know any other group of public employees that enjoy the legislative protection, during a disciplinary hearing. But law enforcement enjoys it. They enjoy these protections as a result of Leobor. So Leobor must be repealed. Baltimore City had a history of the lying, setting up young Black males, Black people in particular, killing, torturing, brutalizing, committing heinous acts of crime, planting guns on young Black boys. And this is a fact. We all know it. The only difference between Baltimore officers and the other bad apples and actors that are in law enforcement scattered throughout the state of Maryland is that they got caught. So Leobor must be repealed. I said it before, and I'm going to leave you with it again. Lawmakers that believe that law enforcement is not above the law will render a vote favorable of House Bill 151. Lawmakers that believe Black people's lives matter will vote favorably for House Bill 151. Lawmakers that believe brown people's lives matter will vote favorably for House Bill 151. And lawmakers that believe that marginalized people's lives matter to include the LGBT plus community will vote favorably for House Bill 151. I am Amity Pope. I'm an educator in the state of Maryland. I'm co-founder of PG Changemakers, and I urge you to support a favorable report for House Bill 151. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. Okay. For staff, I'm on page 29. And I am looking to see who is next. I'm going to go ahead and start calling Richard Deshay Elliott, Janice Bledsoe, Emil Parker, Malcolm Lazapi, Nusrat Tusi, Sophia Marjanovic. All right, we're missing a couple, so we're going to keep going. Deborah Levy, Iman Freeman. We also have David Roca, who signed up favorable with amendments, which put him at the very end of the list. So thank you all very much. That's all right. We're going to go with Jan Bledsoe. We'll start with 2 minutes. That's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice President and members of the committee. I'm coming before you way past
We made the vice chair the vice president. We just made the vice chair the vice president. Wow. Kind of remarkable. Let's start your time over. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
I'm going to get right to the point. Leah Moore is an obstacle to police accountability, and I'm going to give you 2 very specific examples. Under section 3107A2, a police officer is entitled to a trial board if he or she's been convicted of a misdemeanor. Only a police officer who's convicted of a felony does not get a trial board. In October of 2019, we convicted an officer for perjury. He did not have his trial board ever, not through the rest of 2019 and not through December of 2020. Trial boards, practically speaking, can just keep being put off until either retirement or the time that the officer wants to resign. The second example is fabricating evidence. We convicted an officer in November of 2018. He didn't have a trial board in 2019, and he didn't have a trial board in most of 2020. In fact, I can't verify that he even had a trial board. The second part of Leah Moore that concerns me is section 3104. This section sets up a conflict between the Constitution and admitting evidence into trial. Under that section, if a police officer, I'll give you the example, if a police officer is driving drunk, officer gets picked up, taken to the district, is told, look, take the breathalyzer. If you don't take the breathalyzer, you're going to be subject to punitive measures. The police officer takes the breathalyzer, it's a 0.10. Guess what? We don't get to use it in our criminal case. And I'm sure a police officer would much rather have a penalty in an administrative hearing than a penalty in a court of law. Those are the 2 examples I have showing you that Leah Moore is an obstacle to police accountability, and it needs to be repealed. And I'm done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right. We'll go to Malcolm Lazapi.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Malcolm Litsapi. I'm a medical student at Hopkins, and I represent the Coalition Against Policing by Hopkins. I testify today in full support of HB 151 for repeal of the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights, Leo Bor. I direct all my comments to those in favor and those who believe in the wonderful potential of care. So far at Hopkins, my favorite class has been immunology. We learned about how diverse populations of immune cells protect the body from infectious agents and strategically mutate to remember previous invaders. They can self-regulate their responses and de-escalate so their response doesn't harm our bodies. In other words, immune cells have a complex communication network to coordinate in the efforts of protection and harm reduction. For me, it's an inspiration for what could exist for Marylanders. Good immune function is dependent on this communication. When this communication is dysregulated, our bodies are more vulnerable to infectious diseases. This could be due to mutations in DNA, due to deficient expression of genes, or due to lack of sufficient exposure to self. This dysregulation can happen sporadically, but healthy immune function guides back towards homeostasis. With proper direction, these cells have the incredible power to cause various autoimmune diseases or increase the risk of developing cancer. I believe this pathogenic dysregulation is analogous to the dysregulation in our society that privileges certain members over others. Leo Bohr creates numerous barriers to reporting and investigation into cases of police harm. Because of this, it must be implicated in disasters like those detailed in the 2016 U.S. Department of Justice 163-page report on the Baltimore Police Department that found structural corruption and abuse riddled with racially disparate impacts. We need to heal this system that is turned against us like a malignancy. I am grateful that we live in a society where curative therapy is within reach. We can simply change the codes by which our society operates. Our legislators give power to the police by enshrining laws that protect them. In other words, legislators are culpable for every act of police violence that occurs while Leo Bohr is the letter of the law. Repeal Leo Bohr now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nusrat Tusi. I'm sure
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. So I am Nusrat Tusi. I am a high school senior at Baltimore County, and on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations, I thank you so much for this opportunity to testify 9 hours later for House Bill 151. CARE is America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. In the early 1970s, Maryland became the first state in America to draft a blueprint for and enact a law enforcement officer's Bill of Rights. Now, 15 other states have followed suit and passed their own version. However, Maryland's Leo Bohr remains arguably the most expansive and extreme of such laws in the nation. While the majority of police officers maintain integrity in performing their responsibilities, those who do not are still able to escape accountability because of the protections Leo Bohr affords. It favors police officers over communities they are sworn to protect and serve, and prohibits civilian oversight groups from holding accountable officers who exhibit inappropriate conduct. The Maryland Leo Bohr provides police officers special safeguards when complaints against them are investigated. It imposes significant impediments to conducting transparent and diligent investigations and places board limitations on disciplinary action. At a time when our state and country are grappling with how to restore trust in officers to treat communities they serve fairly and ethically, it's more than important to pass this bill to repeal this measure. Officers' honesty and integrity is vital not only to their job functions, but also in upholding the law. Repealing Leo Bohr will bring our state one step closer to comprehensive police reform that is desperately needed to restore faith within the criminal justice systems. Thank you. We respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Sophia Marjanovic.
Yes, Dr. Sophia Marjanovic here, PhD
Great.
Immunology and Microbiology of the Ocheti Shakowee tribe. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, trained at the NIH in Bethesda. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and police misconduct that led me to lose my 28-month-old breastfeeding son. In 2012, I was attacked holding my 10-day-old newborn son. I called the police. This began the nightmare of dealing with domestic abusers on the police force, coordinating with abusers to dominate and control survivors. I lost custody of my son to our abuser. Officer Freddie Charles, with a history of domestic violence, is in charge of the supervised visitation unit of the Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Department. He claimed he fears for his life around me because I video record all interactions, and I've successfully gotten unethical people reprimanded. In 2016, I got a provision in House Bill 1016 for civilians to get outcomes of investigations of our complaints about police officers. The way the bill was written leaves us unable to get the reports. My nightmare has continued since I last testified here. Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Department asked me how much I was willing to pay to see my son. Police are considered neutral witnesses in court, despite getting paid overtime to attend court hearings. I have suffered for years, even becoming completely debilitated from pain, struggling to feel safe in my own body. I eventually became homeless and enslaved in human trafficking trafficking as a result. I've been in therapy for years trying to heal, but when the system is so unsafe, I need the system to be repaired to be safe. 40% of law enforcement are domestic abusers. It is absurd to have survivors of domestic violence get help from a field with so many abusers. 4 women and 4 children are killed every day in the United States by domestic violence. I fully support the repeal of LIBOR. Since 1016 and 2016 got implemented into law, I've been organizing for a civilian review board with subpoena power to be implemented in Montgomery County, as the police have been making national headlines for killing, beating, harassing my neighbors in the streets, especially mentally distressed Black and Brown people. Native Americans are killed at the highest rates in the USA. And as a Native American mother who has suffered disabling traumatic impacts of police misconduct from police in Maryland, I wonder, am I next in being killed by Maryland police?
Dr. Marjanovic, if you would please wrap up.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Debbie Levy.
Good evening. I have the pleasure of practicing law in the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. I work specifically as the Director of Special Litigation for Baltimore City's Felony Trial Division. I target police misconduct and discovery abuses. I started in Baltimore in 2013 when there was not yet a practice of open disclosure of internal affairs files. Through years of relentless litigation, OPD has gained access to hundreds, if not thousands, of files that have never previously been disclosed. And we can assure you that holding these records secret is a large part of what allows corruption to flourish. Maryland must remove these statutory roadblocks like LEOBR that encourage the police and prosecution to keep IED records secret and encourage the blue code of silence as it relates to discipline. The history of LEOBR in Maryland is that it was enacted in the 70s because police officers were alleged to perform a different type of work. If you look at modern case law interpreting LEOBR, it also says that police officers are quote unquote different, and it's correct, they are different. But it is precisely the way in which they are different that informs this decision to repeal their antiquated Bill of Rights in favor of transparency. Unlike other professions, they carry deadly weapons. In everything they do, an officer's honesty and integrity is an integral part of their job. And third, they're active participants in criminal prosecutions, whether they're swearing out a police report, taking the witness stand, providing an affidavit or for a search warrant. Their honesty, integrity is always at issue. And when they violate rules and laws related to honesty and integrity, and they're disciplined for it, rules regarding these documents require them to be disclosed for witnesses, but LEOBR allows prosecutors across the state to hold those records secret. It's time to repeal LEOBR. Law enforcement officers do not deserve more protections than any other profession in the state of Maryland. They are not more essential or more deserving than surgeons, teachers, engineers, judges. They are an important part of society and they should absolutely be subject to the same transparency as everyone else. To the gentleman earlier today who said that we have to trust the police officer organizations to investigate, and to those legislators today who say that we should only reveal sustained complaints, let me tell you what the DOJ found when they looked at Baltimore's internal investigations. Page 140 of the DOJ report said the BPD fails to hold officers accountable for misconduct. BPD relies on deficient accountability systems that fail to curb unconstitutional policing. For years, the department's process of investigating and adjudicating complaints has been plagued by systemic failures, including the ability to investigate, the timely investigations, poor investigative techniques. I'm quoting from the report: unnecessary delay, minimal review, persistent failure to discipline. The culture, and I'm quoting again, the DOJ says, the culture that further undermines accountability by discouraging officers from reporting and discouraging supervisors from sustaining investigations. That system hasn't worked. Relying on sustained complaints alone fails the public. A full repeal is all that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, the next and I believe final person to testify in favor of House Bill 151, David Roca, for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. There seems to be broad agreement on repealing the LEOBR, as you have heard so many people today seek, and reimagining what a fair and accountable disciplinary system might look like. So I want to focus on what the replacement should be and what we and the broad coalition that we are part of are pushing in HB 151 with the sponsor amendments and the Senate cross-file in SB 627, all of which could be incorporated into HB 670. Delegate Acevedo laid out the broad goals. The sponsor amendments lay out a detailed, streamlined procedure that would be uniform statewide rather than leaving it up to individual departments. In broad strokes, the replacement would make police officers civil servants who could only be disciplined for cause and thus entitled to due process protections. And it gives them the process that they are due. There would be an investigation unless the proposed discipline is based on facts established in a conviction for a crime. They would get notice of the results of the investigation and an opportunity to be heard by the decision maker. And that is all that Loudermill requires, Loudermill being the Supreme Court requires before they are disciplined, and all that any other public employee gets. If they don't contest the facts, but think that the facts do not establish a violation of departmental rules, they can argue that to the decision maker. If they don't contest the facts, but think the discipline is illegal, they can argue that to the decision maker. And if they don't contest the facts, but think the punishment is too harsh, unfair, not in line with departmental practice, or doesn't take into account mitigating circumstances, they can argue that to the decision maker. None of that requires a hearing because there are no disputed facts to resolve. Just a question of whether the facts constitute a violation of agency policy or whether the punishment is appropriate. And no due process principle says that the head of an agency can't or shouldn't make those decisions. They should, and in any other public agency, that's who would make those decisions. If the officer does contest the facts, they would get a fact-finding hearing where they can confront the witnesses against them. Loudermill says this can happen after discipline is imposed, and that is frequently how it is done for other employees, but our bill allows police to have that hearing before discipline is imposed. Why? So that we have one decision maker who is accountable for the whole process. Due process does not require that someone other than the agency head conduct the hearings where the employee can confront witnesses against them. And in Maryland, police agencies have been doing that for a long time. But now the final responsibility will lie with one decision maker, either the chief or an external oversight board that municipalities would be empowered to create under our bill, so that the decision maker can be held accountable. So that the decision maker can be held accountable to the community that the police are supposed to serve. This is a fair, more streamlined system that grants officers due process rights. And it's important, I think, that the committee understand that in the hearing on the Senate cross-file, the chiefs and sheriffs agree with that system, with the exception that there is a disagreement over whether to allow external oversight boards that would have the disciplinary power. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for being here so late and testifying. It's just a general question to, and I don't see the sponsor. I mean, we don't have any amendments. People keep talking about the amendments. So if we could get amendments, that would be appreciated, because the bill was put in just as a straight repeal with no replacement and no prohibition against negotiating for discipline or anything like that. So
and all of that is in the replacement. I'm sorry, I was under the impression that sponsor amendments were.
We don't have them, so if somebody could get them to the committee, that would be helpful.
Yes, we'll get those amendments to the committee, and we laid out just what the replacement language is and how that would reimagine public safety and certainly go as far as what communities have been calling for compared to just some of the legislation this committee has heard and have to consider. But thank you, and we'll get those amendments to the committee as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Now I have to unmute. Are there further questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We have one person here to testify in opposition, Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is just now entering. Rebecca Smith?
Yes, thank
Great.
you.
For 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. The MTA, the Maryland Troopers Association, we will rely on our written testimony that was submitted on House Bill 151 and House Bill 120, just for the sake of the committee's time.
Thank you very much.
We do want to point out, though, that the complete repeal of LEOBR may not have the effect that people think it will have, because there will still be constitutional rights that the officers will be entitled to. And especially under Garrity, the LEOBR actually gives the ability to question officers, and it provides them with a certain immunity to allow them to answer questions that they have to answer. They're compelled to answer questions. So if you do away with LEOBR, there's going to be no process to force police officers to provide information that is going to be needed to complete these investigations. And I know it's late, and I want to thank everybody that's been here today. And I appreciate the ability to speak to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 151, our final bill of the evening. Now with Delegate Acevedo, we've got his first panel, and then I'm going to go down the list. Delegate Acevedo for 3 minutes, then Latoya Hawley, David Roca, Sonia Pruitt, Davon Love, and Debbie Levy. So Delegate, if you'd like to begin for 3 minutes, that would be fine.
Good evening again, members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo here to present for the third and what I hope would be the last time Anton's Law, or House Bill 120, named for Anton Black, a 19-year-old college athlete who died in police custody on the Eastern Shore. Colleagues, Anton is not alive today because a corrupt former police chief intentionally hid or withheld the multiple use of force reports and complaints against an abusive and now former officer. Had the reforms to the Maryland Public Information Act, or what Anton's Law would do when passed, Anton Black would be finishing his college education and raising his baby daughter in his hometown. He would not only be present for her birthday, but he'd be able to embrace his family, as well as interact with the community that helped raise him. But he's not because of this abusive officer, but also because of this police chief who felt empowered to use his position to not only withhold pertinent and very important information about a former officer's misconduct record, but hired this officer despite concerns from the community that if he were to be hired, that someone of color would end up dead. Anton Black's death has exposed a clear inadequacy in Maryland law, an inadequacy that Anton's Law, or House Bill 120, seeks to address. Transparency is a prerequisite to trust, and right now there isn't any between the community and law enforcement. I hear from a number of my colleagues, both on this committee as well as in the General Assembly, that we are all interested in building trust between law enforcement and the broader communities that we serve. That is certainly my goal. That is the goal of every single impacted individual, family member, and community member that has spoken and testified on House Bill 151 and will be testifying on House Bill 120. Those closest to the pain are closest to the solution, but seldom are they closest to power. As policymakers, we have an obligation to the communities most impacted. We have an obligation to the families of the victims, and we have an obligation to end police violence and to pursue real transparency. According to a recent Goucher College poll on police reform, 87% of Marylanders support making police misconduct records public. I will repeat because this is critical. 87% of Marylanders support making police misconduct records public. And that is exactly what Anton's Law, or House Bill 120, would do when passed. If Black Lives Matter, pass Anton's Law. If we want to build trust between law enforcement and the broader communities that they serve, pass Anton's Law. And if you believe in listening to people who put us here, our constituents, Marylanders, the people who have indicated their support for making police misconduct records public, then I urge a favorable report on Anton's Law, House Bill 120, so that we could really provide real reform and we can really lead the nation on what police reform and reimagining public safety could look like. Thank you.
All right. We're going to go now to, sorry, my brain is just frozen up here. To Latoya Hawley, please. To Latoya Hawley for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and fellow members of the committee. I was awake in my bed just before 5 a.m. this morning, thinking about what I could say to the committee this time that could move you all to pass Anton's Law. What can I say to you all today that would be different from what I said to you all last year and the year before that? Do I provide you with facts about how 90% of the public's complaints against police officers are not sustained, and how officers involved in misconduct, whether criminal or other, are being investigated by their own and acquitted? You already know that. Or do I remind them that one of the police officers involved with my brother's murder had 29 use of force complaints from the previous state who employed him prior to becoming a Maryland police officer, and how that information was obtained by the family during a sideline conversation that was held with the Delaware House representative? Perhaps I should tell them about how Anton was placed in a hog-tied position while on an incline, and how his 160-pound frame body was under the weight of more than 250 pounds, an action that was purposely enacted by law enforcement officers to restrict his capability of breathing. Will that move them to pass the bill? Or should I talk about Anton while struggling to breathe, using his last breath to thank our mother for everything she's done for him and to tell her that he loved her? Will that soften their hearts? What are the right words? Do they even exist? Is there anything I can say, or does it all fall on deaf ears? Why do so many oppose Anton's Law? All we are asking is to establish that a law enforcement officer's records relating to misconduct, whether administrative or criminal, to not be considered as a personnel record. Where is the harm in that? The excuses are weak, and the opposition's bills are always a watered-down version of Anton's Law. I am here again today to ask that you repeal MPIA, make the records accessible, redact personnel information if necessary, but give some power back to the communities that our police officers have sworn to protect and serve, but have suffered and lost so much by the hands of the police officers who do not deserve the honor to wear their uniform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to hear now from David Roca. Committee, I will be right back. The Vice Chair is taking the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. I know the hour is late, so I want to quickly say what this bill would do and how its approach could be harmonized with at least part of the approach that is in the Speaker's bill. Anton's Law critically permits disclosure over all police misconduct, internal affairs investigations. That is what you have heard over and over and over and over tonight and today, people demanding, requesting, pleading for. How does it do that? It simply moves the records of those investigations from the category of personnel records, which are prohibited from being disclosed, into the category of investigative records, the same category that applies to all of the records that police departments have about you, me, and every other Maryland, those criminal investigatory records. There have not been any problems regarding improper disclosure of those records with respect to all of us, and there will not be any problems regarding the disclosure of these investigatory records. What is the difference between the Speaker's approach and the approach in this bill? The Speaker's approach mandates disclosure of some very limited subset of investigatory records, and most particularly limits disclosure to sustained complaints. But as we have said, and as needs to be heard again and again, the problems with respect to police internal affairs investigations lie not in the investigations that are sustained, but in the investigations that are not sustained. That is where transparency and accountability are needed. And if all of those not sustained follow thorough, fair, and timely investigations, then disclosure of that will serve a critical public function of restoring trust in those investigations. And if they don't, then
Can you
they
wrap
will
up, Mr. Roca?
then they will expose the problems that need to be solved. And as to how to harmonize them, the simplest and most efficient thing to do would be to mandate the disclosures that are in the speaker's bill and permit the disclosures that are in Anton's law, and make those two ideas work together. We look forward to working with you to achieve that. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Pruitt?
Good evening, distinguished members of the Maryland House Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. As a retired captain of the Montgomery County Police Department and a speaker for LEAP, I'm here to support HB 120, Maryland Public Information Act, otherwise known as Anton's Law. I believe that transparency of police misconduct records is critical to community trust, and that HB 120 is a great effort towards that transparency. LEAP stands for the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. It is a nonprofit group of criminal justice professionals which advocates for criminal justice reform to make our communities safer and to heal police-community relations. During my 28 years at the Montgomery County Police Department, I worked in many positions, including as the Deputy Director of the Internal Affairs Division, where I reviewed complaints as they came into the office and participated in all other administrative aspects of an investigation. One of the greatest complaints I received from citizens was that I could not tell them why a case was not sustained, nor discuss the process that went into that finding. I urge you to support HB 120, which would make police disciplinary records subject to the Public Information Act. The goal of HB 120 is to increase transparency surrounding the investigation of police misconduct, which in turn empowers the public. Police community trust is essential to public safety because the safety of our citizens relies heavily on and in proportion to the community's trust in our law enforcement. Finally, not being transparent about the misconduct of officers makes the public suspicious of all law enforcement efforts, including legitimate efforts. Other states have demonstrated that we can have police transparency without sacrificing public safety. Why not Maryland? I believe that this bill is one of many critical pieces in strengthening police relationships with our communities, and that we must make that information readily available to those whom the police are sworn to serve. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Chair's back, and Chair, Mr. Love is up next.
All right, Davon Love.
All right. So I want to just focus on two particular aspects of House Bill 120. The first is that the importance of allowing these records to be moved from these police investigatory files from being prohibited from disclosure to discretionary disclosures, is that there are lots of routine forms of violence or less severe forms of violence that are visited upon the community more regularly. I think oftentimes we focus a lot on the instances where folks are killed, which is important, but there's also lots of other kinds of suffering and violence that would be helpful in being able to better hold police accountable if we're able to get access to those files. And what we find, again, I reference this a lot, but the DOJ report of Baltimore City shows an entire section on unsustained complaints where they would otherwise have been justified for discipline for that officer had those records be exposed to the public. I also want to make a public safety argument for this piece of legislation. I think we talk a lot about the ways in which police violence impacts communities, which is important. One of the reasons why it's so difficult to deal with putting people, behind bars that are the drivers of violence in Baltimore City and around the state is because there's a lack of trust between the community and law enforcement. And in the Restoring Trust in Policing Commission report, it actually has a section where it describes that there's a desire on the part of many residents that want to work with law enforcement, but many of them, I said 52% of the respondents said that they've experienced police officers being disrespectful, but even 62% of them said that they'd seen instances where they thought law enforcement used excessive force. What it also says is that in this same study, they gave a survey that said that many of the respondents said that they had more information about the records of law enforcement that were patrolling their communities. They would be more willing to collaborate with officers in the effort to deal with instances of violence. So I think it's important that we understand this piece of legislation to deal with police accountability and brutality, but also as a way to try to build trust so that community has the ability to develop a relationship where they can actually feel comfortable that the information about police officers that abuse us in our communities will be available to them, that they can participate in being able to hold law enforcement accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Debbie Levy, please.
Thank you very much. In Montgomery County versus Shropshire, 420 MD 362, 2011, Judge Atkins in dissent explained that internal affairs files internal affairs records are a far cry from those that the MPIA were designed to protect. In espousing his position, he quoted Woodrow Wilson, who said that government ought to be all outside and no inside. Everybody knows that corruption thrives in secret places and avoids public places. And we believe it a fair presumption that secrecy means impropriety. We believe that internal affairs records should be made public, that we are living in unprecedented times and we need this kind of reform. Internal affairs records should no longer be housed in secret places behind a lock and key. Over the last few weeks, several of you have sat down with members of the Office of the Public Defender, and we showed you examples of internal affairs files that were entered into the public record so that you could see why we think that these documents should not be housed and considered confidential personnel records. We showed you pictures of individuals who were beaten by police officers, sorry. And we showed you a map with incidents of misconduct around the entire state, dispelling this notion that this is just a Baltimore problem. I provided those links in my written testimony, and you can actually link to each article that we provided to some of the legislators individually. But I want to focus in my last 30 seconds on this notion that sustained complaints should carry the day. In the first officer who we litigated against in Baltimore, an individual named Fabian Larande, we went to the court with the few cases that were sustained, and then we pleaded to the court that we have this plethora of cases, maybe over a dozen of unsustained complaints, alleging all kinds of misconduct from across the city. And the judge and I looked at each other and we decided we would round up all of those witnesses who had complained against this officer. Did the police department really reach out to you? Did somebody really try to interview you? And we brought in those individuals who had made complaints that weren't sustained. When we did so, the officer threatened him and was taken into police custody. Even Jane Miller reported on it in WBAL, and that was the beginning of the end of that officer. A string of unsustained complaints that weren't properly investigated. Please don't hang your hat on letting the police themselves anymore to only turn over sustained findings and release to transparency to the public all of the files in their existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We're now going to go through the list from top to bottom for the people who signed up and in the order in which they signed up. Catherine Richards, Andrea Chambly, Vita Larkin, Christopher Apple, Lori Kronzer. Now I'm going to go through the list from top to bottom for the people. Catherine Richards, you need to turn off the live feed. And when you're ready, you need to unmute yourself on the Zoom. Catherine Richards.
I'm sorry, it's really late.
No, that's all right.
I'm Catherine Richards. I live in Olney, Maryland, in District 19, and I'm a volunteer with the Montgomery County group of Moms Demand Action. I've raised 3 children here in Olney, and I'm a former journalist. I support House Bill 120 because police violence usually is gun violence, and we cannot end gun violence without addressing the need for public access to these records. I thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. Be well.
Thank you very much. Go to Andrea Chambly now. Ms. Chambly is here.
Not end gun violence.
Hi, I'm here.
Without addressing.
Need to turn off your live feed, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Got it?
Thank you.
All right, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and all of you hardworking public servants. There's my camera now. I live in Glenwood, Maryland in District 9A, and I'm a volunteer with the Howard and Carroll County local groups of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm a writer. I majored in journalism before I went to law school. I consider myself a columnist and a journalist. I'm having articles in the Carroll County Times, the Annapolis Capital, and the Washington Post this week. My current partner is a retired journalist as well. We support this bill because the chance that this information can become public is critical to the community, including law enforcement officers themselves, to increase accountability and public trust. A single incident of police violence can plant the seed for fear and community distrust of police, making it harder to prevent or solve violent crimes, and in turn, making communities already fighting systemic and structural barriers more at risk for violence. Making this information more easily accessible to journalists and to the public not only provides accountability, it also protects the officers courageous enough to cooperate with investigations because they know the truth can come out. Thank you for your time and thank you for working so late.
Thank you very much. Vida Larkin, please.
Yes, hello, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Vida Larkin, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I live in Potomac, Maryland, in District 16, and I'm the Montgomery County Local Group Lead of the Maryland Chapter for Moms Demand Action. I'm also a survivor of gun violence. I support HB 120, also known as Anton's Law, because transparency about police misconduct investigations allows the public to better understand how complaints against police are carried out and will increase trust between the police and the communities they are sworn to protect and serve. A single incident of police violence can plant the seed for fear and community distrust of police, making it harder to prevent or solve violent crime, and in turn making communities already fighting systemic and structural barriers more at risk for violence. I hope you will consider a favorable report for HB 120. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christopher Apple.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, good evening. My name is Chris Apple. I am a resident of District 13 in Howard County. Two different stories have emerged about misconduct investigations that we've heard tonight. The first story is that misconduct complaints are already appropriately dealt with, and only a few sustained complaints should be released because the rest are frivolous. But the second story is that some officers are harassing and abusing Marylanders, and these very serious complaints are being dismissed. And this is the story that we're hearing from survivors and advocates. Both stories can't be true. We've seen growing evidence that legitimate complaints are not being sustained, including testimony from multiple people here today. I would like to highlight a recent ACLU report, which discovered that one officer even admitted to lying under oath, and yet the perjury complaint against that officer was not sustained. My tax dollars paid for that hearing, and I would like to know why it was not sustained when the officer admitted wrongdoing. But we are never going to know how many cases like this were incorrectly dismissed until the law allows for the public release of both sustained and unsustained records. I urge the committee to issue a favorable report for HB 120. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori Cronzer.
Good evening. My name is Lori Cronzer, and I'm a resident of Bowie, and I'm representing Showing Up for Racial Justice, Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 120. Maryland ranks among the least transparent states with regard to police misconduct complaints. 29 other states make disclosure of complaint files more accessible to the public. Current police misconduct investigations are considered quote unquote personnel records, and as such are not available for community oversight or media review under the MPIA. Passage of this bill will result in a shift of defined officer behaviors from may not disclose status to may disclose or must disclose status. Additionally, it's imperative that this legislation includes both sustained and unsustained cases, since unsustained cases comprise 90% of investigations. If police departments are investigating officer misconduct thoroughly, there should be nothing to hide. A full picture of an officer's history can also ensure that police departments across the state make hiring decisions that will be a credit to their department. A Florida study published in the Yale Law Journal found that police officers who are fired tend to get rehired by another agency within 3 years. Officers who've been fired tend to move to smaller agencies with fewer resources and larger communities of color. This bill will allow police departments to make hiring decisions that will better serve the communities they protect, and also will allow them to avoid the costs in potential lawsuits and reputation that can result from hiring blind. It is for these reasons that we're encouraging you to deliver a favorable report for HB 120 to reform the Maryland Public Information Act. Thank you very much.
Are there questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. All right. Going to go with Greta Willis, Marion Gray Hopkins, Marguerite Morris, Dior Brown, and Darlene Kane. We have another person who is set to testify, Rosa Gutierrez. However, she is not in the waiting room. There's a translator also waiting in the waiting room. If Ms. Gutierrez should arrive, we will add her in. But until then, we'll start with Greta Willis for 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hi, again, it has truly been a long evening, but it has been worth our while to be here with other families for 10 long hours, standing in solidarity. So again, I say to you all, vote favorably for this bill, HB 120, Anton's Law. We are pushing it expeditiously and for the timely passage of HB 120 as a common sense measure designed to help identify police misconduct patterns and to root out bad actors before more people that look like our sons and daughters be brutalized, assaulted, and killed in our communities. I urge you all to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. Marion Gray Hopkins, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone. And as Greta has said, it's been a long day, but I feel very, very hopeful. And I have not felt this way in many, many years. But again, my name is Marion Gray Hopkins. And again, I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to testify in support of HB 120. And I won't go into the whole spiel. I've gone into it before. I mean, the primary reason that I'm here is because I've seen a number of families and loved ones that have lost their children and their brothers and sisters, et cetera, to police violence. And I, as I mentioned earlier, am a survivor because I lost my youngest child, my 19-year-old son, Gary Hopkins, and he was a casualty of police terrorism 21 years ago in Prince George's County in Lanham, Maryland. But we recognize, because you've heard the stories here today, that police misconduct has been an issue in Maryland for many, many years, and it continues to plague communities across this nation. We have lacked accountability and transparency. And I want you to know that we've lost the trust in our law enforcement. And again, I had mentioned earlier, the way to bridge that gap is to begin rebuilding the relationship in the communities they serve. And if we are transparent, Police departments are paid our tax dollars, and because of this, that as a complainant and the communities, we should be given full disclosure when complaints are made, all of the aspects of the investigation. It's concerning that I've heard here today over 90%, and that's just unbelievable to me. 90% of complaints made against officers by the public are not sustained. And we're not asking for personnel information. So we need to separate the information that is considered as personal and personnel. But what we are asking for is that we should know that our complaints are being handled equitably and fairly, that the appropriate actions are being taken based on the complexity and the seriousness of the complaint. I say that if there's nothing to hide and complaints are being handled properly, then why not share this information? It would help with identifying what is labeled as there's only a few bad apples, and it will restore communities' trust. We must apply greater focus on the issues of transparency. And this legislation, such as Anton's law, is a step in that direction.
Ms. Gray Hopkins?
Yes.
If you
My
would
2 minutes.
wrap up.
I'm up already?
You
All right,
are.
well, then I just ask that that the current practice it's not fair nor it's just, and so that I urge this committee to do the right thing and vote favorable in support of Anton's law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Marguerite Morris, please.
Good evening once again. You already know my name, and I will be forever the mother of Catherine Sarah Morris. What I find interesting as we go into this third bill is that it's almost like it almost sends a message that there's not a lot of people out here that are opposing us. It almost sends a message of them being overly confident, as if possibly already know how you're going to vote, and they don't have to raise very much opposition. And I'm wondering about the message that it's sending. Now, what I've learned is that many of us that come as a group with our complaints or our concerns because we've experienced it, we're seen as an annoyance because we won't go away. We keep coming back. We keep believing that change is going to come. So I want to say tonight that I am here in favor of HB 120. And I want to say that the behavior of persons hired to protect but who turn and use their employment as a baton of abuse should be exposed. I know you've heard many times about Annapolis. Well, that happened over a period of 3 or more years, and that person was steadily that took 12 victims, closed their files without investigating. He was actually being promoted to higher positions. So with MPIA, what else was this officer possibly guilty of? What other complaints have possibly been filed against him? I charge you that as the state of Maryland, including the capital of Maryland, citizens cry out for justice, transparency, and accountability. As the blood of our children cries out from the grave, that you please rise to the occasion and allow this bill to go forward and be enacted into law. That you finally do what we've been asking for years, that many don't believe you're actually going to do. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your willingness to stay up and stand with us. And finally, we thank you for making the needed changes to the MPIA by amending it so that records of internal investigations will be treated like every other police record about each and every one of us. Thank you and good night.
Dior Brown for 2 minutes.
Yes, again, good evening, Chair and Committee. I am a woman, I'm a woman of color. I have come here to reflect on the trauma I've experienced being violated by the police. A position I was taught that was there to swore to protect me and is one of the largest threats to my safety as a person of color. Current policies and procedures are flawed. We need transparency. People have died from misconduct, and by the testimonies delivered today, those of color have been most affected. You are in desperate need of reform. We cannot continue the legacy of concealing misconduct. Pass Anton's law, make police disciplinary records available to public, and amend the Maryland Public Information Act, MPIA.
Thank you very much. Darlene Kane for 2 minutes, please.
Good evening again. I'm Darlene Kane, president, founder of Mothers on the Move. I'm also a member of CJSJ. Like Anton, their dreams were stolen so young, and that I believe that we should have the information on the officers. It took me to do some investigation because the lawyer that I had wasn't able to continue my case. So I found out a lot of information on my own. I should not have to have done all that because I was a very bereaved mother, and I needed to have more extra help for getting my case together. So just like Antoine Dale and many others that testified today, our loved ones will not be home to celebrate any type of holiday parties, any type of gatherings, any holidays. Next week is my big 60 birthday. And I'm really gonna miss Dale because he brought home the first piece of cake every year for me. And he won't be here. And so I just urge you to help be in favor of HB 120 because we need it and our families need it. And we just want together to save lives. And we want to be able to make a difference in our community, that there's some hope, that we have some hope with this bill. And tonight, because I bonded with so many families that I didn't even know, and we testified together, I just feel like there's going to be some kind of hope. So please don't let us down and pass this and make this into a law. And on behalf of all the ones that passed away, am I the last one testifying?
No.
Oh, but anyway, I just want to say thank you and thank you again for the time. And just remember everybody in Baltimore City and Baltimore County and the state of Maryland that we need this passed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to see if Jorge Perez can join us for a moment. We're trying to get him in. If we can't get him in, he's coming in. Well, let's do this. We'll get him in and then we'll take him in the next group. We'll take a question from Delegate Arakan. Delegate Arakan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Morris, you said something that really touched me. You mentioned that you felt like we were bothered or annoyed, and I just want you to know, people that are on even sometimes the other side of this issue, that we don't always come to the same place on this, on the solutions. We are not annoyed by you. We love that you have shared your children with us and your family, and that's to all the mothers and sisters and brothers that have stayed up till midnight. We will stay up till midnight with you every year if we have to. So thank you for sharing. Isn't that so, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. And just for the record, may I speak, please? May I
Please, go ahead.
Yes, just for the record, I was referring primarily to other organizations in the community because we keep showing up and we just keep bringing that uncomfortableness about these laws. And that makes people sometimes wish we'd just go away. But thank you so much for clarifying that. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
And we hope that we're not here with these same laws next year because.
All right. I think those are the last questions for this panel. We will go on to the next panel. Thank you all very much for being with us this evening. Jorge Perez will be part of that next panel, as well as Tawanda Jones, Jonathan Medlock, Tracy Shand, Samantha Blau, and we will stop with Samantha and Nathaniel Erb, if Nathaniel Erb is also in the waiting room. So we'll start right now, however, with Jorge Perez, please.
Greetings, delegates. My name is Jorge Benitez Perez. I will be reading Ms. Rosa del Carmen Gutierrez's testimony, as she unfortunately couldn't be here with us today. I'll be reading in first person. My name is Rosa del Carmen, and I live in Prince George's County. On August of 2018, my 16-year-old son, Jose, was assaulted by a Prince George's County police officer in Hyattsville, Maryland. The police officer used their gun to hit my son on the head. He woke up the next day with his head full of blood. I had to rush him to the hospital to get stitches. The police officer wanted to charge my son with assault when in reality, he was the one assaulted. The only reason this happened to my son is because he is Latino. When our lawyer asked the judge for the record of the police officer who assaulted my son, the state's attorney dropped all the charges. They were embarrassed of the officer's awful record. The crime of which he accused my son was a lie. Steven Jackson is the officer who did this to my son, the same officer who killed Manuel Espina in 2008. Manuel Espina had not committed any crimes when he was murdered by this officer. Instead of holding him accountable after the incident, he was promoted from police officer to detective. How can police say they are for the community when in reality they are damaging our communities? How can racism ever end within our police departments when they are promoting racists? I want to make it clear that I am here fighting for my son and all communities that suffer from police abuse and racism. I will not stay quiet. As legislators, you guys have the power to change these injustices in our communities. Please pass this law that'll give the public access to police records. With that law, we can prevent the promotion of unfair and racist officers. The public has the right to know if police are abusing their power and what is being done to stop it from happening again. We cannot let incidents like the ones of Manuel Espina, my son, and Anton Black happen without consequences. I am asking all of you to not forget about my son's story and vote in favor of holding police accountable. We urge for a favorable vote on HB 120. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perez, and please pass our thanks on to Ms. Gutierrez. Tawanda Jones, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 2 minutes.
All righty. So at this point, I'll just be saying good night almost because we're entering midnight. I've been on this call longer than I've been at work today, but nevertheless, this bill is very important as the other bills that I testified in. And I just urge you guys to get it right. And I just want you to realize that as our loved ones' bodies are being covered up in body bags, the cover up begins immediately. And it goes on and goes on, and it brings other entities in to cover up the cover up. Enough is enough. It's time to snatch the sheets off of all these corrupt people, all this corruption. It needs to stop. Don't wait until it's one of your loved ones before you guys take it serious. Enough is enough. And as I heard my brother Jorge just testify, that name sent chills through my body because the officer that murdered my brother that started this, one of the 15 officers that murdered my brother, name was Jorge Bernardo Ruiz, and he's still actively committing crimes, working under the color of law. When is enough enough? Tyrone West, if you guys would have got it right, even though it was in the city, but it still happened in Maryland. If y'all would have got it right, it wouldn't have been an Antoine Black. Everything that went wrong with Antoine Black, as far as the cover up, as far as him being smothered in a hog tie position, that happened to Tyrone West in 2013. How many more Antoine Blacks, Tyrone West, Christopher Browns, all the ones that we're fighting for? How many more? The blood is on your hands, and we want you to make the right decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Medlock, please. Mayor Medlock is entering. Mayor Medlock, please.
Give me a quick second.
Well, I think we had him. There
Thank you very much again. I do apologize. Once again, I am Jonathan Medlock, Mayor of the City of District Heights, Maryland. I am here testifying to support HB 120, Anton's Law. As we've discussed, that the state of Maryland ranks among the least transparent states in regards to police misconduct. 29 other states make disclosure and complaints files more accessible to the public. Even in so-called conservative states such as Alabama, or even my home state of Georgia, Arizona, police disciplinary records are generally available to the public. Once a citizen in the state files a complaint of police misconduct, they are unable to access the adjudication process in relation to that complaint. The only information they can obtain is the disciplinary outcome. One is unable to assess whether the department conduct was thorough or lackluster in their investigations. This is due to complaints being filed, being considered a personnel record. under Maryland Public Information Act, and personal records may never be disclosed. As an example of this reactionary application of ethics, such as within Prince George's County, we are struggling to obtain even the investigatory files in regards to the case of Archie Elliott III, a 24-year-old unarmed Black African-American male murdered in Prince George's County, and specifically here in the city of District Heights in June 1993. Nearly 30 years later, his mother, Dorothy Elliott, is still struggling to obtain those files in her son's case, which is moral and ethically a disgrace. I have a personal relationship with Ms. Elliott, and I am extremely sensitive to her plea for justice. And last year I issued, even though I wasn't a part, and 30 years ago I wasn't here, her a proclamation from the city, not to say we are culpable for anything as a city that happened, but as a show of respect that something is being done and that our pleas and cries for help are being heard and they're not falling on deaf ears. So I've been reaching out to the state's attorney here in Prince George's County over the last months to try to rectify this case on my watch here as the mayor in the city. So for all of the parents who have lost, there are people who are here who are fighting for you and on behalf of you. I'm a father of 2 sons and believe that we have to be very vigilant. And as a conclusion, we are pushing for the expeditious and timely passage of HB 120 as a common sense measure. And I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Tracy Shand now for 2 minutes, please.
Hello, I am in support of HB 120, the MPIA, the Anton's Law. I just need transparency. My brother's case is still going on. Aisha Brave Boy and Angela also Aisha Brave Boy told us that we'll be getting the videos for my brother's case. We still haven't seen anything yet. We're still waiting. And so that was just a lie. The police officers, a lot of the good ones that are in the police department, the things that they have to go through, I feel really bad for them because it's the bad ones that's terrorizing the community and terrorizing the police department. And it's just like we need transparency. We have to start supervising the police department because obviously they don't know how to supervise themselves. They don't know how to hold their officers accountable. They're all in alliance with one another. I said it before, this seems like a team of mafia workers or gangs or, the mob or something, because I don't understand. You go through the history of the community, you can see all the abuse and everything that happened. Everything is hidden. Everything is secretive. They don't want to release information. They don't want to release video cams. And that's a problem for me. Even when you file complaints, you can't get the results of the complaints. So it's the end of the night. I know everyone is tired. I'm tired. And all I ask is that you guys support HB 120. Yeah, HB 120, and make sure that we have transparency in the police department. Think about like this, and I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I'm gonna close out because I'm very exhausted. If you was in a business relationship with someone and they stole money or they did something corrupt in your business and you lost trust in them, wouldn't you want them to start revealing everything if you was to continue to conduct business with them? So think about it like a business. Money is what make y'all run. Think about it like a business. And that's what I feel it is. It's like a business is being ran. So I need transparency. I need to see what money is doing within the police department, where it's going, and what the police officers are doing, and how we holding them accountable, and making sure the good officers aren't being punished for the bad ones' crime. Because I've seen it happen. I have a lot of police friends, and I've their stories, and I feel bad for them.
Thank you very much. Samantha Blau.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Blau. I live in Baltimore City, District 46, and I'm offering my testimony on behalf of Jews United for Justice. I also work at a nonprofit that offers community lawyering services in the city of Baltimore. about almost 2 years ago now, we submitted a request for 40 Baltimore Police Department files, $22,000 later, and 2 years later, and 12 follow-up requests, we have just begun to receive a handful of those 40 files. MPIA is broken. If we pass this law, that is one way to fix what is something that I think the community is entitled to, which is transparency of what their law enforcement is doing. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Nathaniel Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Nathaniel Erb on behalf of the National Innocence Project in support of HB 120. The Innocence Project works to overturn wrongful convictions and address the systemic issues that have led to them. In Maryland, officer misconduct has been a leading contributing factor to the wrongful incarceration cases our clients have seen. We have submitted our written testimony, which profiles cases of some of these Marylanders who have been affected by the lack of transparency in Maryland. Given the lay of the hour, I will let you read that in your own time. We respectfully request a favorable report on HB 120, and I want to thank each member again for your hard work and long hours on this issue that I know you're dedicating. Thank you. Look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you very much. Questions now, Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all very much for your very compelling testimony, and that's to all the parents and people that spoke before as well. We are listening. I just have a quick question for Ms. Blau. Did you say that you spent $22,000 just trying to get these reports?
Yeah.
And you've been waiting for 2 years?
Almost 2 years.
And have you gotten responses, or have you just not gotten any responses at all? Have you spoken to the lawyers on the other side, or?
So I am not a lawyer at this community law firm. So I don't do that specific back and forth. So I can't speak to the, what the exact responses have been but I know that our lawyers do get responses, but the responses aren't necessarily, promising like, oh, sorry, here it is.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for being with us today and now into the next day. The final panel in favor will include Carolyn Welliver, Hamza Ewing, Carrie Hansel, Kate Stewart, Stephen Trostel, Renee Joy, and Sophia Marjanovic. If we could please begin with Carolyn Welliver. Carolyn Welliver.
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Hi. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Carolyn Welliver, and I'm a resident of Columbia, Maryland in District 13, and I'm a volunteer with the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm also a former special agent and a survivor of gun violence. I support HB 120 because records relating to officers' disciplinary histories and abuses of force are too often shielded from public view. Records related to police misconduct investigations should be accessible to the public. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Hamza Ewing.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Hamza Ewing, and on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations, I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 120, entitled the Public Information Act, dealing with personnel records on the investigations of law enforcement officers. The Council on American Islamic Relations is America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. In an era when public trust and law enforcement is a challenge, Maryland needs statewide standards for transparency regarding deaths that occur in public custody, in police custody. This issue affects every community. Law enforcement officers have incredible power, and that power carries tremendous privilege. When a life is taken, it is permanent. That act cannot be undone. The families and loved ones who remain behind are left to grapple with the loss while struggling to understand whether this death could have been avoided. At the conclusion of their training, officers take an oath to protect and serve. That oath should apply equally to every member of our communities. But sadly, we know that that is not the case. Too many people of all religious, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds have died while in police custody without sufficient information made available about the circumstances of their death or the officers involved in the incidents. Many questions still remain surrounding Anton Black's death in police custody in the fall of 2019, after whom this bill is named. This measure would allow for the public release of materials related to investigation and any prior complaints against the officer involved. We have a responsibility. We owe it to the families still mourning their loved ones to get it right. And that requires establishing standards that will help ensure transparency and accountability and inspire public trust in law enforcement agencies. CARE supports this bill and respectfully urges a favorable report. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Carrie Hansel, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've introduced myself earlier, but my name's Kerry Hansel. I'm a civil rights lawyer here in Maryland. I've been doing that work for 20 years. During that time period, I have met many hundreds of mothers with stories like the ones you have told tonight. During that time period, I have obtained verdicts from juries who are your constituents, finding violations of the Constitution where my clients were beaten, where they were falsely charged, where they were murdered. In not one of those cases in 20 years were any of the officers found by your constituents to have violated rights disciplined in any way by their department. Not one in 20 years, in the dozens and dozens and dozens of cases I've brought. In addition to that, in the vast majority of cases, the officers were actually promoted. I've actually seen officers against whom I've obtained verdicts of malice, which is the absolute highest civil standard to meet in Maryland, testify before committees against these types of changes. This change is devastatingly important so that civil rights lawyers and victims can make a difference, because the police are not policing themselves. And it's horrific that we have to beg for a change like this because of the power it leaves in the hands of the police to deny records when there's an unwarranted invasion of privacy or endangering safety or depriving an officer of a right to fair trial or disclosing investigative techniques. Very few records will even be disclosed after this change is made. So this is only a baby step in the right direction. But I'm begging you on behalf of our clients and on behalf of the fight for justice in Maryland to please take this baby step so that we can begin to address this problem, which is absolutely not being addressed by police departments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Kate Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and good morning. Kate Stewart, the mayor of Tacoma Park, and I'm here to let you know that the city of Tacoma Park supports HB 120, Anton's Law. The city is committed to reimagining public safety and ensuring a culture of transparency, accountability, proactive communication, and responsiveness. These are goals that are basic, and we actually consider the floor for what we should expect of law enforcement. And we believe we need to adopt reforms across the state of Maryland and across our nation to ensure that we're upholding these values. A critical reform that is needed in Maryland right now is to make police misconduct complaint records more accessible to the public. The level of restriction regarding these records in Maryland is excessive. The lack of information is a major hindrance to ensuring that actions of law enforcement officers are held to the most basic accountability standards. And the most important point is that, as we've heard tonight, survivors of police misconduct, their families and their communities have the right to know if their cases are investigated properly or if they were even investigated at all. In Tacoma Park, we have a full service police department in our city. And over the last 5 years, we have looked to make changes in that department to make it become and it has become clearer and clearer to me that in order to make these changes, we need to make changes at the state level as well. The time is now to stop nibbling around the edges and to make real change in law enforcement. And we're asking you to please move forward Anton's Law. And I wasn't able to testify earlier, but the City of Tacoma Park also supports the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. Thank you very much for your work tonight.
Okay. Renee Joy.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Renee Joy, and I'm the Chief of the Public Integrity Unit in the Prince George's County State's Attorney's Office. I am here today on behalf of the State's Attorney, Ms. Braveboy, to urge that this committee issue a favorable report on House Bill 120 with amendments. The privileged and confidential nature of police personnel files has long been established through various statutes, as has the rules governing the discovery obligations of prosecutors. Over the last several years, however, the discovery rules and the case law has changed in a way that has put prosecutors between a rock and a hard place. Discovery rules demand that prosecutors disclose any information that tends to impeach a state witness. With law enforcement, this information is stored within their private and confidential personnel records. Case law has undisputedly put this information in possession of the state's attorney's office by ruling that the state's attorney's office is in possession of these files, therefore is responsible for turning over these records. We are, in essence, responsible for turning over information per one rule that we have no access to because of another rule. As it stands now, law enforcement agencies relying on the statutes that deem these records privileged and confidential are the gatekeepers to the information that they believe our office needs. It is imperative that this changes. Prosecuting bodies must be able to inspect these files and make our own independent determination of what it is that we need, because not only are the prosecutors ultimately the ones that are held accountable if our discovery obligations are not met, but the integrity of our prosecutions and subsequent convictions may be compromised. Again, I am urging a favorable report on HB 120, and I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Sophia Marjanovic.
Thank you. As a survivor of police misconduct who was asked by the ACLU of Maryland back in 2016, I testified in front of this committee before to get the provision in House Bills 1016 for civilians to get the outcomes of investigations of our complaints about police officers. The way the bill was written, however, leaves us unable to get the reports. We've been trying. I've been part of various activist organizations trying to get those reports. The Center for Public Integrity reports that Maryland is among the worst 9 states in the USA for public access to information. I am recommending that the passage of this bill, but with amendments. Social workers, judges, prosecutors, public defenders, court clerks, etc., are a part of a broken system systematically terrorizing the most marginalized people in Maryland. In fact, when I reported my son's disclosure of sexual abuse at his daycare, in which his father had him, and his father is our domestic abuser, Ms. Brown of the Maryland Child Protective Service told me that she had taken my son, who was not even 3 years old yet at the time, into a room by himself with her asking him direct questions. This is not the appropriate procedure to investigate child sexual abuse on children under 10 years old. When I told Ms. Brown this, she scoffed and told me that I'm just going to have to get the law changed. That was back in 2015. It is now 2021. My son is over 8.5 years old with no protection because you on this committee and the Maryland General Assembly have just not taken the protection of our children in Maryland seriously. The last time I saw my son was when he was just 3 years old on December 20th, 2015. I need you guys to realize that we do, I'm gonna speak off the what audio I submitted because I'm tired, but I need you guys to realize we survivors are rehashing our trauma every time we go through this. This morning, I had a hard time getting up because I knew having to testify in front of this panel again, where you guys likely don't care, that we are having to rehash our trauma, get re-triggered, and have to mentally prepare ourselves in order to speak to you about what we've been through in order to try to make, in my particular case, I'm trying to liberate my son. A lot of other people are trying to make the world better because they've lost their children. They're not here on the earth anymore. At least my son still is, as far as I know. But we need you to make the right decision. We have been here way too many years, over and over. I've been at this since 2015. I'm seeing people who've been here for over 20 years, almost 30 years. Like, come on, what is wrong with you? Seriously, what is keeping you from ensuring that we have protection? As civilians, we deserve these protections. Because as a survivor of domestic violence, we're calling the police and they are abusing us. I had to call the police on the police. That should never be happening. And so that just tells you how wrong the system is in Maryland.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Are there any questions for this, the final panel of the evening? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to jump in and say two things. First, to the doctor, we do care, and I appreciate you being here and sharing your testimony, sharing your story, sharing your passion. Please understand that we are working very hard on this. I know the speaker and many members of this committee have worked very hard on it. And I know that you're feeling frustrated, but I think that everybody really does want to make some positive improvements in any way we can for all parties involved. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to my friend and colleague, Carrie. I appreciate your testimony. And I think when you compare the speaker's bill to House Bill 120 in terms of the MPIA, do you think the speaker's bill addresses these issues sufficiently?
I think 120 goes a lot further. And I think that's important because there's a much greater swath of police misconduct that we need to be concerned about than just the worst misconduct that's in the speaker's bill. I testified in favor of both because I will take, at this point, as someone who has struggled against police misconduct for 20 years, I'll take any step. I'm begging for any step in the right direction. But in point of fact, the speaker's bill does not go nearly as far as House Bill 120 because it focuses only on the worst misconduct and only on the way it's worded now, injuries that are very severe. There are whole levels of misconduct that don't even involve uses of force that would be largely missed by the speaker's bill. So for instance, I have had clients who have been jailed for 20 plus years as a result of police misconduct. That wasn't excessive force. It didn't result in significant physical injury, but many of my clients in that situation likely would have preferred a significant injury to the loss of 20 plus years of their life. So the problem with the speaker's bill is it does not catch misconduct that can be grotesque and life-destroying in the way it's drafted, whereas House Bill 120 does a much better job of that. So I appreciate it. And Delegate Cox, I thank you for both the question and for your work on these issues. And it's always wonderful to see a friend and a colleague. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. And it was good to hear that you did, that the speaker's bill does. I mean, it does take a significant step in this direction. So thanks so much. Good to see you, sir.
Very true.
All
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Committee, and to everyone who is here and has testified, we do thank you all very much for testifying here this evening. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 120. It concludes the testimony for the House Judiciary Committee on the 9th of February, now the 10th of February at 12:20 in the morning. And we thank you all very much. We will be back here tomorrow at 1:30 no, wait, not tomorrow, today at 1:30 with another relatively long list of bills. And we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you all very much and have a good evening.